Welcome to the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Glasgow, Scotland. My name is Matt Pengelly and I'm with my trusty co-host here,
Tom Hutley.
Oh, what a fine day it's going to be in the wonderful land of Scotland. Here on the Glasgow Green in the centre of Glasgow. What a fantastic day it's going to be, and what a fantastic place we're at. Right?
We're here today to be looking for the World Trials Championships. And today we've got the semi-finals. It's the 20-inch category that's going to be happening this morning, and 26-inch in the afternoon.
What a wonderful spot it's been, fantastic setup, and I heard Glasgow was the friendliest place in the world.
It certainly has been that way, and I tell you something else that's looking very friendly today is the weather. Look at that sky for Glasgow.
It's blue.
A lot of the riders will be very, very happy with how this is looking.
Pretty excited to see all these. We've got a total of 37 riders, 16 countries. So it's going to be a really, really good turnout today of all abilities. Let's take a look at the medals so far. I'm quite liking the top number one there. We're quite ahead. GB, there are 46 medals with the United States, I want to say close behind at 21.
Unfortunately, we haven't got any United States trials riders, so we're not going to be adding to that, unfortunately. But yeah, France could be in here, Germany,
Netherlands,
Belgium.
Yeah, there's a few. We don't have any New Zealand riders though, but that's a pretty good score here. I think one of the riders are warming up too, are out there as we go.
Checking out the sections. Still a little bit of damp on the sections. There was some rain overnight. We've walked them ourselves and
looking pretty. I mean, we barely got round each section walking, so I'm really interested to see how they get through with their bikes. So the format that we've got here, these riders are going to go through 5 different sections. They've got 3 laps of each section with 2 minutes to score per.
They can get maximum of 60 points per section. That is a perfect score. Entire trial, the highest number will be 900. So 15 routes effectively, because they have to do 5 sections 3 times.
It's not often you get maximum points riders, is it?
2 minutes sounds like a lot of time, but there is. We struggled to walk them in 2 minutes.
We really did, yeah. And you can see there's some shots there of some of the sections. We've got the start gates here. I know a lot of the riders are still walking through, as we can see there. Just checking out last few minutes before it all kicks off.
Adam from Hungary there.
Yeah, at least this summer I think it's going to dry up just before they kick off, because the wet obstacles here will really play a
The grass is definitely a bit damp. It just affects how well these riders can put some power down. But they've ridden all these conditions. I mean, there's Jack Carthy.
The current 26-inch
great British rider.
There will be.
He's not riding until this afternoon, but he's obviously got to come out this early in the morning to check all the sections anyway.
We're going to go to a little explainer of how and what's going to happen here at the trials sections. So there are 2 categories. We've got the 20-inch wheel, the 26-inch wheel, and each rider will have 5 sections of obstacles to get through.
They have 2 minutes per section. It's not long at all, and they can get a maximum of 60 points per section, so that's 300 points for 1 lap.
Of course, if they put their foot down or crash, that will be a penalty. Foot down will just be 1 penalty, but if they totally crash and take both feet off, that will be what we call a 5.
Yeah. High score wins here, so the higher the number on that leaderboard, the better the rider is doing. They are looking for maximum points here.
Good temperature. Winds a little bit iffy, because that will play a part in trials. You know, some of these bikes are extremely lightweight, so I do often say that some of them can be glorified paperweights that you can ride, because they'll often blow away. Who knows?
Yeah, about 8.5 kilograms, some of these bikes.
Just got a real nice aerial shot there of some of these sections. Fantastically put together. Really well done. Just like big Lego sets, really, aren't they?
They look so pleasing, and there's a bit of Scottish theme going on as well.
So here we go, we're going to look at each section. This is section number 1, the rock section, as you can see.
Section number 2, lots of wooden barrels, whiskey barrels.
Whiskey barrels, yeah, they're empty now, I can tell you that much. I've already checked. And we've got the concrete jungle, as we've named it here. That's going to be interesting. Very slippy if it's still wet, even with wet tyres.
Very two obstacles in that one.
Yeah.
Section 4, we've got the logs. Now that is going to be, yeah.
That'll be very interesting. They're round, they're wood, didn't know what they're made of.
They absorb wet very well.
Yeah, and this is what we're calling the rock and reel section. You can see rocks and some big wooden reels. So there we have our 5 different sections. Really high level today, very high level.
Can't wait to see how our riders tackle some of these.
I know, as we said, we've just been and walked these sections, and I'm pretty baffled.
Those beams of wood have still got a large amount of water on them. It's very hard to see. It looks like a very nice clear day here, but the smallest change in conditions can just change the dynamic of trials entirely. We're talking about millimetre precision for these riders.
So the riders meeting happening there, as you can see, some of the former world champions there on the screen. There's current one right at the front there. You can see Alejandro, who's I think he's ranked number 2 in the world right now. He's actually number 1. He's ranked number 1. He may not the world, and then Eloy is the current world champion.
And there's some of the fine edges they're going to be going on to. Those very.
Yeah, we can see the starting list there of the 20-inch riders. As we say, there's a lot of riders to get through. 37 riders.
The 101 Eloy Palau at the top there, that's going to be our top rider. He's the current champion. And
yeah, the current world champion who won in Abu Dhabi last year in November.
The 20-inch is very competitive from year on year. There's always a fight for the podium. So it's anyone's game, really. The top 3, 4, 5 riders.
It is probably one of the most interesting disciplines here for sure, and it will be one not to miss, because it's still to play for here, really. We really don't know. I'm not going to predict anything. I'm just going to be here and prepared, and definitely going to be here for the show. I'm really excited.
So today, this morning, is the 20-inch wheel size. Some people say, is 20-inch like a child's bike because you have 26 this afternoon? Well, no, these are men's elites. They're over the age of 19, and these are the best of the best in the world. This is the World Championships at the end of the day. 20-inch is just a lot more of a dynamic style of riding. Lots of static moves. They can fit into very tight corners of the
Even I do, so it's going to be really exciting here. The 20 inches is a very exciting discipline to see. I think they're going to be closing off the sections for the riders now to actually get ready. That's it for the walk-arounds. They'll be kicking off any minute now. So we'll have a rider going per section. So what will happen is we'll try and keep up with as many riders as we can, but there will be a rider going per section, because this is the semi-finals. There are a lot of riders, so there'll be one per section. So we'll try and bring you as much as we can, whereas the finals themselves is one rider, one section.
Yeah, it's one of the first times we've had the semi-finals broadcast in this way, so we're really excited. So you can see
actually 37 in total. Only 6 of these riders will go through to the final rounds. So it's a lot. There's a lot of riders to get through in a very minimal amount. So here we are, and they are off. We have started. So we can see there the Shin Dig media rider Thomas Peckhacker coming through right on the back there from Austria.
Hand in their punch cards, so that's the observers will mark their score down and they'll hand those back to H.
So there's going to be gates per section.
World champion and European champion.
And what that means is essentially if there's a gate at one, that's 1A, 1B and 1C, the rider needs to complete 3 gates to get those 10 points.
Yeah. If they put their foot down at any point whilst attempting that gate, they cannot get the points. So for instance, if they were at the very beginning of the section and it was a huge obstacle they don't feel like they can get through, well, they can take a strategic dab. They can take a dab to get through that part of the section. They can't get the points there, but they will be able to get points later on in the section, providing they do those parts clean.
There's also the next, there's a Benito Ross just in the screen as we see. Actually, the last person to win here in Glasgow in 2007.
Benito's been on the scene for a very long time, and he's an inspiration to us all. He's into his 40s, and he's still riding at top level.
He's trying to keep up with the youngsters here. There are youngsters as young as about 19 is the starting age for the men's elite. So there are 19-year-olds here, and then you've got Benito, who I'll say 35 to be safe. He might be 36.
He's in his 40s now.
He's in his 40s.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, he'll be happy that I called him 35, I'm sure.
He's really moved. The sport has progressed so much in the past 10 years. Some of the moves that these riders will be pulling out today just were not commonplace 10 years ago when Benito would have been, you know, on podiums. But Benito Rossa, we'll just mention him one more. He is the most decorated of all the riders that we'll see today. He's won the world champion more times than any other rider.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see some of the top riders here. Charlie's already gone straight through into section number 4,
wow.
Concrete. You can see the pace these riders are going in and out. Look, next riders, let's go. Out. I forgot to mention, when you said dabs earlier, let's just explain what the word dab actually means. So when somebody puts their foot down, just the one, that is called a dab. That's a penalty one.
It could happen by accident, or it could be an intentional move, but ideally, if you feel like it's all going to go south, put a foot down to save not completely falling off the bike.
Now, we've got Charlie Rolls here from the GB. He's, I think, ranked 3rd in the world right now. Seriously good rider. And one of the favourites, I think. We won't... The one thing that will be difficult for these guys now, the obstacles may have dried out, this concrete jungle, as we're saying, but the grass will still be wet.
They're going to be picking up their tyres, will of course retain a lot of moisture.
Exactly. So another 5 riders. Wow, this is going to be busy. It will be busy. As we said, it's a completely different format here of capturing the stream. So this is going to be really interesting. I like that we had the test dummies here too. So it's really good. So that's Eloy Palau, the current world champion, winning back in Abu Dhabi in November. This is his first competition back, because he broke his collarbone out in Bentonville. I was actually there in May, and he snapped his collarbone clean in half. So he's currently riding with 2 metal plates in his collarbone.
We're following through this section. He's getting through it relatively well.
Yeah, I've been making light work of this, I must say. So you can see here the tyres are still a bit wet, so there is a contributing factor there.
A real thin precision obstacle. So this rock he's getting onto, you can't quite see how knife edge thin that is.
Yeah,
it wants to be on its quick and go, just get up and go. More riders starting here. So it looks a little bit chaotic. If you don't understand the format, all of these riders, we're all in a semi-final now. There's 37 riders who want to get the best score they can to try and qualify for the finals, which will be tomorrow here at Glasgow Green. If you're nearby to Glasgow, do come down, come see this in action. This is a free event. You can come in. It's a beautiful day to spectate the best of the best riders in the world. Yeah,
there's drinks, there's food. Come on down, and it is, as Tom said, it is completely free. And come and see some of the most world-class cyclists ever.
So Eloy has had a clean section so far. You can see that because you've got 10, 10, 10 in all the gates. 10 is the ensures you get through a clean gate.
Rock there is well above 6 foot.
Yeah, we stood next to that.
I'm not quite 6 foot, and it was above me there. So it's giving it a few attempts. It's very tiring.
And he's just run out of time.
So we're going to see this today quite a bit. He is the world champion right now, but it doesn't matter. You can really, it's all to play for.
2 minutes is not a lot. See, even after doing that gate, he would have another gate after that.
Yeah.
2 minutes is really quick. It soon goes.
It's Dominic Grill from Austria there. Fantastic rider.
It's literally 20 seconds an obstacle, and some of these obstacles have multiple gates or sectors of the gate. So you'll have it might be gate 4, but you'll have an A, B, and C. As Matt says, you have to get all of those to be able to get those points.
And those observers, you'll see them holding up their hands, their fingers like this, and that's just indicating that they've used 3 penalties or 3 dabs, as we'd said, and once they put all 5 fingers up, that is a 5. So
the end of their ride.
Dominic Oswald there from Germany, he's just got a 5 because he ran out of time. So that will be an automatic 5 once the time runs out. the riders do get a chance to actually look at the courses just before they get going as well.
There's Andrew Chai, Team GB.
Team GB, Mr. Andrew Chai, with his canoe helmet. just went canoeing. Okay, Louis Grill from France there. Another favourite. He's come on really strong this season, Louis has. He's really excelled. Recently starting to ride for the Play bike, as you can see there. That's a brand new carbon fibre frame.
Lots of trials riders making the move over to carbon fibre. Sometimes we don't necessarily want light bikes in trials because that could be problems with obviously breakages if it breaks midsection, but particularly stiff. That's one thing. You don't lose power when you put the power down into the pedals, through into the bottom bracket to get to gap across these obstacles.
And as you can see, there's some different braking options, isn't there, Tom? There's no wrong or right answer here in terms of the brakes that they can use.
Yeah, if you've been watching some of the other coverage from here at Glasgow in the other disciplines, road biking, mountain biking, you'll know that they'll generally use disc brakes, sometimes rim brakes, but we use rim brakes in trials, particularly on the front brake, and that's got a really important feature, hasn't it, Matt?
Yeah, well, these guys, as you might not see, you can hear the squeaking and the scrowling and growling of the brakes, and that's because they are grinding the side wall of the rim to create a really rough edge, and then using really specific brake pads to...
So it's at points like this where he's hanging on the front wheel, you need the strongest brake possible.
Absolutely, and often they're most of the time using a rear disc, which I think all riders here today will have a rear disc, just to give a bit of modulation to their bike there as well.
Yeah, rim brakes are very, very strong. They do snap solid. They lock the rim up, which is quite important. You don't want any flex or movement.
Exactly. So we can see there's some current rankings there. That's going to change as we go through, because everyone will be going through the sections at different times. So that may be the current one. I'll try and keep that in mind. There we can see GB's flag right at the top, but it's all to play for. It may not be like that. We say some of the strongest riders here today are the
run out of time there. Still not get. I think the Whiskey Barrel section 2 is going to be one of the difficult ones because there is a lot of gates within this section.
Yeah, there's more than usual. As we said, there's some often A and B, some C's, but in the Whiskey Barrels, there's a D sections too. There are D gates, sorry. That's just going to add more
time.
Yeah, exactly. And as we say, the time doesn't get increased. It's 2 minutes. I'm yet to see someone finish a course. This could be really tight.
Well, Alejandro's got 60 points, so he could, in theory, have done that within one section, or he could have.
I hope so.
I hope so. That's very unlike him to get 30 points in one section and then 30 in another. So
Andrew Chai there representing
looking at the sections.
Great Britain. So I think all of our riders now are out into the sections. It's going to be some added additions here, because they're going to have to line up and queue and wait for their turn, and that could, really cool them down.
It's quite difficult how he managed that, because trials, you want to keep moving. These are big, powerful moves. You don't want, lactic acid to build up. You don't really want to be standing around. You want to keep moving to keep yourself warm. It's the big moves that these riders are doing here.
There's Marty Rora there from Spain, riding the clean carbon bike as well. Making really, really nice work of this here. It's looking really controlled, isn't he? This is most of it on the back wheel.
Importantly, they must go through the yellow gates. You'll see that there's different flags and different gates they can go through here, but they must go through the yellow ones. The other ones that are marked out, there's red and there's pink as well. So the pink is for the women's elite, and the red were for the juniors that we had yesterday. Now, they will be competing in the finals tomorrow, so do come back and stay tuned to watch those. But they must not go through any other colour than yellow.
No, that will be a 5. They will get a full penalty points there, and will not get any points for the rest of the section.
Speaking with some of the riders earlier, they were saying it can be very tricky to line up for an obstacle, but then they have to navigate around another gate. Because, of course, as Matt says, if you go through that, that's 5, that's the end of your ride.
That's it. They only need to go through the gate. There's no rule of it has to be your back wheel first, your front wheel first. So, technically, if they wanted to, they could go through it backwards.
Yeah.
So whether anyone wants to try that today, we'll wait and see.
If they are very exhausted and towards the end of the ride, they can literally pull through the gate. These riders definitely won't be doing that, but I know that Matt and I have done that in competitions ourselves when you're completely exhausted of energy and just want to get those points.
But I mean, if there's a gate that they think they can't do, maybe but they could approach that with what we'd call a tactical dab, right, Tom? So
yeah, so in trials you can do a tactical dab. So if there's a very, very big move at the very beginning of the section, they can put their foot down and say, you know what, I'm going to just tactically sort of put my way through this. And then they can go try to get more points later on within the section.
So as we say, it'll be a tactical dab. You know, they won't get the points for that gate. However, it does allow them to carry on so they can get points for the next gate. So it is a positive move there.
One glaringly obvious thing that we've not covered for the viewers, and possibly because we're desensitised to it, Matt, is the type of bikes. I noticed they haven't got a seat on them.
What? Oh yes. No, of course. It is probably the biggest question in our sport, and you're right. We're just desensitised to that. They're probably these guys.
People are tuning in on a Friday morning, going, "Where's seat gone?"
Yes. They get in the way. It takes away the weight. There's no reason to sit down here. You know. So it just gets in the way. It keeps rid of the weight too. So as you can see, these are proper stunt trick bikes, if you want to call it. I try not to, but it's an easy way to explain that.
Bikes are always evolving. There's always something that a new rider will do each year. Maybe they'll change the handlebar positioning. If you look at Charlie Rolls, who's currently ranking at the top today, his handlebars will almost point down to the floor. And it seems absurd when you see the bike just lent up on the side there, but when they're on the rear wheel, it makes all the sense. It just makes it a lot more manoeuvrable. They can dive their way into the front and get these big moves.
You can see there some of the riders just doing those quick run-throughs in their heads, a bit like a Formula One driver picturing the course in his head as he goes through and goes around, because they need to know where to go. The observers are not telling them at all. They have to know the route. So here we go. It's Adam Morwoods here for Team GB. Fantastically powerful rider, really textbook riding.
Yeah, very clean, poised.
Yes, he's riding for Jitsi bikes there, as you can see on a Jitsi. He's on an aluminium 20-inch bike. Let's see what he's going to do going through this section. Oh, that was a tough one there. Straight to the front wheel, recovered. So he's backed up to compose himself into that hooking position. He's going to probably switch to the back wheel to get up to the higher log again. Yeah, and then controlled. I reckon he's going to go straight to back. Oh yeah, Adam loves a big up to back. And look how thin this landing is as well. Just staying along the log. It's rounded too, making it look easy.
It's ideal weather conditions for Adam. He rides in all manner of weathers. There's no excuses for this boy.
Oh, he's not afraid of the rain, is he?
Rather. No. Yeah, weather conditions. You'll often see videos of him riding. You can hear the wind just whipping up, and he relishes in it.
Lining up for the next gate now, Adam, as we go through the log section, the forest. See how he's going to approach this one, staying in that hook. So he's got to really watch his pedals here. You can see he's just...
That's what the observer's looking out for. If his pedal touches, that is a penalty point. The tyres are the only thing that are allowed to come into contact with the section.
And it's tiny. If he just taps his baby toe, that will be a penalty. So it's really, really important that the observers really look here. Oh, unlucky for Adam. He's jumped off there, and that will be a 5.
It's quite hard to see there, but presumably that's quite a tight gate. There's no deviation to the left or right there, and I think that's what's happened. He's just slipped a little bit to the right, and that's caused his front wheel to lose grip.
We'll see a little replay. You can just look slipping down. Look at that.
The log.
Yeah, it's still wet.
It's
still wet. He's not going to be too pleased with that. So very unfortunate for Adam. That's completely, really strong, really, really experienced competition rider. Adam is there, and there's his dad, Robin, just saying, "Don't worry, Adam. It's all right. Next one, next one." Really encouraging. And there we can see Adrian in the corner. Here he is. Mr. Mind Control himself. Okay, looking over on to section 4 and 5. If we've got Alejandro from Spain, one of the favourites, I think, currently ranked #1.
It's always within the top 3. He is fighting for that rainbow jersey. He's won it at junior level, but he's not quite managed it at elite level.
Yeah, there's some of these, that's what it is, it's so close. Some of these riders are experienced in winning, but perhaps in the junior category. This is the men's elite. This is where all the big boys play now. Alejandro also riding for the Spanish. You can see here the Spanish store of trial bikes there. Fantastic trial shop there. You can actually check them out. You can go on there, and anything these guys are riding now, you can actually buy yourself. This isn't anything you'd need to spiffily order. You can go to these shops and you can buy it.
Even getting started in the sport, many of us would have got started on just normal mountain bikes, and this was the perfect sport actually in lockdown, because people could set up little miniature courses in their gardens, and you know, as you can see here, obviously there's very large logs, but you can have a small log in the garden, you know, learn how to roll over it, navigate it, and it's brilliant bike skills for any other discipline. It transfers very well to mountain biking, and many of these riders will actually do mountain biking. Oh no! Alejandro. No, he's not going to be happy with that. I mean, lucky that happened towards the end of the section, but he's just caught his rear wheel as he's gone over that log. That's very out of character for Alejandro to fall in that way. What happened there? What happened? He went down this very tight beam. Well, it's one of the downsides with the smaller wheels is they do just catch into a rut. You can't quite see. We'd like to think that's a smooth bit of grass, but there could have just been the smallest little divot in the grass, and that is enough to catch his front wheel and straight over there. Of course, that is a 5. He's fully down there. Even
a bit of loose bark could contribute to that. So you can see here, really brightening up in Scotland. I mean, I've only been here for about 3 days, but this is the sunniest day for me so far. So here we have Dominic Grill from Austria here. Fantastically powerful rider, really strong. The Austrians are very known for their power here. So he's coming through our rock and reel section, the combination of these big rocks and these wooden reels. You may see some bits of rope as you go through the course. Little bits of rope now. Now, it's not just for decoration, is it, Tom?
It's not decorative at all. So normally this would be quite a highly visible colour, but to match with the theme, you know, the whiskey barrels and some of the rugged look they got here, that rope is actually, the riders are not allowed to cross that. If they cross that, that is the equivalent of going through a gate that is not their colour.
An imaginary wall. Yeah. You know, they can't put their front wheel or rear axle over that rope.
That will result in the end of their ride. They will be out of the section, and they will only be able to take the points they've already accumulated.
There's Dominic there going straight on to the next section. That'll be another 10 points for him, currently on 30, and he's just run out of time. See, only managed to get through three gates through that section. The rock and reel ones there seem to be catching out a couple of people already. A lot of riders going to be running out of time. They've really got to pick up the pace. I think that's what might be difficult for some of you as you're watching. You know, they've got 2 minutes, but they look a bit casual. But that's because you've really got to be calm and composed here. You can't rush through. It's Charlie Rolls just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, this is the problem with so many riders, only within 5 sections. It's just staying warm and keeping moving between the sections, and there's not really any, you know, little rock or something nearby to just flex the muscles and keep warming all over.
So then he's got Vasha here for the Czech Republic. Fantastic rider. He rides any type of bike. He's going to try and make up for yesterday, where he didn't even get through the team trial on one of his first gates. No, he was pretty gutted because the rain got the better of him. So let's see him go through this one now. Also on a carbon trials bike there.
You can see, Matt mentioned the team trial. You'll be able to watch that on the iPlayer. That will be available to viewing there. That's where the individual countries took part. They formed together, maximum of 5 riders per country for a team effort. So it's a different format to what we're seeing today, which is a individual format.
Right, just lining up. You can see those ropes, very tight space there. He
cannot deviate from that rope. He's got, and that's what the observers are going to be looking for. They're going to ensure that he's not deviating from that. I think he's done it well. Yeah, but it's clean through there.
These guys are making it look easy, but as we say, anything that looks easy is because these guys have trained and trained and trained. I mean, they probably, you know, they sleep and dream about trials.
Yeah, every day for many of these riders. If they're not on the bike, they're going to be in the gym doing some kind of movement that helps benefit the bike.
And it's a happy medium here because they need to be strong. They've got to be strong, but they can't be too big. They need to be lightweight. So it's just trying to find this happy medium of strength and, you know, power without being too heavy. That's a 5 there for Vasha. I think he might have just gone over the tape. He hasn't run out of time. I think he went over the tape. He's not going to be too pleased with that, but very smiley rider. Always the glass is always half full for Vasha. Yeah, so he's not in best form for Vashi. He's, I want to say, one of the favourites because he can ride any type of bike, really. Fantastic.
Yeah, what happened there, just slightly there, his front wheel went over that
rope.
See.
That's just how simple it is, isn't it? So gutting. They're really making it difficult for these riders. The level has exceeded today, especially with more gates and so forth.
So what's going on right now for the viewers at home, it might be a little bit difficult to understand, you know, how the point scoring systems work, who's where, what's happening. Well, there's 37 riders who are going through this semi-finals to compete for the finals. So they will each go through the 5 sections 3 times. So that's effectively 15 rides, if you will. Maximum of 2 minutes in the section.
So this is Borja from Spain now, the 2nd in the world currently. Oh, that was an interesting start for Borja there. Just sometimes even on the simplest things, you'll forget. So he's going to really get through this one quite quickly, I think. He's quite a speedy rider. So one to watch, Borja, really. So let's see him get through this concrete.
Interesting to see how he navigates this. He's going to the tallest part. So
yes.
we looked at this, there's a few different ways they can get through this particular part of the concrete section. And he's using the height to his advantage here. But look how tall some of these very precise, skinny obstacles are. Look, it's the shoulder height of that observer. He's going to just power on through.
You can see the height there of the observer stood there, as you said. So. And that's the thing, if they don't get the move first time, it's really going to waste.
There's nothing to take off of here. He's literally just coming off the grass run-up, so yeah, he's hooked that up perfectly. So that's a hook move, like we call in trials. So landing with the front wheel over the top of the obstacle and then using momentum to get his bike and body the rest of the way up the obstacle.
We're not too creative with the names. There will be some funny names perhaps later on, but
most of them do what they say on the tin.
Yeah. So another sort of into the hook motion there, and then wheel swapping. Pretty straightforward. Now he's coming into the slightly taller part of this gate here. So far, maximum points of 30, but he's only got 30 seconds to get another 3 gates.
Very nice switch to rear there.
So, and you can see, I think these riders are probably just focusing on getting the points, maybe not going for the 60s.
Yeah, consistency is key here. I think when you'll watch the final tomorrow, you will see them put everything they've got because it can be a very close contender for the final position. Look how thin this obstacle is.
Yeah, this was when I saw this morning, I thought this will be one to watch. But he's out of time. We haven't quite seen all the riders get through that one yet either.
I haven't.
We may have, but because there's so many riders at the same time, there may have been a rider that's gone through, may have just missed, but it will all show in the scores later on. So.
Yeah, as we get through to the final lap of these 5 sections, we can break down and get a better picture of who is where, because there's still so many more sections to go on this. In the final, it's a much simpler format because it's a case of, here's the 5 sections, they ride them just once, and that is what they're assessed on. But this, they have to accumulate as many points as they can across those sections.
But it kind of brings a very exciting atmosphere here. You know, all the riders going for it, all the families and friends all together, cheering them on. So here we've got Borja going on for the higher part of section number 3 here, which isn't even a gate. He's basically using that obstacle to get to the next one. So you can see just jumping to that beam because there's no wrong or right way to get to the gate. You just have to get through it. So.
Yeah, and ensuring that you go through the yellow gate. So these elite riders will be looking for the yellow gates. They're not allowed to go through the pink or the red gates. They are still left up from other competitors, so the juniors and the women's elite semi-finals we had last night. Oh, here we go. Here's Samuel Hlavatý from Slovakia.
Oh, the silky rider, one of the silkiest and smoothest trials riders you will see. So let's see how he's going to get through section number 3 in the concrete jungle. He's going to make light work of this hook, I'm sure. Let's see. Yeah,
oh, so easy with such grace.
Looks so easy, it does. But as I say,
we have a nickname for his name is Samuel Levitate.
Yes, Samuel Levitate, because he just levitates through. And just look at him breeze through that in his special painted bike there. He's one of the life cycle riders there from Carol Serwin's life cycle class, where basically they're training these riders, giving them the best possible chances of winning these competitions, training and...
Yeah, effectively a team, a group of riders who kind of all share knowledge, and it's multinational.
And they compete against each other, but yet also train together. It's quite a healthy little group there. So let's see how he's going to approach this one. 9 seconds left and only 3 gates, so it's really tight. Will he get to the next? I'm not sure he will. That's going to be time, he knows.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, you can really see some of the world-class riders are only getting 30 to 40 points there on the concrete jungle. But he'll be one of the favourites. I won't make any too many predictions here. There is a commentator's curse, so we've got to avoid that best possibilities. It'll be Samuel's minder there, will be his sister. It's nice to see the families together in the sport as well. His sister's also a rider, but actually she's the Slovakian team manager right now. What an interesting job to have. You can see Sam's replays there. I mean, he's very passionate, and I can tell you, we know him quite well, he won't be pleased. He will not be pleased with that himself, yeah. You're better than that, Sam. We know. It's okay. Okay, Will Ackley. Well, he dusted off the bike this year. Hasn't done too many competitions, but he is one of those frustrating riders who just gets on the bike and you just think, you've still got it, and how have you... You know when someone turns up for their exam with no preparation and passes?
I'm sure he does a lot of riding behind the scenes.
Maybe so. We just haven't seen much of Will this year, but he's a fantastic rider, riding the aluminium Krukers there in our whiskey barrel.
One of the great things about the semi-finals, we get to see some of the talent that we have within the UK and all across the world as well, but you wouldn't normally see, because it's always, you know, the same sort of top 6 powerful riders who make it to the final. It's a very, very difficult sport. It's a very competitive sport, and the level is just gets bigger and bigger every year.
It never gets easier.
I was watching some footage from about 10 years or so ago, and it's almost like a different sport. It's unbelievable. Like this sort of position when you see Will in now would not happen about 10 years or so ago, because the bar and stem just wasn't suited for it. They're a very low bar and stem that allows the riders to really dive into the front, get into really tight.
So it's kind of the physical limitations then that these guys have changed, and then like, how can we... I mean, when it comes to extreme moves, you need an extreme bike, right?
Yeah.
Now, you might also see some people saying, oh, the tyres are flat, Tom. Are they flat? I mean...
Most riders will run around 20 PSI or so. So it's relatively flat in comparison to, you know, most other disciplines. But there's a really happy medium, a Goldilocks zone for where they want to put their tyre pressures.
Goldilocks zone? I've not... I like that. Yes.
If it's too flat, they run the risk of punches. Oh,
he just slipped. That's it. You can see that. Oh, that could have been from a wet tyre. But that will also add to the grip slightly. Slightly, you know, squidgier tyre, as we'd say. A little bit more soft.
Yeah. So that Goldilocks zone I mentioned is that you don't want to have too softer tyres, because that runs the risk of punches. But you don't want too hard, because then you don't get any bounce from it. So it's somewhere in the middle.
You can see, see his back wheel just goes a little bit too far there and slips out, and really hard to recover. But it's a fantastic effort.
It's a really tall beam, and what he would have been focused on was getting his front wheel as high as possible.
So here we have Thomas Petkacker from Austria, who's a Shin Dig media rider and also a life cycle rider. We must mention that you can also find out a bit of this backstory of these riders if you type in the Shin Dig podcast. Most of these riders have been guests on that, and you'll hear a bit of a backstory about their lives, what they train for, and some interesting facts about the riders. So make sure you go and check out, type in Shin Dig Media on Google there, and you can find out a lot more. So let's see Thomas attack this here. We just saw Will slip through.
Yeah, Thomas was a previous world champion. I'm just trying to think, it was either 2018 or 2019.
It was 2019, I believe. Someone else can correct us, but I'm fairly certain now, back in China.
Yes, so he would have won the rainbow jersey there.
Yeah, so will he be able to get those arms?
This is a really interesting move. So he's got to get up onto that, it's a vertical beam.
Yeah,
we've
probably into this big hook. Look at it, it's like eye level. Look at that.
Oh. What's made that difficult is that it's on top of that whiskey barrel. So normally you could be free play and just try and get the front over, and you don't have to worry too much about the rear wheel, but that's actually making this obstacle more difficult. So he's going to get the run up here, I think, just so he can try and clear that rear wheel and not hit that whiskey barrel.
And he's going to focus on... Oh, come on, this is...
It's too close to the edge of the barrel, but that's what makes trials very difficult. And also, he can't go over that rope. Oh,
you can see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get his back wheel on the barrel and then his front wheel over.
So a little hop into that little boon.
You can see there. Oh, he's really struggling with this one. It's a bit of a surprise for Tom. He's usually sort of
he's made it much easier by doing it with a static move.
There we go.
Now he's in.
Yes.
But even now, it's not good because riders normally rely upon the hanging there. That's
tough. So yeah, his back wheel is actually resting on.
That would be easier if it was just the vertical beam, because what normally happens is that the rider will hang off of that vertical beam and use all their weight to spring themselves up. Because the barrel's there, there's nothing to spring off of it. It's supporting him too much.
Yeah.
That is... I'm going to
unlucky
be interested to see how any of our riders attack that.
Really unlucky from Thomas. He will be one of the favourites to make it into the finals. Well, let's see what the results bring us today.
So
he's actually last competition was the first time Thomas hadn't made a final since 2017.
Wow,
and that was just a few weeks ago. So, all right, maybe we're going on to the concrete jungle section now.
So we've got Arthur Cavagna from France.
Let's see how far they're going to get on this one. Oh, I haven't quite seen a full completion of this, but because there's a lot of gates in a short time. And they're not tested. These sections will be made and then ridden. There's no like practice run or anything like that. They cannot practice on the sections. They're not allowed to ride on the sections.
They are guarded overnight, so they're not sneaking up in the early hours.
Yep, they have to have 24/7 security. So this is the first time these riders have even touched the obstacles.
And often you can plan it, you can think of how it's going to go, but once you're in the section, you can completely change. Now he's trying to do the hook move here, but he's not quite getting that hook.
As we were saying, if they're not getting it first time, it's really going to affect the time.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, just not quite getting the weight far enough forward. And Arthur's going to call that one. Call that out. I think he's just out of time there, presumably.
Some current rankings at the moment. Some of the scores there. Got a couple of British riders in the top 5 there. Dominic Oswald from Germany, really powerful. And then Borja and Alejandro from Spain, some of the favourites. Spain will really dominate a lot of this discipline. Really, I mean, there's a big scene in Spain for the sport.
Good to see Ryoka actually in the 6th position. I can't think the last time we had the Japanese into the qualifications for the finals. That'd be very interesting to see.
Very stylish riders as the Japanese riders, but there's no points for style here. Absolutely none.
No.
So just get through it. And that's this will be Diego from Italy now, a very powerful rider. It's quite funny because he does look too big for his bike. But that's not true. It's a preference. He's just a very tall rider who likes to ride the 20-inch.
Yeah, so we're looking at the 20-inch trials bikes this morning, and in the afternoon you'll be able to see the qualifying for the men's 26. It's not a case of, are these men and boys? These are all men over the age of 19 to qualify for the elite level. As Matt says, it's just entirely personal preference. A lot more bouncy, static moves, having very well on these modified. They're actually called mod.
Absolutely. Short, yes, we often call them mods, which is short for modification because it's been modified, which a bit old school now because the 26s are also now modified. It just seems to have stuck pretty well. So let's see how Diego gets now on this next gate here in the concrete jungle. I think he's going to go for a hook. We know he's very, very consistent with his hooks here. One of Italy's strongest 20-inch riders. Oh, it's going to be
It's deceiving because it's a block that hangs over. When you go for a hook, you really want to see where that rear wheel is going to slap into the obstacle.
It's about 5 feet high, isn't it, that one?
But because it's not a solid obstacle, you can sort of see underneath. There we go.
Oh, nicely done.
Luckily, all the wheels
fit
in the correct place.
Let's see. He's got some pace going on now, which is good. Straight to the next gate and the next gate.
What you need.
That is what's going to have to happen. Some of these riders will be so quick later on that the cameramen might not be able to keep up. So
it's a new format for us this year to have the semi-finals broadcast. It's brilliant because we get to see a huge variety of riders that we wouldn't normally see. We just normally see those top 6, which is great. It's a huge level, but these are all fantastic riders. To be at this level, to be here in Glasgow, to have qualified and made it this far is very competitive. I think he's just zapped of energy at that point. It's
yeah,
a
I think he was
switch.
out of time. A lot of riders are getting to that part there and running out of time. So it kind of really showing. But that means if they're all getting to that without time, it's still going to be all to play for.
It's so hard to set these sections because the people who make these sections have to have a real responsibility to. They can't be too hard because, of course, you know, the riders aren't going to get through it. But they can't be too easy as well, because if it's too easy, then it makes the sport about consistency. We don't necessarily want to see that. We want to see some big, powerful riding. We want to push these riders' ability because they have a lot in the tank here.
It's still a bit tyres slipped a little bit there. I think the grass is still a little bit wet.
Matt, some of our viewers might know of moto trials. Is bike trials related to moto trials? Or?
Well, should we do a very, very quick bit of history here? I can tell you now, trials actually did begin back in the 1940s in London, when it is from motor trials, because they ran out of fuel from the war. So they designed these pedal bikes, and instead of using motorbikes, they decided to do everything on push bikes. And then this discipline of biking was born. So it does stem from the motor trials, as some of you may have seen, which none of those also have a seat. So now we've got Jonas Christensen here for Denmark. Another powerful rider.
Super smooth, poised.
Super smooth, yeah, he really is. And just an all-round great guy.
You might hear his, we mentioned it briefly earlier, but his brake squeaking. So that'll be coming from the front brake, and that's because he's got a rim brake on there. Trials riders like to have a really solid stopping force on the front wheel. It just means when they hang on some of these really big obstacles, the brake's not going to slip. And importantly, it locks it at the rim. You might say, why not use a disc brake? Because disc brakes are very powerful, right? Well, the issue is because they lock the hub, you can still get movement and flex at the rim, and we don't want this. Any millimetre sort of movement, oh, he's just going for the hook there.
Oh, unlucky, Jonas. Unlucky there. He has also just come back from an injury of his hand. I think I could show you the picture. He basically bent his little finger 90 degrees.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty savage. So this is his first competition back as well.
It's really quite grueling, trials. There is a lot of maintenance you have to do as riders of your body, because pretty much every part of the body is involved in some way.
Yeah.
Dexterity of the fingers to be able to pull the brakes on and off.
Just slipped.
Good shoulder mobility.
I think there is an element there of people still slipping, because I think the grass is still wet. So there could be maybe with the 26 you'll have a bone dry course. It's the Swedish rider now. He's going to have to, so he won't get the 10 points on that first gate. He won't get the 10 points because he's used a dab and put his foot down, but that will allow him to... Oh, did he 5 it there? I think that was his section over. It's fine, you can see a lot of the riders there. There's
Ludwig Andersson from Sweden. Not quite too sure what went on there, but you can see it in the section early.
Is that Will Ackley there? We can see now in the rocks section. Into that hooking position. Yeah, you can see this is really starting to build up with the crowd now as people sort of coming in.
Yeah, if you are in the Glasgow area in Scotland, do come on down to Glasgow Green. This is an entirely free event. You can see the huge scale of these rocks and obstacles that have been constructed specifically for the World Championships trials here.
So we're going to see Will probably go for the side hop technique, as we say, very creative trick names, stunt names, whatever you want, moves.
What's incredibly difficult, he's got to get in between those yellow markers. His front and rear wheel must go in between those.
Now, I think did he just get through? Or did just? Yeah, I think he's got through. The observers are giving it to him. That's fine. But it's a very tough job for these observers. You know, it is just like a referee, but they need at least 2 per rider, because they've got to watch. Is their toe going to touch? Or is their handlebar going to touch? So currently here with Will Ackley on section number 3.
Just want to switch to the rear, hopefully.
Yeah, he's just trying to compose himself. He can't. The front wheel's a bit stuck. He's struggling to get. There we go. Nice little swap. Straight to the one of the tallest rocks here in the course. It's probably about 2 meters up, that, isn't it?
not small.
Yeah, a bit of a way to fall down.
And it's not a very easy. There we go, straight on top.
Even I get nervous just watching, you know.
And you see that his front wheel came out of the section there. I think he knew it
ran out of time.
Was going to be up anyway.
Yeah.
He would not normally be able to cross that rope. It's just because he's finishing the section.
Good effort from Will Ackerley there.
Yeah, what's also really hard to see on camera is these rocks, of course, they're not flat. There is a lot of different shapes and missed angles. So ensuring where they put the wheels to take off, where they land on top. I think Will's making sure he was on top and clean before he kicked off there.
And the control involved, you know, you can see them bouncing around. It may look a bit chaotic, but that's just them getting their balance. And here we have Alex Petkacker, the brother of Thomas Petkacker. Fantastic brothers here.
Oh no, is he bunched? Oh no, his shoelace is caught.
His shoelace in his, he is gutted.
Now that is...
that's something we don't...
Do you not see that often?
Don't see often. Poor Alex there is another Shin Dig rider for the
top tip. I've actually started tying my shoelaces to the right of my shoe a lot more, so that, or like if it's the outside edge, you know.
Yeah, we will add myself and Tom here. We are also riders, nothing of this ability, not quite, but we do have a bit of an understanding there. So we can see Alex has gone for the hook, and he's had to roll back to compose himself here.
On his right foot.
And what's happened? The shoelace gone into his front freewheel, and it's caught in his chain.
He's trying to get it out.
And then he tries to roll forward. He's like, no, oh, no, there we go. So he is not going to be happy with that. Very fortunate. His bike only arrived yesterday because it didn't get on the plane.
Yeah, many riders, a couple of riders, their bikes didn't arrive.
So this will be another Austrian ride, I think. I can't...
Swiss, sorry.
Swiss rider, apologies there, yeah.
No, Austria.
It is Austria, I'm sorry, yeah. Oh, 1, 2, 6.
Yeah, Simon Stafford.
Oh, Simon Stafford, yes, there it is. Come on. It's,
one of our youngest riders.
Yeah, as we said, there's a huge different groups of ages here. So just come off straight to the 5. Some riders will jump off and just think, but really what they want to do, they need to be jumping off, holding their bikes still. You'll see some of the top riders will not put their feet down.
Yeah.
They'd rather fall on their back than put their feet down.
They'll often try and keep the momentum forward, so if they are falling, they're going to try and make the most of it and get through the gate, and then, you know, try and compose themselves in the best of their ability.
Is that a reason why wouldn't they clip themselves in, Tom? Why are we not clipped in like a lot of other cyclists?
Well, you never know when you might need to just pull a foot off just to get a bit of balance. Best analogy is like a tightrope walker or something like that. If you have to just put your leg out just to give you a little bit of a balance and ability there.
If you are just joining us here, you are with us at the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Glasgow with the 20-inch men's elite semi-finals.
The discipline is trials biking. If you don't quite know what's going on or what's happened to happen here, they have to get from the start of the section to the end, crossing multiple gates of varying sizes, shapes and abilities, trying to get the most points possible. They do that by not putting a foot down, thereby having a clean ride. The maximum points they'll be able to get is 60. And to be honest, I haven't seen many riders get out with 60.
No, not yet. So this is the Chilean rider, Mateus. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce his name, but he's come all the way from South America today with the... he's just come off on that one there. Bit of a surprise. Lovely. See, look at the smile for the camera there. Peace up. That's the Chilean rider there. We haven't got any Australians in the 20-inch today. I was going to say they've travelled the furthest, but I think in this particular round it'll be the Chileans there. So that's the next Chilean rider, Daniel, I believe. Oh. He's 5'd already. Fantastic. You can see how quick they can really fail, and if their head's not in it, it's really going to affect it. It's a real big mental game, as with any extreme sport.
You've only got to just experience the slightest of slip. You might have experienced this on your bikes at home or if you're out riding, and your reaction is to put your feet down. For many of the top riders, they've had to train that out of them, that they would just glue their feet to the pedals mentally.
Yeah.
So one foot goes down, bike begins to slip.
I mean, he didn't. I mean, ideally, he shouldn't have taken his other foot off. He could have jumped back with the bike.
Yep.
But perhaps he just wasn't really prepared in that moment. You can do as much preparation as you want. And oh, there we go. Thomas straight into the gap there. Thomas Petkaka here.
It's really interesting to watch because some people have to take a technical line because of their strength and abilities, but Thomas is not one to shy away from a small gap.
No.
If it means getting through the gate faster and more efficiently, he will take the bigger move.
Yeah, he will certainly go for the big jumps rather than the little tiny takeoffs.
He'll probably go up to the top, yep. And then that way he's using the height to gap down and then taking the little gap in the middle there.
See him going to approach this one completely different. We've actually seen Thomas on another obstacle course back in Ninja Warrior Austria.
Yeah.
He was actually a contender in that show. Did pretty well, I think. So let's see him on this course where I'm sure he's much more at home.
Easy with the hook. Look at that. We've seen some riders struggle with that, so you know it's not an easy move.
He's doing all of this on the back wheel.
Very small
and again,
gap, yeah.
back wheel. If he can, he would gap to back anywhere.
So that gap he's just done was actually within the women's elite as well. So that's the other thing worth noting. And we will see the women's finals tomorrow if you wish to tune into that, because they've also really raised the level of bike riding ability here within the trials.
Now let's see. We haven't got the time just yet on his course here, but this is about as far as most of the riders are getting. They're getting those 30 points, 3 gates, and then they're running out of time. So this is really tough. He's got to sort of turn a corner before, there we go, and he's through the next gate. So I believe is that going to be 40 or is this A or B? Let's just see here. He's gotten quite far here in the concrete jungle.
Yes, this, I think that was the 3.
Yeah, so this is 3C, so he's only managed, he's got to get through the next one here. Really thin. Oh, it's going to be tough.
We haven't seen any rider go over.
He's out of time.
Yeah,
we haven't. Be interested to see even the 26s later. So it's a fantastic effort from Thomas Petkaka from Austria.
So difficult to set up these sections because, of course, these are the best riders in the world. They can't ride them before the section's obviously been set up, because obviously that's going to be practicing or cheating in some way. So they have to physically look at their ability. There he is.
Lovely hurt. You can just see how far his back wheel gets onto the obstacle there. You really see how easy that was. All of it on back wheel, making just very quick. Look, bang, bang, bang. And then not quite making it up that.
It's a very short run-up to be able to get up there. I think if you gave him a bit more of a run-up, he probably could do that. But at the end of a section, when you're spent... Here we go. Benito Ross, multiple world champion here. He's our oldest rider competing in the entire competition and still giving the youngsters a run for their money.
So he's gone for the higher route there to gap through. As I say, just to get through that next gate. Up onto these big cylinders too. It's comfortable as always. Benito Ross here. You'll also see a lot of riders riding the Benito Ross shoes. He does make his own. He's got his own shoe company, which is specific to trials. The shoes.
Again, we spoke a bit earlier, but you can't clip themselves into the bike. You need to be able to take your feet off in case you need to take a tab, in case you need to balance yourself. So it's that ultimate sort of compromise of grip and being able to remove your foot from the pedal. Many of the riders will ride caged pedals, which are incredibly sharp pedals, but all in the name of grip. You don't want a foot slipping off at a point like this with that hook. Yes, good work, Benito.
It's also another rider who's very good on the back wheel, very powerful. I think his mobility is through the roof. I'm sure I've seen the bike higher than his body once before.
There always used to be the fantastic photos of him online where, yeah, the bike's higher than his body. His arms would stretch Armstrong as he could...
Yes. Just be in these positions you didn't think the human body could be in. So, I'm sure he's got some really advanced yoga.
The technical gap up to front here, so he's going to have to switch onto the rear wheel, and he's got to kind of go around that block to get in between those 2 yellow gates without touching his pedal on that edge. Yeah, he's got it. Come on. Why did we doubt him? The biggest issue is that this is the way everyone's running out of time. He's just asked for the time there, but I think he's out.
He's out of time. Yeah, again,
you only have 2 minutes to get through these sections, and not quite doing it. Yeah, getting through that 4B gate.
See, if they get through, if they just get through that next part there, they'll get 10 points. So they're putting all the effort in for 2 gates and not getting the points because they're running out of time. Yeah. So still to play for here. So Benito with the hook, just This is so easy there. Also riding the clean carbon bike.
Yeah, mixed opinions on whether to ride carbon and aluminium. Lots of riders are going over to carbon now because you can put a lot more power down into it. There's less flex through the bottom bracket when you're doing these big, powerful jumps.
But your body takes a lot of the impact rather than the frame, so there's not a lot of give, really. So that'll be Jonas Fredriksson, I believe, from Germany. Yep, it is cool. You can see him here on the concrete jungle. Let's see how far he's quite a fast rider. He's got a good pace on him.
You need to get through this. The issue is that the faster you go, then you can compromise on some of your control. So it might be a case of like, look, let's just speed up to try and get through that gate 4, which is that round, very thin pipe that we've seen a few riders attempt. But
happy balance.
You don't want to speed through too much because you can make mistakes which cost you points.
So Jonas here on the concrete jungle for Germany. I think there's probably about 3 German riders competing in the 20 today. And Jonas runs his own school as well here, so a lot of the riders will be going through Jonas's trial school. He's used up a lot of time composing himself there.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to get those.
Yeah, I don't think so, but maybe he'll prove us wrong.
So here's the issue. In this corner here, there's 3 gates they have to go through, or 3 partial gates, to get just 10 points. It's a lot of energy.
Yeah. So we can see here, so this will be 4A.
Yep.
So he's now on to the next. So he's got his 30 points. So he's got 4A, but he's got to go through 4B and then C to get another 10 points. And this is where not many of the riders are getting past. But we proved wrong.
So that's 4B.
So
he's not going to have time to do C. Yeah.
He already knew. He's just down and he's like, right, I'm going to keep those 30 points.
It can be really difficult as well to know how much time you've got left in a section. These riders, because they've done more and more competitions, they build up a tolerance to it. But that you will sometimes see them ask the observer, they'll just say, time please. And the observer will say like 20 seconds. And then that gives them enough knowledge to know, right, should I put my power trying to get this move?
It will separate the rest, because I know when I compete, I just don't like to know, I just want to ride. You know, just, don't think about the time, but some of these guys really need to know.
Sometimes it really spurs you on. If you know you can get out of the section and get those points, you will go for it. But they've got to keep themselves in good condition, because they've got to do 15 today. It's effectively 15.
Yeah.
Well, it's 5 sections, but 3 times over.
And you think they're only doing 2 minutes per section to 5, so it's 10 minutes each lap. That's it. It's just, you know, they're riding for about 30 minutes.
Close up of Eloy's bike there. Look at that.
Yeah, the Comas Trials bike there.
Well, Eloy, there's a lot of riders to get through. I think there's probably a rider in the section, so he's just having another little look. He's probably already been through this section once before, but he wants to just double check it, because any opportunity to get those extra points.
The rock and reel section, I like this one. I must say the artwork on this is very cool too, very Scottish. One of them is like, give us a stunt, give us a trick.
He's currently quite low down. I mean, he's 9th at the moment, but it's quite hard to tell in those scoring where he is actually sitting. He might have had a puncher and then might have had to, come back.
The guys at the top there may have gone one more course than him.
Exactly.
So, let's see.
It's very confusing to see Eloy. Well, he's moved up to 6 now, but he should definitely be in those top 6.
So here you can see through the rope the imaginary
Look
walls.
how tight that is, because obviously
Yeah, because I think they can have a little bit of tyre go over, but not an axle. Well done, Eloy there.
Yes, the axle is the defining definition of what can go over or into another gate.
And they'll only get the points through the gates once both axles have gone through the gate. And that's the wheel axles.
You might see these little bits of rope that Matt and I are referring to. They're not decorative. They are actually part of the section. They are not allowed to cross their axles over that. If they cross an axle over that, that is actually an instant 5. So
making it that little bit more difficult.
It could be a tiniest of error, but that could end their ride for their section. And when you're competing to make the finals tomorrow, every point counts. Eloy
here, obviously from coming back, as we mentioned earlier, from an injury, but also dealing with some other things, who was a recovered from a World War II grenade that went off in his hand.
Yeah.
That is a true fact there. Oh, Eloy's. Yeah, very. As the you can hear the Spaniards there probably through.
Spanish riders do get very passionate. Trials biking is a very big sport in Spain. In the same way that you might see a skate park in the UK, they will have trial parks within Spain.
I hope nobody understands the Spanish there, but we do apologise for anything that may have offended anyone. We can see now.
There is a lot of Spanish riders who've wanted to make it to this competition. It's only the best that can make it. There is a huge.
Look at this. He just didn't. His back wheel didn't quite get there. He tried to recover it, and he was just, I'm not going to jump off the bike.
So what happened there? When he was on an angle, it fitted, but as soon as he straightened the bike out, the cotton reel's too small, and you're talking about inch precision, probably even less than that, centimetre precision between slipping off or having the friction to be able to pop
and
up.
maybe those tyres are still a bit wet. So Will Ackley now, again on the rock and reel section. Great
Will Ackley
Britain.
from Team GB.
So I think we've got four, there's actually 4 20-inch riders for Team GB today. A few more chances, but I think he's just getting penalised from the observer there. Did he go over the rope?
There's another gate there. You can't go through another gate. I think that's what he's now looking at. So Will was only allowed to go, any of these elite riders are allowed to go through the yellow gates. Very important. They leave the gates up from the semi-final junior that we had yesterday, the women's elite, and that is actually somewhat intentional because it makes it harder for our elite riders. They can't. Yeah, I think his rear axle just went through that gate.
That's what he's going to call, or he's not made the decision. Now he's made the decision.
Yeah.
That's a bit strange. That it took the observer some time because nothing changed. So I'm a bit sceptical on that one, but okay.
Shows you how easy it is.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the observer says goes, just like a referee.
Is final.
So that's interesting how it took him a few seconds there. But okay, next rider coming through. You can see here
Browning from Journey.
The rock and reel section again. So we will see lots of riders have different approaches. Some of them will like to land on their back wheel first, some on the front. Again, there is no wrong or right answer.
Yeah, it's almost, I guess the comparison, it's almost like if you combined mountain biking with rock climbing. This is possibly where you might end up.
Yeah, or if you sort of like parkour, but don't like to get your hands or feet wet or dirty. You know? Yeah, really, really interesting. And let's see their approach through here. Really tight. You can see he's got his body weight so far forward, he doesn't want to fall back. He's got rope avoiding him from going too far to the side. He's going to try and hold it. So that's one dab. He won't get the points for that section. Sorry, for that gate.
What's difficult, though, is that rock is really quite angled. So there's not many points where you can put the bike and it's going to stick.
Yeah, and he's going to have to compose himself, get back on the bike. So that's one more. There's one more penalty, but he wasn't getting points anyway. So he's used two dabs there, as we call them. He's really trying to get the bike in position. That's a third dab, so that'll be three.
His pedal went down as well, so I don't know if they're counting that. See how many fingers the observers are holding up, and that's how many penalty points he'll have.
Yeah, I'm on the screens there. We can. Yeah, so he did get 4. So if he puts 1 foot down, even to compose himself, that's a 5. He'll be out.
Yep.
It doesn't even need to crash fully. He can just put 1 foot down because he's.
So another way of looking at dabs, or putting a pedal down or something, it's kind of like a lifeline. You get up to a maximum of 5 before you have to finish the section.
Yeah.
You could use all of those at the very beginning. You could say, look, that first obstacle is really big and tricky. I don't want to attempt that. You can use loads there and then complete the rest of the section. Or you can do them wherever you want to do it. Individual rider preference.
Back with the powerful Austrian rider, Thomas Petkacker. We sometimes call him Arnie, you know. Yeah. He's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of trials. And you can see making his way through this log section, the leafless woodland.
Just put technical foot down there.
That's all right. That was good. He needed to.
Very high up. Look how high up you are on a very slim obstacle.
Those logs are right. He's got to ride along.
You can see, just get off that as quick as you can.
Yeah, he didn't ride along 2 wheels, back wheel.
Momentum is your friend. Bang, 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 go.
Absolutely. It's going to help with time. So let's see how he's getting on here. I'm not sure what he's got for time just yet, but he's making good pace of this. Really nice pedal up there.
Through that very well.
Known for his big bunny hops, Thomas is. We do bunny hops in trials, just not as commonly known to see. They do prefer to fit some pedals in there.
Yeah, he's always run a little bit more of a slightly upright bar and stem combo, just to allow for that.
Yeah, he's making good time generally through here. Let's see, just a few more gates. Straight up, next gate.
That's what we mean by the power.
Yeah, we might see Thomas get to the end here. Come on, let's see him. Let's go, let's go.
Some riders will have more of a technical ability because their power is lacking a little bit. Tom will just generally go for the bigger moves. Look at that, with switch to the rear.
Yeah, so he's gone to the front there. Look at that, through the gate, last one, little tweak.
This time I think he just finished on time
so
now.
That was, was that just the last? So if the gate number 6, yeah, so for gate number 6 to actually get the points, they have to go through the final gate, but then also through the finish line. So they can't just go through the gate and get the 10 points. They've got to get to the very end. So look at that. Just tap the front wheel on the way up there. Lovely little
Grip
technique.
of the tyre really well held there. The body weight's just a little bit out. You're not going to hold it, but...
Look at that switch as well. Really well done.
Gapping through up to front, switching through to rear, and away he goes. You see there that now that is experience there. There was a little bit of a wobble, so he knew just to power through that and just get through that.
Just and a little tweak, almost like a little tabletop.
If he tried to compose himself, he could have fallen off, so you don't want that.
So back onto the log section here, the leafless woodland, I've started calling it now. I think I'm trying to come up with some cooler names than just section 3 and 4, so the leafless woodland.
Yep.
Who have we got? Well, he's riding a Jitsi aluminium bike here.
I was just riding Dinan Evenius
from the Netherlands. You can see there, lovely, liking the colour coding here as well. Some riders really put on their best possible outfits here.
Yeah, so usually like a...
it's gone on that log, all on his back wheel then as well.
Yeah, speed is key there. I mean, some riders would like to do it on 2 wheels. I think 2 wheels would be me, but of course, if you put 2 wheels down, that's potentially 2 points of failure. So doing it on the rear wheel, it can be a bit more energy zapping to keep hopping on the rear wheel, but you can get out a lot quicker. Oh, just slipping on that. So what's made that particular obstacle difficult, we saw the GB rider Adam Moore would struggle with this earlier, is that it's the face of that log. It just wants to kick the bike out at the wrong angle. So it's not like going up it straight, it's trying to throw you in a different way. And we saw Thomas Pekkaker just power through it, but I think he was able to power quite high up the top there.
And this is, obviously this sort of sport looks very different for you guys. You'd be like, oh, I haven't got a bike like that. It's like, well, no, actually, if you have any bike, you can kind of give it a go in your garden. Yeah,
many of the pioneers of bike trials, at least within the UK, began on mountain bikes.
Yeah, and you can just get your bike out. One of the first things you could try is try and stay in the same spot without getting off your bike.
Yeah, that's called a track stand. You'll see a lot of the riders when they start the section, there's Alejandro Montalvo.
Yeah, and even if you wanted to actually learn some of this, I must say one of my close friends and a fantastic rider as well, you could type in Super Rider TV on YouTube, and you can actually learn a lot of these moves from his channel there. He's sort of teaching through the sport, so I must give a shout out there to Aaron Luzzi from Super Rider.
This is Alejandro Montalvo from Spain, gives a smile for the camera there. He's always consistently within the top.
Yeah, you won't see him smile till it's over. I'll say that now. You won't see Alejandro smile until the end of the competition. He's very focused rider, really serious, always in the zone.
He's ranked #1 in the UCI World Standings, but he's still after that elite rainbow jersey. He's won it at junior level, but not in the elite. So I'll be very excited to
out of 300.
Go for that.
Excellent performance from the
He's currently third in the standings, but it's quite hard to see from the semi-finals. Remember, these is just the qualifying for tomorrow's finals. So you want to place him in top 6. It would be, well, I don't want to curse anything, but he should be qualifying for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm still trying to grasp there the commentator's curse. We must be careful.
Look at in our top 6 ranking. Charlie Rolls is currently in the top ranking to qualify for tomorrow, followed by Borja Canejos. Then we've got Alejandro Montalvo in 3rd. He's currently in the section now, the rider that we're seeing on screen now. Ryoga from Japan.
Yeah, good to see the Japanese riders up there as well in the top, because they are so stylish. It's so nice to watch. But
yeah, Diego Crescent is in the 5th position, and Eloy Palau, also from Spain. Very Spanish-dominated sport, has a lot of origins within Spain. A gentleman by the name of Ott P, who very much popularised it, and a lot of these riders will be descendants of Ott P. I'm sure he'll be watching somewhere. Big shout out to Ott.
yeah, big shout out to Ott P. I hope you're listening. So Alejandro here on our rock and reel section number 5. Pretty quick through that so
Very
far.
light work, look at that.
Yeah, and he's also now riding a brand new Play carbon bike, riding for the Spanish store Trial Bikes.
He's adapted to it incredibly well because he was in on a fully aluminium bike, and aluminium is a lot more of a flexible material, and especially in these
A little bit more forgiving, right? That's what I want to say.
Yeah, when you drop off big obstacles, and an aluminium bike is a bit better on the body. Carbon, you generally feel everything.
Yeah, is that why the youngsters are on the carbon?
So.
Maybe not. Well, Benito rides
Benito's on
a carbon, so yeah,
Made
we'll
of
see.
magic, that man.
Well, let's see, Alejandro. He's making a little gap there. Now, he can rest the front wheel because that's his tyre, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
you can see slight angle compared to Eloy from earlier.
Yeah, Eloy struggled with that.
But they're on the same team, and Eloy may have turned to him and said, despite them competing, he said, hey, listen, get a little angle on there, because you might want to win, but they still are part of a team.
Yeah, so you just put a bash plate down there so you can just see the observer put a thumb up there to basically say that, yeah, that's a penalty point.
You won't get the 10 points for that one, but he's getting through very quickly near to the end. There he is. And that's one of the first riders we've seen get completely to the finish there, very quick. He still won't be happy he didn't quite get full points there. He just dropped a penalty on the last gate. So that should be 50 points there for Alejandro.
Yes, good work. Yeah, my co-host Matt briefly mentioned about Alejandro and some of the other Spanish riders coming together. Trials is quite a shared sport, so many of the nationalities will train with one another. They're all sort of quite close friends, but it does get a little bit competitive once we are in the arena, I will say that.
Yeah, most of the riders here who are best mates actually just compete against each other. It makes it more exciting, and a lot of these guys, especially the Spanish, they train together. But look at Alejandro just hopping through those gates, so easy. Now we have Mr. Samuel Hlavati, or Levitati, as we like to call him.
From Slovakia.
Slovakian
national champion.
He has been the Slovakian national champion for many, many years now. I want to say more than 5 or 6 years. So he's the top rider from Slovakia.
This is a tricky... We've seen a lot of riders take a bit of time on this rock, because when he's going to probably land his front wheel in, there we go. The issue with it, you don't want to stay on it for too long. Because of the angles, it can throw the bike unpredictably. So you just want to get there, hold, go.
So he's making it through here nice and calmly. Very, very calm and relaxed rider, and just a relaxed person as well. Super chill. Super chilled guy.
If you just tuned in, this is the 20-inch World Championships of Bike Trials. Semi-finals, they're going to be qualifying for the finals that will be here tomorrow live in Glasgow Green. We will also see the finals of the Junior 20-inch, Junior 26, Women's Elite, and of course, these 20-inch, and then later on the 26-inch wheel.
You guys are being absolutely spoiled. We're one of the first times we're covering the semi-finals here, so it's a long day for the riders here. But it's really good for us to be able to bring you the semis as well as the finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be really heated, because riders in this point will want to be careful and cautious, being mindful of their points, seeing where they are in the leaderboard to get their qualification place. And tomorrow is where the I was about to say big moves happen tomorrow, but it's big moves happening today.
These are big moves today, man.
For reference, just look at some of the observers in the sections next to... Oh, there we go.
He's out of time there. But yeah, absolutely. Just to understand that cartwheel there is probably about...
Scottish Thistle on it, look at it, yeah.
It's probably about 6 foot high, and the riders will be jumping up onto that, hooking it, getting up and over.
It's magic.
So let's look at Sam's
there's that rock.
silky
really
technique.
Composed on. No correction hops, bounce, go. You don't want to spend too long on these precarious rocks. This was throwing a lot of people.
Carefully placed. Look at that.
Centimetre precision, look at that.
Yeah, they're landing with like 5 centimetres of...
And the tyres aren't flat. There'll be an optimum pressure for each of the riders. They want the perfect balance of being too flat. You don't want too flat because, of course, you can get punctures. You'll lose spring if the rim hits into the obstacle. You don't want them too hard because you're not getting the benefit of the tyre.
No. So now we've got Rasmus Linden from Sweden right now in our rock and roll section. Rock and reel, sorry. You can see him just behind the little rock there, composing for...
Not a little rock, man. It's quite a big rock.
It said Lidl, I said. It said Lidl on it.
Lidl, one of the sponsors, for
today's trials. So that really tricky... I mean, it's like a little tunnel. Very difficult with those imaginary walls with that rope there. So he's got to
front hub cannot go over that rope.
Oh, just got there then.
Might be difficult from our angle, but the observer says it's fine. That's okay.
It's a tough job out there for the observers.
We are in Glasgow Green, of course, within Glasgow. If you are nearby, please come on down. This is an entirely free event. It's starting to pack out with people to come and see. We're here today, and of course the finals will be held tomorrow. You can see some other ramps in the background, so there'll be some of the other disciplines, BMX, flatland BMX that took place yesterday, the World Championships for that. So do check that out on iPlayer to see the coverage of that. Some fantastic disciplines that have taken place here across the weeks here in Glasgow.
So we can see Rasmus here making his way through section number 5, our rock and reel section, but I think maybe out of time.
Out of time, I think.
Yeah, we're not seeing that too many riders fully completing these sections, which just means they've probably made the level that much harder this year.
It's very difficult to set these sections, and a big thanks and respect for the section setters, because you can't really get anyone to test them because these are the best riders. You can't get a world's best or someone to come in and test them because they're going to be here.
Yeah, and you never know how the course will go until the end of the competition. So
yeah.
There's no like Ninja Warrior stuff where they'll test the course. No. So this is build the course. Obviously they'll test it for...
Don't want it too easy because it then becomes a game of consistency, and then it's a bit frustrating for the riders. I think they would rather be challenged in this way than have the sections too easy.
Because then all it's going to be down to, if we must probably add that if a rider ends up on the exact same points, they will then be based off the person that wins will be the one that completed it the quickest.
Or possibly most cleans, I believe.
And also that, it all depends on those 2 factors there. So we've got French rider.
Yeah, Africa back now. France. Quite a young rider. This would probably be his first year in the elite. So I believe he's born in 2004, so he's going to be 19 possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be his first year. So
some of you will look at the 20-inch trials bike and think, well, are those kids' bikes? No, they're not. These are the men's elite. It's just a preference whether you ride a 20-inch wheel or a 26-inch wheel. 26-inch is very good for rolling power moves. We'll see that later on this afternoon here at Glasgow Green. That'll be the stream that takes place after this 20-inch semi-final. The 20-inch is very good for static moves and getting into really tight, nifty places on the section.
Riding slightly, he's probably the only rider here on a TMS bike, French brand.
Yeah.
So there are a few different companies and brands out there. Very niche, obviously quite a niche sport, but there are plenty of options for these guys on what bikes they want to ride.
Yeah, lots of different setups and choices. If you've only just tuned in, you might be like, well, I've come to watch cycling. Where's the saddle? Where's the seat? And these bikes, of course, don't really need them because they're hopping. There's really no time to sit down or no particular.
Can you imagine if it did have a seat? We'd have a lot of injuries, wouldn't we?
We say that actually, but there will be a rider tomorrow who has a seat on his bike.
Oh, that will be another story. So do tune in for tomorrow. There will be a, yes, I forgot about that. That's going to be
very rare in competition.
Extremely rare. So
in competition format, the bikes are very much set up to get the most ability out of the rider and the sections. So being able to dive your way into the front, move all your weight around the bike. Look, you see the...
he's just fived it there. I think he's gone over the... Couldn't quite see. I think he need to go over the tape there. The sun is getting really bright now, which is a really positive thing, I must say. So we've got Adam Morwood now.
Team GB.
Team GB.
Makes very light work of getting up that barrel. Look at that.
He's a Jitsi Trials rider. As you can see, this will be one of the only times you don't see Adam wearing a Jitsi top. I'm sure it's part of their contract. So you can see through the barrels.
They're very big in moto trials as well, but they could give a lot of support for this sport and in terms of the bikes that the riders get to have here. Because it's a very niche sport. There isn't the numbers and volumes of people, say, mountain biking or road biking. So to invest in some of these specific bikes, we are very grateful for them.
Yeah, and a lot of these riders are self-funding themselves.
Yeah.
You know, they've brought themselves here. They've brought themselves here out of their own pocket just because they love the sport and they're passionate.
Riders coming all the way from Australia to compete in this. It's great they can compete in a world championships.
So here we can see this was really tricky for Thomas early on. I'm really interested to see how Adam's going to attack this, because the back wheel is resting on it too, so they can't hang, is what we would call it. They want to hang with their front wheel gripping.
But that back wheel is actually making it more difficult because
look,
he's
really I really don't know how they're going to get through this one.
Yeah, because when we saw Thomas try and switch it, the issue is that the back wheel is resting, so you can't get the full hang and flex of the forks. You use the forks as basically a gigantic spring. Spring the bike up, the bike and your body upwards.
They do put a lot of stress on these bikes. So I'd probably say they go through bikes more than some of the other disciplines, perhaps. But you can see Adam with his lovely hook. Textbooks riding.
Very poised, precise rider.
Yeah.
Doesn't really go...
See, look, that's where the back wheels, front wheel's not gripping, so he had to jump off. If that, if that beam was slightly further back...
Very good work on the section setup.
Yeah, I must say.
This is what we like in trials. We do like an obstacle. That
I think... so here we have the Japanese rider.
Ryoga.
Ryoga's a really, really stylish rider. Makes some silky moves.
Yeah, and he's within reaching distance of that top 6. So it's only the top 6 riders who will qualify for the final spot tomorrow. We've just seen in the section where Adam Morwood was. That's moved around quite a bit. Yeah. It's quite difficult for you guys watching at home because of a lot of riders going at once. There's 37 20-inch riders who are within these 5 sections right now. So the scores are updating all the time. It's whoever has the most points. And Charlie Rolls, his name, of Great Britain, has been quite near that top for quite some time. So really hoping, I think that does put him in good stead to qualify tomorrow.
This is just the qualifiers, so it actually doesn't mean, obviously only the top 6, as you can see there, just as of now, only the top 6 will make it through, but that will change. That is the current ranking right now.
Oh yes, Ryoga's done it.
He's actually done it. Ryoga's just done it. He made it look
like shorter than someone else's because it made no effort of that.
He's on a Krukers. It's actually slightly longer.
Yeah,
but maybe that's what helped, because he might have got the hang round just slightly. So we have seen it been done. It's not impossible.
Unless he was on both edges perfectly. If he had perfectly on the top edge and the back edge, that would possibly give
the Japanese have been known to be
for a side up here.
Bit of the perfectionists. Look at that. Beautiful work from Ryoga there. So he's just casually making it through. I think
he's our only Japanese rider in the 20-inch discipline. So.
Yeah. Let's see. He's got another approach onto the beam. He's only got... Oh, he's 5'd it. He just hit his front wheel as he's gone up. That's probably a bit of a shock for Ryoga there, but great effort. Lovely smile at the camera there. Thanks, Ryoga. Yeah, he is such a happy chap.
You can see how much that the final 3, or even the bottom 4 of the standings is moving.
Oh, we love a side up there. Look at that. Keeping that balance, making it look easy. As we say, it only looks easy because these guys spend so many hours doing this. You have to be so patient with this sport.
That barrel, yeah, is very tall. two of those barrels.
2 of those barrels is taller than us, Tom.
I was about to go to sizes, but size doesn't really matter when you get that big. It's just absurd. Do come on down and see these. You can just look, compare it next to the observers, the size of the obstacles that are
and especially on small bikes, it just make it that much more difficult. So,
yeah.
Right, lovely hook into the next gate there.
We've got Lorenzo Castellanova from Italy.
Oh, Lorenzo is up. So another youngster, he's only 21 years old. So you can see, as we mentioned, there's a big different ages here today.
Very nice on that barrel section there. Obviously, the barrels, the whiskey Scottish theme we've got going on here, with taking place in Glasgow, of course. Some of the other sections you'll probably be able to see later on have other sort of Scottish features and references here. Very blessed to be able to be holding the World Championships, UCI cycling of every discipline within cycling here in Scotland, in Glasgow.
So back to this was the really technical gate here, which is catching people out. You can see this, yeah, again, he's got his back wheel on the barrel, his front wheel with that beam, but because of the length of the bike, it's just not gripping or hooking.
That barrel is just throwing everyone out.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. That'll be a bit different for the 26 will probably be okay there.
Good ride, Lorenzo, well done. Represented in Italy there. Good work.
So only an hour and a half now, about an hour and a half through the
Credit to that section setter. He's sitting somewhere, having a nice little quiet giggle to himself, like, yes, that works. But that's what we want in trials. We want moves like that, that if that was just a straight upright beam, you would do what's called a static hook. And sometimes there's a little bit of pressure, of too many static hooks within a section. We like to see variation and different riders' abilities getting through these technical sections. It is a very technical discipline, a bit like rock climbing, I guess, in that you have to map your route, you have to navigate your way around the course before you go and ride it.
But even then, you can make the plan in your head. Once you're there, it could all change. So this is Diego from Italy now. Ran out of time as well on that concrete jungle. We
haven't seen many people get past gate 4, yeah.
They're really struggling to get.
4B, but we haven't seen anyone go over that round portion.
What about 2/3 of the course? My fractions may be off, but
yeah,
about 2/3 of the course there that they're just getting through.
Yeah, 4 out of 6, I make that's 2/3, yeah.
Yeah, stabbing at this maths here. My maths teacher would be proud. Right, so this Swedish rider here is actually riding a dual disc. No front rim brake, as we said. They've got a dual disc Jitsi bike.
Yes, Ludvig Andersson from Sweden here. Just trying to keep as much speed in this section as possible. You see what he did there, so he was going very upright to get through that gate. Reason being is if his front axle went around those gates, you've got to imagine them like imaginary poles going upright, and the axle must go in between the gates. Otherwise, it's an instant 5 and you have to finish the section. One
of our younger riders as well, Ludvig, is only 19 years of age, so this will be his first elite.
Yeah, real difficult sections here, so it'll be interesting to see how far he gets within this section. This is
slight different approach. Didn't go for the higher block, so he's gone for the up to that. Again, it's a lot of different approaches for many different riders.
It's so scary, that, because it's you have to make the gap bigger to ensure you don't land on a rounded part where you could potentially slip out, but he makes very light work of it.
Posing themselves again. Let's see how far Ludvig will go. You've got to take these breaks so they can carry on, but if they break for too long,
Yeah.
They're just going to lose it.
We haven't seen anyone get through this section.
No, I know
top riders get through this, but
chatting to some of the riders myself, they often actually only allow themselves less than 10 seconds break. They'll count.
Wow.
They'll say, I cannot have more. If I feel like I need it, I'm just going to go. But
some sort of song in their head they can just mentally.
Yeah, maybe we'll write one.
Half of Happy Birthday.
Okay, so first gate of number 4. So he's got 30 points so far, but let's see how far he can get.
Oh, Ludwig Anderson, come on, switch. Yeah, hold on the front
Oh,
wheel.
lovely
Very
couple
nice.
of front hops to recover himself there.
He knows he's not going to
He
get.
knows he's out of time, so he's just going.
So he's done that wonderful hook, the gap to front, and unfortunately you don't get the points for that. That is the reality of this section.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're going for that gate. A bit of practice just to keep them on their toes. But you can see there the current rankings on the right side. As usual there, the Spaniards dominating, who also won the speed trial there.
So this is really that bodes very well for him because he's right foot forward, meaning that he's less likely to clip his pedal as he goes around the corner of that block there, gap into front. But makes light work of it anyway. Sadly, doesn't get the points for that because it's part of a series of gates that make up gate 4. There's 6 gates within every single section.
I think they've actually added more gates than usual today, haven't they? As we saw on some of the barrel section, there's gate A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, so it's like a sub-gate. You get 10 points for passing each gate. There is 6 gates within each section. So the best score is 60 points. And to be honest, we haven't seen a lot of 60 points today. I don't think we've seen any.
No, but that'll be the same for most riders. You get some competitions that they'll be going through, getting maximum points, and everyone will be focusing on time. But I think here, the guys are going to really focus on getting the score.
Sun just poking through the clouds here now, and that's going to be...
I feel it on my face.
Yeah,
yes.
Marty Riorora from Spain is going to be loving that. That's going to remind him of home, I'm sure. Spanish, fantastic hook. Very Spanish-dominated sport trials. They very much lead the field here. It would be very unrare to see.
Well, other than
Spanish
26,
not making podiums,
as you see, other than 26, which you'll see later on this afternoon, where the current world champion is British, and
You can see how close the scores are in the current ranking to the right of your screen. 20 inch is always a very competitive discipline. We've had, I think it's 5 different champions across the 5 different championships. So it's never one dominating player. It's very neck and neck to the very end.
Even the last 6 years has been a different world champion each time, and it's all to play for. One simple mistake, one simple slip. You can see Andrew Chai there for GBs, the 3rd oldest competitor here, actually. I don't know if he knows that, but I'll remind him later.
First loudest. He likes to make a good
yeah, some of you may have...
or scream.
Yeah.
When he gets a move. Look at how textbook hook.
He'll be one of the arena commentators for tomorrow's finals. See, you're going for that. Look how tricky that turn is. I must say, quite a lot of riders have made that look like...
Left foot forward, so they've had to really swing around it, because if their front foot hits, that's a penalty point.
Here we are.
Mr. Charlie Rose, Team GB.
From the Bike Trial Academy in the UK, in Cambridge.
He is a firm fan favourite because of his real stylish, bouncy...
He's a bit of a shower, yeah, a showmanship rider, as I should say. He loves a demo, he loves a show, he loves the crowd, and he is a crowd favourite for sure. Yeah. I really want to see...
Look how easy he makes that.
Yeah, I really want to see Charlie get those 40 points now. So
Charlie has been world champion in junior sort of levels, but not at elite level. He's really, his game of riding is really, really good in the past few years. He's getting into sort of podium positions now, and he's in home soil. You know, in Scotland. He's not too far from his home in Cambridge, where his own Bike Trial Academy, where he educates and helps some of the youngsters getting into the sport in the GB. So he's a very busy boy, very busy man.
His dad's actually a Moto Trials champion.
Yeah.
So. But let's see. I'd really want to get Charlie.
Yeah, I want to see him over this, if he can do this. What's he? We can't know what he's like for time, but he's going to give it a good stab. Look at all the run-up he's using. So the observer's making sure he's not putting a handlebar in that little...
Yeah, they're really observing here. Come on, Charlie. Get up there. We
Right,
can't
that's a good
see
tester.
time yet, but just a bit more push, Charlie. Come on, go.
Front wheel over, get those points. It's such a slippy.
He's got about 30 centimetres to get the 40 points, and I think that's time.
Time now.
He's gutted, see? I mean, good effort there. See, Charlie got a lovely, get a little thumbs up from Charlie. Not shy of the camera, this man.
Yep, speaking of trials being self-funded, he rides in between his day job as a farmer.
Spending hours and hours in the tractor, and then suddenly just getting on the bike. I really, really was hopeful for that. I must say, if Charlie's not getting that, who will?
I think,
Look at that, see, slipping down. Just
personally as a rider, he'll be upset, but I don't think he's going to be upset with his score so far on qualifying. He looks very firmly near the top of the qualifying, so I think he's really enjoying it. We're very thankful for the weather. This could have been an entirely different trial had the rain come out. Many of the riders were glued to the weather app last night. We had a bit of rain overnight, so we've had a bit of damp grass, but I'm sure it's very much drying out now.
which is really picking up too. I'm starting to get the heat going.
See some of our fans there very much enjoying the spectacle. Come on down. This is a free event in Glasgow Green in Glasgow. It's seeing some of the world's best. They are the world's best.
The crowd's
World Championship of Trials.
Crowd's really picking up now. I think everyone's out of beds and realising the sun is out. There's coffee, there's food, there's drinks. There's even a bar here, I heard. So come on down, guys. Just on the Glasgow Green.
You can also have, I believe Scottish Bike Trail actually having it's entirely free, but they have a go of these bikes. So they'll have trials bikes for the general public to come along and see what they're like. You know, how do they ride in comparison to a normal bike? Can you have a go yourself, ride over some obstacles? They've got their own little obstacle course with bikes, free of charge. Come on down, so you can see what this sport is all about and how difficult this is.
You see from that shot as well, that lovely UCI logo on section 1 from the an aerial height there.
I think it's quite cold for a couple of the riders there. See that beam at the very bottom of the screen? There's two riders there wearing jackets. I know for a fact they're Spanish riders, and look, they're wearing their jackets. Height of British summertime.
The sun might be out, but the temperature's picking up though. So there's Alejandro there, just keeping warm. As we said, there's quite a few riders. There will be one rider per section as we go through this. So there'll be queues, they'll be waiting to get their turn. Into our rock section here now. So he's gone through the gate, and that's absolutely allowed. He's gone through the gate and jumped off backwards, so that's absolutely fine. No penalties there.
This is Lucien Lesher of Switzerland. Come on, Lucien. We'll see him on the right-hand side of the current ranking. He's at 12th in this semi-final, score of 200 points. It's a really difficult trial. I would say we're probably around midway now. We've seen some of the riders go through multiple times. The maximum score, if they got through all of these sections clean, very nice hook there. The maximum score is 900 points. They can get 300 points a lap.
Which we can probably, as we can tell now, no one's going to get 900 because there's the time's running out. We've seen some of the sections, they're not completing it. But they've got 3 chances per section. So when Tom says they've got 3 laps, they've got 3 laps. They've got, which means they've got 3 chances to actually get through. See him going to the rock sections now, flowing through. You can often see them sort of bounce, jump, and then the wheels just roll over as well. Lovely little move. So he's gone for that hook. Yes. Coming through. So he's obviously, you can sometimes hear them asking for the time. This will help them understand. Perhaps if he knows he's got lots of time, he's like, oh, I can have a little bit more of a break.
Some of the riders actually have their own little stopwatches. They strap around the handlebars, and they will set it themselves when they start the section.
Because that made me learn that apparently there are such a thing as a finger watch.
Finger watch?
That's for swimmers. That's what most of them are wearing on their handlebars.
Genius.
Absolute genius. So there you go. There's a little fun fact for you guys today. They're often using a finger watch on their handlebars.
Because in sections like this, when every second counts to be able to get a little bit further, a little bit more of a gate. Look, I mean, just look at the top 6. Even across the board, look, there's lots of wiggle room within the positions.
Let's see. You can see, just getting his composure there again, straight up to the next rock. Oh, just hitting the marker. They're so close. If they knock a marker out, that's also a 5 as well, we must say. And look at the height of that rock. I mean, that's taller than the observer, as you can see. He's looking up. Getting into position here to try and switch to that back wheel. There we go. And then just running out of time, unfortunately. So you can see the it's a German rider. Ben, it's Ben. I think it is Ben. I think it's Ben.
Born in from Germany, yeah.
So he's gone for the first attempt there on that rock here. It's a completely different approach now, because he's now going to have to go up.
Yeah, from an angle.
You see that?
A lot of people
Look at that. That's a very tough angle.
Yeah.
I would say that, you know, that's almost more difficult,
Risky.
really.
He could very easily hit the marker.
Exactly.
Done it.
If he's more comfortable with that, then that's fine with him. Whatever these riders feel most comfortable with is what they will do. Obviously, there's a risk factor involved here, but really they need to stay within their limits because there's not really second goes.
So he had to turn on that rock to come out of that specific gate to come down to ensure he gets those points. Couldn't just drop off the rock, so that makes it a little bit more technical, holding it on the rear wheel to then spin.
You can hear some frustration there in some of the riders as well.
Matt, you notice he's running a rear Magura. Haven't seen that for a while.
This is our first, do you know what? I think he's our only rider here today that has got the opposite of what is commonly known.
Go for the big hook now. We're going to see if that rear Magura is going to hold.
I am a fan of a rear Magura, I must say.
We're talking about the brakes on the bike, so he's got a disc brake on the front,
a
rim brake on the rear.
A hydraulic rim brake. Just happens to be that we all use the brand of Magura. Other brands are available, I'm sure.
Yeah, you might wonder, why are the riders just not running disc brake? Surely disc brake is a more superior brake. The issue in this discipline of trials biking is that the disc brake locks the wheel from the hub. It's more pronounced. We'll see it in the 26-inch later on. Let's see, get the replay there. We'll see it in the 26 later on, but basically when you lock the wheel at the rim, is a much more stable and solid braking surface. You don't want the wheel to move when you're on top of these big rocks.
And obviously, they make quite a bit of noise. So I know some riders who literally only ride discs because they ride in their garden and they've got to keep their neighbours happy. So there are plenty other contributing factors to this. But if you're just joining us again here today, we're at the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Glasgow, Scotland, for the Men's Elite 20-inch semi-finals, to see who's going to make it through to tomorrow's finals, with 37 total riders, 16 countries. Only 6 riders will make it through. And what countries will there be? We don't know. It could, you imagine, we won't have all of the same country because there's only a maximum of 3 or 4 riders per country right now. But let's see who's going to make it into that top 6.
Very nicely done. Smooth work through the section there.
And the sun is really coming out now. I mean, I was like, we're going to Scotland, I won't need sunglasses. Well, that was a silly thing to say, wasn't it?
This is what's been on everyone's minds with these trials riders. We've got a lot of different nationalities. Of course, a lot of the Spanish riders are very used to riding in very warm conditions. Some of the Team GB will only ride in sort of windy, quite wet conditions, because if they waited for good weather, then they would never get out and ride.
Yeah.
But we could not be asking for a better condition in this. Every rider will be happy with these conditions. The slightest amount of moisture, rain, you know, the mud will start churning up on the grass if it gets too wet. It's not a pleasant experience for these riders, so they can be very happy with it.
And the grass is going to add another element of difficulty here, you know. It's a little bit more bogged down. It might not roll quite as smooth as some of our concrete sections that we've had over the years.
Yep.
Maybe not quite as bad as Abu Dhabi, where there was sand.
I was just going to say, yes, he's up, yeah.
Nicely done. That was one of those through the end there as well. That rock is well over 6 foot high.
Yeah, it's a small rock.
Really nice to see the happiness through the riders there. Once they get there, that'll be a real big buzz there for the Italian rider.
Marco Bernardo loving that there. Good work.
Just checking out his scores, asking the observers. Yeah, so as you see, each time they get there to the section, they have to give their card to the observer, and the observer will then mark their score and then at the end they need to hand that in so that the officials can gather.
Very speedy work there, Marco.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, first
Did he bunny hopped it, yeah?
I think that was a bunny hop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bunny hop is because of the bar angle on a lot of these trials bikes. They're all set up for individual riders, but some riders like to have their bars very low down. The issue with that is it's very hard to pull up the front wheel, and a bunny hop is where you just wrench the bars up with just momentum. You're not using the pedal to assist it up.
Yeah, there's no pedal to really bring it up. So Alejandro now on the rock section, UCI ranked #1.
There is so much dexterity involved with everything trials. It's lots of brake control and skill, letting the rear brake on, off, giving a little kick of the pedal, putting the brake back on.
See him go for the hook now, making
very light
work.
Brakeless at the top there.
That was pretty stylish there. I think if we could, we would add extra points for styles, but we'll just keep that for ourselves, Tom, I think.
Alejandro's going to be eager to get himself in the lineup for the finals. We're hoping he makes finals. He's usually up within those top 6.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I say, a few of the Spaniards there are competing against each other there to see who will get in the top.
They are on very, very similar levels. Like it's anyone's game once it gets to the finals. As said, of the past 5 championships, we've had a different winner each time. It's not like the same rider every time. It is incredibly competitive in the 20-inch bike trials category.
Yeah, and you can see just by the current rankings there, all of the Spaniard flags within the top 5.
Come on, Alejandro, can you do this?
Oh, sorry, Benito Ross there as well, but so Alejandro now on this huge hook rock there. Here he is.
Will he do the big one? Come on.
So
he's got to walk up.
Still some time left.
Well, this is a different approach.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Wow, well done.
Don't need that massive run up at all. You can just come in from the side. Good work.
Doesn't it look more impressive when they go for the run up though, I suppose?
It's still big work to do that at the very end of the section, you know?
I think that's what they're going to try, and as each gate will get more and more difficult as they go through. Got a good turnout here on the crowd as well, especially a lot of the
once that knife pointy edge rock, switch through off the rock. Static hook, this is a move called static hook. It's going to spring off those front forks.
Look at that precision, and even like you can
another
see
static hook there just to ping through to the rear, and he just wants to get out of the section as fast as possible.
Look at that control.
Last gate.
Yeah. So this will be Louis Grill from Spain.
What's happened there?
He may have just been 5'd already.
Here's our concrete jungle section, number 3 that we're zooming over now.
I think, as we said earlier, a lot of people were getting some, but we have been corrected.
Yeah, so that round pipe on the right-hand side of the section, as you're looking at it, is actually section
5A.
Gate,
so
escape.
they are. These riders are getting through with the 40s and not quite so well. We've just been corrected over there. So thanks, thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. Seeing who's next up on the concrete.
Current ranking, we've got Charlie Rolls in first place with 350 points, then Alejandro Montalvo 340 points, and Borja Canejos of 330 points. So they're looking very good to be qualifying for our finals tomorrow. Louis Guillon of France of 270 points, Eloy Palau 260 points, and I believe that's Marta Riera at 260.
Yeah, still to play for. There is still time. As we say, only the top 6 will go through. Judging off on the points there, I'd like to think that we're slowly getting into the second laps perhaps here.
Arthur Cavagna of France in the section now. Young rider, this will be his very first elite competition.
And with the sun really beaming down on today, what a fine day it is for bike trials.
Big up to front this one here. You forget how easy some riders make it, you know. He's going for this.
It's got to be quick.
Big move right at the beginning of the section. In between those two flags.
Is he
very
going
nice.
to go for, which approach will he go for that next gate? So he's going upwards rather than on that really tall block that you can see. He's got to make his way up to that really big circular cylinder. It's just like adult Lego, isn't it? I think that's what it is. really
down
big.
to the lower rock, and then he's got a gap through this next portion here. Difficult because it's a further gap if you go near to the top, which is the safer part. He's going to go to the lower part. Yeah,
he's just kept it there as well. Really.
Only number 21 in the current ranking on the right-hand side, Arthur Cavagna of France, 150 points so far. That will update as he makes his way through the section.
Yeah, quite the youngsters. Really good to see quite a lot of the young riders.
Hook? Is he on the hook?
Oh, he's going to have to go for another attempt. This is really going to eat into his time.
Hook is a really quite an energetic move. You have to launch the bike up, slap it against the obstacle. He switched it to rear, but he's...
enough forward. He's chewing his time away here. Come on, get through this. He knows.
Each time you go for that is just such big effort on the body, mentally and physically.
Yeah.
Very good ride there, good work.
This will be a great experience for the young riders as well, you know, just for them to actually go in and compete with these. So let's see him here. Really kept it there, almost lost it and slipped. So see the hook attempt here. It's just not enough speed. You know,
not only is it technical moves, but they're quite high up as well. You do forget that when you're on top of the obstacle, which is, you know, above a metre, then gapping up to an obstacle that's about 1.5 metres high, and then you've got your head height on top. Your head's about, you know, 3 metres above the ground. It's not...
Jonas Christiansen for Denmark here.
In the log section. He loves logs.
He does love logs, doesn't he? I'm sure he overcome his fear of logs, but now he loves them. Yeah.
We'll explain more about that story later. Let him get through the section.
Let him get through the section first. But yeah, really technical rider, Jonas here. We always look for the cheeky and clever, creative ways through.
The smooth stuff makes
front to back there as well. As you see some riders going all like back wheel. Jonas there really using all on the back wheel along the log. Oh, beautifully done.
That log gets downsloped, so I think if you come onto 2 wheels, you're going to be accelerating on 2 wheels. And as I said, if you put 2 wheels down, that's 2 points of failure.
Yeah. You're better off on. It may look more impressive on the back wheel, but actually it's slightly easier.
Yeah.
You know? See him lining up for the next gate.
Yep, light work of that. Come on.
Yeah. It's also on the Maestro carbon bike. It's through that gate there. Gapping on down. Lining up for his following.
Time. He wants to. Time he's got left.
Needs to know.
They only have 2 minutes to get through these sections. So it's effectively 20 seconds per gate. It's not much time at all. And yeah, I think he knows he's
lost it there. Yeah, and you can see the rope just on the logs there. You see they are invisible walls. They cannot jump off to the side. They can't let their wheel fall over the side.
Yep, if an axle passes over that rope, even if the axle is in the air, that's the end of their ride. That could be at the very beginning of the section. Those ropes aren't decorative. They are part of the section.
Let's see here. See, lovely front to back.
I would say he's redeemed himself on logs. What we was alluding to at the beginning of this section, Jonas had a very bad crash on a log section, which someone got a very good candid photo of him crashing on the logs, and it's become a trials meme. So.
It's probably about 3 or 4 years ago now, but we still dig into Jonas.
He's done very well on these logs.
He loves a log. So. Back here, checking out the...
This was after lap 1, so this is the standings. So you have section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Charlie rolls on top there, 250 points.
Yeah, we've got over here Borjas there, not far behind him there on the first score there. You can see how close the scoring is here. GB rider there, Adam, in 14th place as well. We've got, they're only going to show us, hang on, we've got Karol Serwin there from Poland in the 20th position there, who's the main manager and owner of Life Cycle Trials. You can see we're moving over to next section. Just getting a real nice close-up of the bike there. You can see the rear disc and the tensioners there. They're bolt-through axles as well. Really advanced engineering there. Look at all the scuffs and scrapes. These bikes really get battered. They really do. And you can see the little bit of protection there. The crank set through the hair also changed the standard a few years ago, thanks to Krukers, with the whole bolt through.
AS 30 bolt.
AS 30. That's it. I just lost my mind there. Got it back. So
this looks like Arnaud Janin from France, speeding through very nicely on that first section. How's he going to attack this section?
23 years of age as well.
Through to 2, bouncing up to front. Here we go. Nice switch. Nice. He's not going for the tall option, I think. He's going to go for the little, smaller one.
I mean, some riders will be scared of heights, believe it or not.
Yeah. There. Turn around. Avoiding that little knobble that can... Oh, he's going around it. Taking a little breathe here. Nicely gapped up and done. Another gap here to do. Well done, good work. Makes very light work of that. Now, how will he approach the hook? Has he got the power and the emphasis for the hooks? Let's see. Oh, Jenny, come on. Can't quite see it there. No. I don't know if a pedal went down. You've just seen the observer put a thumb up. That basically means it's not a thumbs up to say good work, mate. That's a thumbs up to say that's a penalty point. So he's not going to get the points for that gate now.
Gate number 4, I think this one is. So he's just 5. His front wheel just caught as he tried to jump off there. Very, very simple thing to happen. That's
good work from the French rider, though, Arnaud Janin. These are very difficult sections. We are looking at the world's best world championships.
It doesn't get much better than these guys, I must say. No,
this is the 20-inch discipline we're watching now. It's a much more dynamic, quick style of bike. We'll be looking at the 26-inch wheel this afternoon in the semi-finals. They're competing for a place in the final, which will take place tomorrow here at Glasgow Green.
Yeah, so 37 riders, 16 countries, but only 6 riders will go through. This looks like Dominic Oswald for Germany there. Yep, that was a good guess from me. Here we go, making his way through our concrete jungle. Gone again for the lower option of our blocks, the Digger Lego. I'm not sure what else it's come from, but it does look like Lego. Okay, also onto the cylinders.
Very nice.
Will Dominic make it to our fifth gate? I mean, it's 5A, which means there's still going to be a B and C. So even if they get through that one, it's a pretty tough section. Would you say the toughest of the day so far?
Yeah, we focused on this one quite a bit, but no one has got over that, from what we can see, over that round bit. I mean, Charlie didn't do it, Alejandro didn't do it, and they're kind of like the top level of the riders to look up to. So, but
there's always surprises here in trials. Some of the underdogs really can make it through. Some of the youngsters, it's their first elite.
It is incredible, having ridden with some of these riders and some of the riders in the British scene, just how quickly they come from nowhere.
Yep, absolutely.
They'll be balancing on small stuff one day, and the next day they're just...
And some of them are only restricted by their age. Yeah. You know, they might be exceptionally good, but at 18 you still can't compete.
Well, Dominic, now Dominic's into this.
Here we are. This is what we've been waiting for.
Fifth gate. Can he do this? This is big move. We haven't seen anyone do this yet on this stream. Come on, Dominic. Using all the run-up that he can. Oh, yeah, that's a good tester. I think he's out of time.
Out of time too. Oh, man, this is... Oh, God, we need to get someone through this. Come on. I mean, I'm going to say now, most riders are on their second lap. So there will be some more attempts on this. You can see Dominic.
I wonder if they'll use it to inform for the final. You know, look at that and go, oh, that's a nice obstacle for the final. Who knows?
There's some gates here that are actually already made for the final, but they just won't go through them yet until tomorrow. But no, a completely different technique from Dominic there. He sort of went into a wedge and switched it here, and just not high enough.
Yeah,
I think they're so tired at this point.
You might see some other different colour flags around the sections. Our riders in the elite category are only allowed to go through the yellow flags. If they go through any other colour flags, they will get a 5 and have to finish their ride in this section. When I say a 5, that's not 5 points, that is 0 points. A 5 is their maximum allowed penalty points.
So this is now Diego for Italy coming through. Very powerful trials rider here.
I'm sure he's going to make light work of this hook, hopefully. He's getting all the run up, poison himself. Very easy.
Very nicely done. Yeah, Diego is actually in America as well this year and did extremely well in the elites in the North American Championships there. Now, getting up to section 4.
Sorry, there's actually Marco Bernaldo there. Yeah,
Marco. I always get them mixed up, so please do correct me, mate. Do correct me here. I'm always getting them mixed up. All right, so
and he set himself up into midway through gate 4. Gate 4 is made up of A, B, and C gates. They have to do all 3 of them to get their points.
This is 4C.
Yep, and then this is setting up for gate 5.
As again, running out of time. This is a really common thing for those riders.
You might look at this and go, well, why didn't he just get on the block to the right and then gap over to it? Well, the issue is the block to the right would have been set up from the juniors. If he goes through those gates, he'd get 5, so he must attack it from the floor. Yeah. There's a lot of creative problem solving that goes on in trials to think of the most optimum and best line. We've seen it today. What works well for one rider doesn't work well for another.
And they're all going to do what they feel comfortable with. If someone likes to easily stay on the front wheel and switch, or they're going to roll through. Again, completely what they're practicing, you know. Well, and the viewers who are just joining us again today, welcome to the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Glasgow, Scotland. We're currently giving you the men's elite 20-inch semi-finals. And what a fantastic day it is. That sun is glaring down. We're on the Glasgow Green here, so if you're in the area, come on down. It's absolutely free to come and check it out. You can even have a go, I think.
Yep, Scottish Bike Trial actually have their own demo selection of bikes, so you can see what these bikes are about, how do they differ from your own bike, and a little obstacle course. See how you get on. It's entirely free of charge to go. We have one of the elite pioneers of the sport, Benito Ross, in section for Spain, making light work of these logs.
I think I heard he had his own room for his medals and trophies.
I would not be surprised.
So going through our leafless forest here, lovely switch from Benito. Both wheels on that log. You can see how thin it is from this angle. He's probably going to stay on the back wheel through there. Lovely, lovely done.
So we're in the year 2023. Benito won his first World Championship in 2003 in Switzerland. 20 years riding at world level. This is an incredible rider.
He's officially our oldest competitor today.
And many of us look up to him, you know, will be descendants of people who got into riding because of him, who then it just cascades.
I know we still fanboy when we see him, Tom, even though he sees us and now knows who we are, which makes it feel very blessed, but still fanboying over Mr. Benito Ross.
Your comparison, this is almost like your Valentino Rossi of bike trials.
Yes, that's a very good one.
Yeah, he's that's what this man means to this sport.
And they're getting some encouragement there. I can hear the Spaniards screaming with the encouragement.
Yes, Benito, come on. Good work. You know it's big if Benito's having to take a few attempts to give that a go. He's really good for a nice, powerful, run-up, rolly move like that.
Really showing that he can still compete with the youngsters. Look at that. So you saw this tape around those logs. He couldn't go off to the side, so that was really well done by Benito. Making good progress in this course here. Straight through to the next one. Fantastic.
There we go. Great ride from Benito there.
Nice wave to the crowd as well.
He, in 2007, actually, the World Championships in Fort William, also in Scotland, he actually competed in both 20-inch and 26-inch categories. And then he won the 20, I believe, that year.
Which they can no longer do now. Right, can't do that, which briefly is because the course for 20 and 26 is now exactly the same. So they have to pick one wheel size and ride, whereas previously 20 and 26 were different. So it actually allowed the riders to then, and the other contributor is actually how it works out for prizes.
Of
course. Well, they've
Yeah.
actually split it up and raised it, so that's why they can no longer compete for both.
Yeah, so the 26 and the 20-inch used to be quite different in terms of abilities. You'd have to 26 would go much larger and they'd have much bigger sections, but now they've really bridged the gap. They ride the same sections.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see it from today. The points scoring, you'll see they'll be the same. So we can see now second lap, Charlie Rolls on 4:10, but it could be completely different for the 26-inch riders. So, oh, he's just come off to the side. He's going to have to go back up into the leafless forest again. So he's got to go from the bottom again. Second attempt here.
Yeah, Swedish rider. I'm just trying to get the name on the back.
Oh, is he going to save it? Look, so he saved it, and he took one. So that will be a penalty point, but just one. He's not going to get any points for this. So what he's going to do is use those lifelines, as you mentioned, Tom.
Yeah, that's the best way of looking at dabs. They have lifelines they can use up to 4 within a section, 5, and they'll be forced to end their ride. Ludwig Andersson from Sweden, I believe. Riding the Jitsi. It's an all-aluminium bike, dual disc brakes, so making it very smooth. No squeaking noises from his brakes.
Trying to go unnoticed through the course.
Oh, he didn't leave much set up there. He's just turned around and just went. Great work. Come on, Ludwig. I think that's it. That's his time done there. Yeah.
Young rider, first, one of his first or second competitions there.
Yeah, ranked number 21 in the UCI World Rankings though, so he's doing very well at this young age, just being the elite.
See these lovely switching. Look at the save here. So the
well held though.
He's managed to come up, jump back off. That's a skill within itself.
Yeah, that can really make differences to your points, because you might just lose 10 points in that gate there by not getting that gate, but that is much better than completely falling off and not being able to get any other gates. So there's our current rankings on the right-hand side there. Charlie Rolls just been updated again. He's up to 420 there, second place. And this is Charlie Rolls in section now. This is what you have to do to be on top of that ranking. This looks very much like his setup at his Bike Trial Academy in Cambridgeshire. It's his own trials park where people can go visit, learn the sport. Charlie actually teaches new entrants into the sport, all ages and abilities, holds competitions here in the UK, does much work, lots of work to keep the sport very much alive and kicking in Great Britain.
Really want to see Charlie get through to the end here.
This is very mixed who's getting this. It's very deceiving. Yeah, there we go.
He definitely feels at home here though. He's got a really lovely log section at home, and he's quite a fan of riding logs, even in the wet.
Yeah.
Doesn't phase Mr. Rolls over here. So coming up to the next gate here, all on the back wheel. Look at that modulation. Just does it all with a bit of finesse, isn't he? The finesse on his riding is just, look at that, straight over.
Just floating his way over.
Yeah, he is a fantastic rider to watch. So
all of those little micro moves will make the big difference to how much time you can save and get through the section. We're hoping he can get through this. Really close to the end there, is he?
Oh, look at that, right through. Lovely work from Charlie Rolls.
You can hear the fans applauding there. He's very much a fan favourite worldwide, just because he's a bit of a joker, really, just in terms of his finesse.
Yeah, he loves to put on a show, Charlie does. I can remember him at sort of 10 years old beating fully grown men.
Oh yeah, I have a photo about, must have been 10 years or so ago, on the podium, and I think he was first, and I was fifth somewhere.
So it just goes to show he's really been, and one of the only actual trials riders here to be sponsored by Hope as well, the UK brands. They knew
Hope based in Barnoldswick in England.
UK brand. They knew what they had on their hands there, so they said this guy is one to watch. So keep your eye out for Charlie Rolls there. This is Dominic Grill for Austria on a very powerful rider here.
The other great thing with trials is it's a great sport you can get into at all ages. We're just looking at the men's elite, which is, of course, you have to be of a certain age to qualify. I believe it's over 19. But it's a great sport for youngsters to learn their bike control. You can start at like balance bike age and work your way up. Many of the riders here would have started at an incredibly young age. You get the fundamentals down, and as you grow up, as you get a bit more muscle behind you, you then can start building up to this really powerful level.
That's what's quite funny. You see some of the youngsters actually come through and focus on balance, and then they're just, the only reason that stops them is the power. So let's see, Dominic gone for the 2 wheels through that log there as well. A little bit tricky, and again,
good one, yeah.
Very confident there, very confident. Yeah, we do like Dominic's got a really nice style, just very powerful. It seems to be an Austrian trait, a lot of power. So heading up to the next gate here.
This has been thrown a lot of people. It's large, but I think what's made it worse is the angle of those where the log has been cut. It probably still has a bit of dampness, moisture to it, possibly, even though it's quite warm today.
Fantastic.
It's a perfectly flat face. There's no chicken wire on it to make it, or there might be some near to the top, but people forget how slippy wood can be, even when it's dry.
See, lining up again, eating into his time here, Dominic, but he will want to get these points at least. That's time for Dominic there. Really unfortunate, as we were saying, when they're trying to line up. I mean, it really is all to play for today. I haven't seen a competition like this for a long time.
Yeah, we are very lucky to have the semi-finals today. We never normally get to see this wide variety and number of trials riders making it through the section.
Yeah, so some of these people we're showing you won't really know because they don't make it to the finals all the time, but it's all to play for here, you know. It's still, they're competing here to get in the top 20, really, realistically, representing their country.
Might be a bit confusing if you're watching at home, but yeah, as Matt says, we are wanting these riders to get the most amount of points. So you can see the standings in a moment on the right-hand side of your screen to make the top 6 position so they can qualify for the finals that will take place tomorrow. Lots of riders are riding these 5 sections simultaneously. They have to go through all 5 sections 3 times.
So is that, I think that's Ryoga there.
Ryoga, yeah, the Japanese rider, the only Japanese.
Again, the only one really making that gate again.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, he clearly knows. He knows.
That could be why
he's
very well into the points. Who knows? But he's making very light work of this.
Yeah. I'd really like to see him get up there as well. Just especially being the only Japanese rider here.
We'd love to see him qualify. Yeah, it's so good to see different.
So we hope so. Try and knock a few of those yellow and red flags there. So you Spaniards have had enough medals, I think. Let's try, and we're in England today, so let's see what we can do.
Yep.
You can see there as well Thomas Petkacker from in the top in the 5th place as well. Eloy 4th.
I think he just bounced off there. I think he knew he was probably getting close to the end of time there. He probably could have bounced back off of his rear wheel and given that another go, but it was just him trying to get through that gate as quick as possible.
Did make it through earlier on, so that was his 2nd lap there. Is slightly better on the 1st attempt, but as we say, they all get 3 laps, so they'll get 3 chances at each section, but they have to complete every section first to then go back and get their next card to do it again. They cannot do section 1, 1, 1. They have to do section 1, 2, 3 and 4 in that any order, but they cannot repeat them.
We got Diego Crescenza from Italy in the section 2 whiskey barrel section. To give some frame of reference, when you see 2 of those whiskey barrels upright, well, they're about my head height. So you're talking almost some of them between like 5'9", 5'8", to up to 6 foot. It's
you're a bit taller than that, so we'll be a bit more kinder to you, shall we?
I'm on commentary, but everyone knows how tall I am.
All right, so here we go. Diego now making his way through the balance beam. A little shimmy, as I like to call it, through there.
Shuffle through, switching up to rear. Big gap.
Lovely gap.
Very nice.
Diego, nice. Not everyone's doing that gap. There are much safer options here, but some of the riders will be comfortable in doing those huge, bigger moves.
The thing to consider is on the big gaps is that as you go through these sections of fatigue, you know, you'll get arm pump, or some of these riders will do. It depends, individual preferences, but that can really affect how well you grip the bars, and obviously your muscles can cramp up. So doing big moves like that can be risky towards the end of this sim.
Now, this tricky gate here, we've got to come up for a name for this one.
It's brilliant.
The stumper or something. It really is stumping people.
Stumping riders.
Let's see Diego's approach here. Oh, slightly shorter bike. I think he's managed to get it just off the barrel.
I think both wheels are going to spring here. So normally it would just be all on that front wheel, but I think he's going to get a switch off that rear wheel.
It's just a couple of mil off the barrel as well. Yeah. Lovely switch. Is he going to hold it? Yes, just through that. Well done, Diego.
Very pleased with that.
Yeah. Really just coming up through the ranks as well. Diego seems to be getting better and better every competition.
You'll see Diego in the current ranking. He's in the 10th position. They're chopping and changing all the time because there are riders riding sections at multiple times. So that could change, obviously, as the scores get totted up and calculated in.
It's actually 13th in the world. That's my lucky number. So done pretty well to stay in that. And most of these riders, although they are competing to be within the top 6 to get that finals ranking, just to represent their country, they want to go home and say to them, like, yes, we're in the top 20 there, or even top 10, is a still amazing achievement for these riders. Around the world, as we say, we've gathered all of the best trials riders. They've been carefully selected by their local teams to come and represent their country.
Yeah, to ride in the UCI, it's a fantastic privilege. Many of these riders, even some of the ones lower down in that current ranking on the right-hand side, will be national champions within their own country. They are at incredibly high level, but the thing is, it's incredibly high levels here. One of these is Andrew Chai, who's in the section now, Team GB, Derbyshire-based rider. He's put a pedal down.
Always puts on a show, Mr. Chai.
There we go. He's got 3 dabs.
Serena Williams of trials, I like to say.
That's very unlike Chai to put a pedal down.
So here we go. Let's see him get through. The 3rd oldest rider today. Really quite experienced, Andrew Chai. He's been in the game for quite a long time. Originally from Singapore, he's moved to the UK quite a few years ago now.
Yeah, he was massive on the London street scene. So
yeah, he's quite a well-known rider actually here with the guys.
Hold it.
Come on, Andrew, get through there. Come on. He's riding the only one on a Scorpio. That's not like him.
Screaming, yeah!
That was not like Andrew there, to put a foot down, I must say.
The thing is, when you get a little bit older now, you know, married and things like that, as Andrew is, these are really high, consequential rocks.
Sure, did he run out of time there, Andrew? Unlucky, mate. Really unlucky. Perhaps
so
if he got a cycling helmet rather than the kayak helmet.
So hard, yeah.
No, Jonas there, just giving him some encouragement. That is tough. Despite being one of the most experienced riders, you can see it's still really difficult.
Yeah, Andrew Chai's been in the game for a very long time. He's ridden
See this here. It's dual disc as well, the only one on a Scorpio. I
think when he took off there, what's happened is he's sprung too much off the edge. His front wheel just dived into that. So it doesn't look too big a gap, but look, he doesn't get any forwardness.
So unfortunate. He will be frustrated later.
It's not a nice feeling when that happens. It's you basically, all your momentum just goes forward and down, but you don't go forward. Oh, sorry, it goes down. It feels like you're about to do a roly-poly. It's not a nice feeling, and you can see that's kind of what has happened there.
Very unfortunate there for Andrew. So next time, mate, next time. Staying in the rock section now, got a French rider.
See how it makes work of this, because you've got to take off on a point. This is what's difficult. I mean, if it was a flat obstacle, yeah, many riders will just breeze through that, but you've got to get on a point and then go up and hold it.
Pinpoint there.
To get out of the next part of the gate. There you go.
Very well composed, and a little boon there, as we call them, which is basically a little hop on the back wheel, but without letting go of the back brake. We've sort of adopted the name Boon. Not a boom, but with an M. It's with an N for November, so it's Boon. You may hear us say that a couple of times today. Lovely switch there. Now, this is what not everyone's getting through, but the UCI gate here, with the UCI logo on its side. Getting a little bit of overcast here as well, so let's hope it holds out. Just,
right there.
I think he was out of time as well. You could just see, didn't really push.
When you get to the end of the section, obviously you are mentally, well, I keep saying mentally, but physically zapped. Just to hold, like when he was on top of that rock, the composure you need to hold yourself in that position, turn and then go, is a lot of muscles, a lot of cardiovascular fitness is required as well, and they're repeating this again and again. They've got 3 laps of these 5 sections. So look, up, hold, pose. So wrist strength, forearm strength, bicep strength, shoulders are engaged there.
I see a little boon here, just hopping up. No, that's a normal kick.
That's a boon.
Right there. There you go, little boon.
If you kick, sometimes the kick is too much of a push. So the idea of the boon is you kind of just like pogo the bike. You just place it where you want. Real fine motor controls here. And sadly, didn't quite get the hook.
Yeah,
It is a big hook.
Yeah, I think he was out of time. I mean, you don't want to be pushing yourself. You've only got a few seconds left. There's no point, you know, hurting yourself there just to gain.
Borja making very light work of that turn at the top there.
So this is Borja now. I think, one of the top competitors here today.
Yeah, you'll see him on the current ranking on the right-hand side. He's number 2 currently ranked there. And just testament to how quick he can get through this. This is the section that we just saw the French rider in, and he's already at the point where the French rider was.
Ran out of time, so Borja's known for his speed. He doesn't like to hang about, I would say.
It's not Borja, it's actually
Look, we've just made...
Marty, yeah, sorry.
Is it Marty? They've got the same...
117 rider, yeah.
I apologise getting some of these
They have got a
names
similar
wrong.
helmet. And both riding the clean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And usually Borja's the only one with the white...
I'm sure he'll take that as a compliment. All those Spanish riders, I would, yeah.
They've been listening back to
Very
it.
quick, though. Getting through very quick, yeah.
Spaniards are quick. They are. Speedy. Lovely front to back. Oh, wow. Just holding that. You can see he was landing on his back wheel.
Who's in the current ranking of 5th. There's Marty there. Good work, Marty Rora. There we go, Marty Rora.
Going for the one of the final gates here.
Big rock, this one.
Yeah,
Big rock.
a different approach than Alejandro.
And quick here. Well, I think he wants to get those points.
Yeah, you can see that, the frustration in his face there. You see that?
Good work there, Marty, yeah.
Great, Eduardo Marty. Good effort, man. Good effort. This is, I mean, you can see the current ranking. I'm not going to say too much. There's still a lot to play for here, but I'm liking what the scores are showing so far. So let's see how it's going to go. Look at that front to back, just holding it there. And here,
Just couldn't quite get this work.
You can see the front just slipped there. So
The front wheel got over, which is where it wants to be, but I think his weight was just a little bit too far back. And as you said, if the front wheel slips, you just can't quite hold it there.
Here we are, Mr. Charlie Rolls now on the same section. This is going to be a great one there, just rolling through that gate. You see, it's one of his fantastic signature moves there, literally rolling through. Charlie Rolls, I mean, that is his name. I've been meaning to ask his dad if...
Zero setup for that.
I know, he just rolled through it. So we can see here he's in good time, so he's taking his time now. He's only got a couple more gates, but this is so narrow. You can't see from this angle, but it's a really, really narrow gate. Oh, goodness me. Rolled through it again. Look at that finesse on Mr. Charlie Rolls here. So what's he going to do? Slightly wrong way for him as well. When we say wrong way, it's because his strong foot is forward and he's going into it. The term that we use wrong way is probably because it's from the other side. So now, making his way, he's going to be coming onto the final gate. How's he going to approach this one with a run-up?
Into 500 point barrier now, 510 points. The maximum score any rider will be able to get here is 900. We're not going to see that, but it gives you an idea of the level here.
First time, switch through, come on. Oh, still coasting it. Oh, look at that, roll through.
Coasting down the other side.
So no, this is this is even bigger.
He's going for the roll-up. He's not going for the Alejandro road.
Yeah. Oh, he's just going to show everyone that I can do this. Look at that. Yes. So first time, there's Kelly, his mum in the background, just cheering him on.
Good work.
Well done, Charlie, from the Bike Trial Academy in the UK, here in the UK, sorry, in Cambridge. So if you guys are here over as well, so wherever down there, some of the riders that are watching, if you're into trials, there's a school in Bike Trial Academy in Cambridge run by the Rolls family.
Yeah, they put on lots of events throughout the year. They've got rider facilities and things there. It's a really great atmosphere. We are so lucky to have that. For all the GB riders, we all go there and compete and train. And many of the world riders, actually, they stopped off there on the way up to Glasgow.
It is one of the better parks in the country. Look at this gate here, final. Just flowing through that.
Almost went over. You see how he went over and had to come back a little bit.
Yeah, he almost went in with too much speed. So I think Charlie's feeling on good form today.
A full 60 points in that section. Good work.
So German rider, I'm going to take a stab and say Jonas. Tom might correct me in a second. It is Jonas Fredriksson. Here we go here.
Bridge, yep.
Oh, yes. And going on to the final 4th gate here.
I'm interested to know how long he's taken to get here.
Yeah.
He's got a gap around the side of that obstacle. Nice shot of Samuel Laverty there, gearing up to start section 3.
Big up. Sam often makes it into final series. Another favourite rider there, the Slovakian champion.
Although his score is a little bit lower. He's 16 in the rankings today, so I don't know what's going on per se.
Yeah, that's a really good point there. He's probably not too pleased with that himself, but
we don't know what's happened there. I mean, that could be for a multitude of reasons. For instance, if a rider's got a puncture and they've had to either repair it, get another bike, or something's happened, they might not be as through these sections as quick as some of the riders. Charlie Rolls, for instance, is the top of the ranking, but they were one of the first riders to start, so they would have done more sections than maybe some of the people at the bottom. It's 37 riders competing in this semi-final.
See how Samuel gets on in this section again. We really want to get a rider through to the 5th gate here. Just kind of shows.
Switch.
That was just making it look so easy. He's gone for the other approach. I thought he might take the other approach, but
little nobble of the Lego block there.
Time. Just hear those engagements on his bike as well. It isn't an angry bee. It is his free hub, or what we also call a free wheel.
Yeah, free wheel in the back of the bike. They run quite small gearing on these bikes. In the mods, it's usually about 18 tooth cog on the front, 12 cog on the rear, and mainly because it just allows a lot more clearance so they don't hit an obstacle with their chain. It's just
need a reasonably easy gear as well, because the run-ups are quite short, so the harder the gear, the harder it would be to kick and sort of pedal towards. You need to get some full rotations in before you're able to approach.
Yeah, to pull the front wheel up, it's very similar if you guys at home have done a wheelie on a bike. You pedal, and as the front wheel comes up and gets to the balance point, you grip the rear brake and you go. So you need to have it in a light kind of wheeling style gear, but not too light, because of course you need to be able to put some power down for these big moves.
So this is the final 4th gate.
Gate 4C.
I really want to get someone through this 5A here.
It's very tricky because they have to go around that obstacle, but
it's all right for Sam there, yeah, because his right foot forward, so his back foot's a little further.
Okay.
Is that time again?
Yeah, it's time again. I think he knows he's not going to get through that.
Yeah, it Sam's pretty well calculated. He doesn't like to take too many risks. We spent some time together in down in the Radical Bikes Park, and there's a huge gap, and he just knows when it's good to go and when's not.
Radical Bikes is another great trials park to shout out in the UK as well. They're based just outside of Chelmsford in Essex. So we've got parks all across the country. You have Derbyshire Bike Trial Centre where you can come and ride, and that's very much like this sort of level. Cambridge for the Bike Trial Academy, and yeah, Radical Bikes in Chelmsford, amongst others as well. There's a few just outside of Glasgow. I think they've built a little...
And this is where these guys really need to train. Some of the people don't have access to things like that. For example, Sam, as we can see on the screen here now, there isn't really a park. He had to build his own park.
Many of the riders, yeah, they have their own array of obstacles in their back gardens. Yeah, some of them have really small gardens, but they've just put the essential obstacles in that ensure they can train to this level.
Nice to know their priorities, isn't it? Of course, Alejandro here on the same concrete jungle course. Another favourite I'd like to see get 50 points. So everyone's got 40 points on this so far.
I think he'd be very happy to, but simultaneously...
Quick. He's going through quickly on the new Play Carbon bike. Recently joining the Trial Bikes team. As you can see on his helmet, the Spanish Trials store.
Yeah, sponsoring a few riders here. Charlie Rolls also sponsored by them. Vincent Hermans will be riding in the 26 category this afternoon, which is sponsored by them.
So come on here. Come on, Alejandro. He's getting through this quickly. He knows that you've got to be fast. Oh, a couple of correction hops on the front. Like, come on, Alejandro. We'd really like to get the crowd going here. I'm sure it would help him.
Using all their run-up. In fact, one of the observers behind him was checking to see if his handlebar will be touching, because that would be...
Oh, this is really... It's going to eat his time. This is tough.
It's not quite a straight run-up. To get the full pedal strokes, they need to come Just look at how his handlebar has to skip between those obstacles.
Some sort of grip tape. They may be making it up that. But oh, he's so close.
I know.
Come on, Alejandro.
He can do it. It's well within his abilities, but it's just the technical nature.
He only needs to get the rear axle through. But if he jumps backwards, come on, he's just slipping down.
The rear axle almost looked like it did go through, but I don't know. If that's the observer.
The rear axle goes through and comes backwards, it won't count.
Yep.
So the only way he could do it is if he jumps off to the side.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah. Which
we might see that today. There's still some time. Now a little replay
angle
there.
again there, yeah. So yeah, his axle was, as I said, just through it. But like Matt, my fellow commentator, just mentioned, it's there because he slipped back through the gate. Unfortunately, that's not going to count. You have to go through it and clear that gate. What a fantastic obstacle. Now, this is Borja. So this time we have got a Borja Canejos from Spain. Another one of the top Spanish riders. Previous winner of that elusive rainbow jersey at elite level. And very much looking like he's going to qualify to be in with a chance of that rainbow jersey again this year. Riding the carbon clean bike, as many Spanish riders are. Oh, it didn't get the hook first time though. That's very interesting. Not too sure what went on there. This is
could have been
relatively easy move for him.
Could have been too quick, but this is a surprise from.
What's happening? I don't know whether he's. I wouldn't think he's fatiguing. I mean, conditions are ideal. He rides all the time. There you go. See, when it goes, it goes.
Yeah, very easily too.
It just pops, it slaps into place, and it just shoots the rider up. It's a really good technique. That's called a hook. You literally hook the bike up.
Yeah.
The other variation is a static hook, which is where they'll do it without the speed. So they'll hang on an obstacle, but you can't do it with that one because, of course, it's perfectly square and flat. There's nothing to grip the bike onto, so you have to do it with speed. This is a little bit difficult for Borja because his left foot is forwards. You see how his left foot is close to the... I say it's difficult, but he doesn't make it look difficult at all, does he? We want to see him get up this round pipe. We haven't seen any rider do this. Can Borja be the first rider to do this? Come on, Borja.
I believe in you.
They've all got it within their ability, but it's just that run-up, and at the end of the section, that could be a tester, but no, he's out of time.
Oh, come on, guys. We really need to see you get through this. About 2/3, and there's still
They'll all be talking about it later on.
I know.
What did you think of that? Did you do it? Oh, could you do it?
No, why couldn't you?
This is the other thing that's quite different about trials as well, because it's a very individual sport. The riders are going from section to section by themselves. They haven't really a clue, other than looking at the scoreboard, how the other riders are doing. It's very easy for us to watch it and get the bird's eye view of this, but they've got the mental battle that they're competing with the others, and they have no idea how well the others might be getting on. Might be a terrible ride in their head, but the other riders might be...
And very much like any sport, there's going to be the top riders competing. There'll be the middle section competing with each other. So, you know, there's sort of the middle ground aren't going to say, right, I'm going to try and get first. It's all to play for within their sort of
very dog-eat-dog
groups.
You're in that zone.
So we can see a little update on the scoring now. Got some Charlie Rolls. It's still at top there. Actually, really quite almost. Yeah, he's over 100 points ahead of Borja.
He's having an incredible ride by the looks, because they would have started at a similar time.
It's about time. I don't want to say anything else, but
well,
yeah,
as long as, I mean, the aim of the game is to qualify, so it doesn't matter how much over he goes. Depending where he qualifies will determine where he starts in the final.
Well, that's what's going to be interesting. We must add, so obviously the top 6 riders will be in the final, but what happens is the person that came in 6th place in the final will go first, because it will be one rider at a time. So whoever comes first, so let's just say Borja, for example, say he comes first, he'll be the last person to go into the next section. So he'll get to watch all of the other riders, how they've done it, and perhaps if they've made a mistake, give him a chance to maybe adapt his plan.
Yeah. But it also can be very pressuring, because if the other riders have gone through and got a clean ride, you have to match that level, and that's quite a strain to have. So sometimes it's an advantage, sometimes it can be a bit daunting.
What would be the positive outcome for that? You know, do you want to be coming first? So obviously in the finals, but for the semis, not really sure. So Still all to play for here. Almost getting there. We've got about another hour and a bit for the semi-finals here. We'll soon be going on to their third laps. If you're just joining us, we're in the UCI Cycling World Championships here in Glasgow for the 20-inch men's semi-finals.
Looks like we're following Arnaud Janin from France in the Rock and Reel Section 5.
It's one of my favourites, I must say.
Good name, Matt, it was a...
sometimes it just comes to me, you know. I'm good for some things. Okay. Again, these really tight rock to get through on the Rock and Reel. We've got flowing on through there on the Krukers, the French brand. See a lot of these riders will be supporting their international brands, so to speak. We don't have a British brand, so we won't be riding that, but
well, Hope and I guess...
I meant for an actual trials frame. The Krukers is French,
yeah.
The Clean is from Spain,
yep.
TMS is from France, so yeah, let's...
Opening there. So you'll see Arnaud Janin in the current ranking on the right-hand side. He's at number 19, running at... he's just bumped up to 240 points there. Maximum score you're going to get through doing 3 laps of these 5 sections will be 900, so effectively 300 a lap. So this just shows you how difficult this is. I believe we're just over halfway now. We've probably done about 2 laps now by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think almost 2.
We're going to be looking, a lot of the riders will be on to their 3rd lap. I'm not too sure where Arnaud Janin is. If he's gone from section 1 through to 5, then this could be his...
Because there's only a 4-hour window for everyone to complete 3 laps. That's it. So I think they may run over if they have to, just to make it fair. But there's roughly about 4 hours from 9 until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we've been going for about 2.5 hours now, so we're not too bad.
Oh, he's just lost his footing there. Gear's a trick, but I guess that was not a trick. So no. Good effort there from the Frenchman.
Real nice artwork.
Bike looks a bit jammed in there as well.
Back up to get his bike down.
Yeah,
his front wheel's jammed. Yeah,
stuck.
Well, we know that's about 20 inches across then.
Yeah, I can see that's probably why it's very tough for them to wedge on top of it there. You can see.
Yeah, it's really tricky. It's because of how narrow that cotton reel is. If it was wider, much easier. I think he was going to land on the edge of the cotton reel.
That's what. Look at this. Look, he's actually attempting. I think.
Yeah.
Wow. No. I don't think he knew. I think that was a split decision right last minute. He thought, yeah, I'll just land on the thing.
He either didn't get the power as he took off on the rock, and it can just suck all your power out of you because you take off on a compromised position, or he was going for the most boldest brazen move, landing on the cotton reel. Incredible.
So Dominic Oswald for Germany here. He's also a former champion. I can't remember the year now, but he is a former world champion. Ranked 14th right now with it gets very close after kind of 5th and 6th place down there.
Technical one. If you've just joined us, you may not know that those ropes that are there aren't just like decorative pieces. They are actually parts of the section. Riders cannot cross over that rope if their front hub or their rear hub, any part of the bike usually defined by the hubs, goes over those ropes. They are out of the section instantly. They have to end their ride. They're only allowed to go through the yellow flags. Those yellow flags make up the 6 gates that are in every section.
You could use it as a word checkpoint as well. Some people might
checkpoint
gate is a gate, but we call them gates here, but it is just a checkpoint.
We can't cross over that rope. He's done very well there. We've had a few riders who've done that. They've put their front wheel over that rope, and of course that means they have to forfeit their ride there.
Going to take the cotton reel approach. Oh, thin landing there. Just really thin bit of wood.
It's minimising the time on the cotton reel.
Yeah, that's it. It's probably better off getting one wheel on there for less.
It's interesting to see how he approaches this really narrow one on its side. Again, it's too narrow to kind of bridge. So everyone we've seen do it has got to get through those flags. That's what makes it difficult. You can just see the back of the marker, that flag on the left-hand side of the cotton reel that you must pass through.
Oh, he's done this. That's caught a couple of people out.
The issue is, the tendency is you want to straighten the bike out because when the bike is straight, it's much easier to pop through. The issue is when you are on the angle, when you compress into the bike and spring through, it's a little bit more unpredictable. It's not going in a straight line,
Right.
And that can then pop you off to the side.
It's catching, as we said, some of the best riders out. Dominic's an ex-world champion, and he's just lost it there.
Big pat on the back for the section setters, because this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see riders being pushed to their abilities.
You can see there, yeah, just the back wheel didn't quite have enough room to get onto that.
For perspective, even if the conditions were perfect on that cotton rail, look how high up he is. He's got a very good view of Glasgow Green up there. Nearly as tall as the Nelson Monument in the background there.
Maybe a few metres off, perhaps. So now we've got the Italian rider. Just checking out their number there, because so many riders here going at once. This is a completely new format for trials for us to give you the semi-finals, but you are being spoilt this weekend, folks, with the semi-finals today.
Looks like it's Lorenzo Castelnuovo.
Ah, call Lorenzo there.
Uovo.
With the semi-finals today and the finals tomorrow, so absolutely getting spoilt here from thank you very much from the UCI for sorting that out. So
even for us trials riders to see these many riders all riding at once in broadcast quality, we are being spoiled. He's just had a 5 there, so you just see the observer put the hand up.
He's put his wheel across.
So what happened?
The road.
What happened there, Matt? That's
essentially the front axle has gone over that rope that they've assigned, because remember it's an invisible wall, and if there was a wall there, he wouldn't be able to go there.
Yeah.
So that there is his 5-point penalty has been used, so it won't.
How do they define it though? Is it the axle that?
The axle, yes, not just the wheel. So you can have a little bit of your front tyre sort of hovering over, but the observers are looking for the axle. We might see it just here. So fairly straight there, and then he's probably twisted to the left a little bit. And as he's gone to preload, we can see there. That's where he's put his axle. It's very hard to see from that angle.
Maybe.
We might see it here. There, yeah, very tough, but that's where he was penalised, unfortunately.
Which is so difficult because the rock is so angled, you need as much room as possible to get yourself into the correct position. Not going to be happy with that.
So here we are, Thomas Pekaka,
The Austrian
powerhouse, the Shin Dig media rider. Let's see him flow through this section now. Quite excited to see how well he does.
Rock and reel section. Hopefully he doesn't make the same mistake that Lorenzo just made.
Quite an experienced elite rider, so you'd like to think not, but
yeah, previous world champion.
There we go, through that one nicely done from Thomas there.
Previous world champion, and if he holds his current ranking as he is, he will have another go, hopefully tomorrow, to be able to try and win that elusive rainbow jersey again.
Yeah, we see under some of the results there, Louis Grillon from France has now come up through, which is nice, but again, he could just have a few more sections than the other riders, so...
Look at the point separation between all those different riders. It could be anyone into those top 6 positions.
I know, somehow Charlie seemed to excel up there at the top, but it doesn't mean he'll get... If he flies on one and then doesn't get any other 60 points, they can catch up very quickly.
Yeah, as they get a bit more fatigued.
He's got to watch not to go through that pink gate, as you can see there. That's for the women's finals tomorrow. Lining up here.
See how he gets on with this very narrow cotton reel at the top.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people get caught out. I think he's aware now. Bit of a shorter bike.
The issue is, I don't think you can even really get... It is about wheel size, so you can't even get in the middle of the cotton reel and then turn. You have to approach it.
Oh wow, he's really used that well. Well done, Thomas.
Good work.
And gapping to that rock as well. Look at him blow out of that. Fantastic riding there from Mr. Pekaka.
That's the thing to consider. That one gate took a lot of time.
No messing about here. He knows he's short on time, and that will be time for Thomas. That will be time.
Very happy that he got that gate by the looks.
He is.
I think he
Look at that big smile on his face.
That's what he needs to be in with a good chance of getting into the qualifying. And look, that puts him 4th in the current rankings, 420 points. Good work, Thomas.
That's what we like to see. So you can see here, this approach here, look, he's actually wedges right in the middle. Look at that. And had to recover himself. Not many riders have actually...
Hand up high. You got all that confidence in centimetres of tyre.
Look at that. Look at this. So tight. And then correcting himself, he's like, oh, I've made it. Very impressive riding.
No time to balance, no time to readjust. You just have to pick the way you land and just go with it.
So exciting today. So exciting here. So one of the the most medals and trophies here, the biggest wins, the most, what did you say, Alan? Decorated rider?
Yeah, the most decorated, the man who's won the most rainbow jerseys of in trials.
Yes. I've actually got one now myself.
In terms of world champion.
Yes, I was just like earning them, but you can go and buy them now over there. So here we go, Benito Ross. His way through the rocking reels. It's one of my favourites. It's caught a few people out, and I really like the artwork they've got going on here as well.
Now, Benito Ross, Charles, he still makes it into the top qualifying positions on some of the trials.
Yeah, and he's not made it into a final for a little while, but I think Benito's just trying to push himself just to show everyone I've still got this. I know he has his own school as well. Benito does a lot of teaching and training, and what better person to be trained by than a
incredible
multiple world champion.
Many of us, including myself, will have gotten into trials on the back of the incredible moves and videos that he used to put out.
He's the one that even ourselves here will be asking for his autographs. Yeah. So here we go, that really tricky, thin cotton reel. He's
always going to different.
In the middle, slightly different. So I think he's going to switch to back wheel here.
But you haven't got much room to turn.
And then boom. Yes, there we go. Well done, Benito. Different approach.
And the gap to front.
A little gapping to front with a slight modulation on the front wheel there. We like to call that a squilson after the famous Scott Wilson himself.
He'll be riding in the Elite 26.
You'll see him riding in Elite, yes, for GB.
I love the artwork on these on the cotton reels here. So you have the Scottish thistle there. It's
really nice.
There's a few like Highland cows and different bits around.
And if you might have saw earlier on this week, some Highland cows wearing the rainbow jerseys as well. Yeah,
well, that's the UCI mascot for this year. You can buy them in the UCI shops and stuff. It's
I think they're all sold out now, actually.
Oh,
that's how popular they were. So
well, I think the winners, the medal winners, are getting them. So
there you go. Yeah. So if you want to make some friends with them, maybe steal one. Who knows? Look at this approach here. Actually, it's slightly different.
No one's done it this way. It's
really tight, and then, as we said earlier, booning up to that bit of the cotton reel, not letting go of the back.
And ensuring you get through those gates. Again, your front axle and rear axle, for that matter, must pass through those markers. Otherwise, the observers are hot on it. We've seen many people being caught out by this. There we go from Japan now.
There we go, Ryoga's.
So we slipped down in the rankings a little bit, but he's still got the potential to get into the qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, this probably is his. I think this might still be his second lap. Haven't quite. Some will be switching to their third laps now. Others to their finishing.
In that current ranking on the right-hand side, I think it's reasonably safe to say that we're going to be seeing Charlie Rose, Borja Canejos, and Alejandro Montalvo making the finals. And then as for the next three, the bottom 4, 5, 6. To play for, I'd say.
Yeah. Now, so giving his way, there's the invisible wall there, that rope. Now coming up to one of the most difficult parts in this section. So they'll make their way through this. Cotton reel has just lost his balance there, so he's going to have to try again. See, now getting up to this really narrow cotton, as they say, have caught quite a few people out. See how Ryoga approaches this one. See in the background there as well, Vincent Hermance, another previous world champion. You'll see him riding a bit later on. Okay, the Gearsa Trick reel here. Oh, he's actually slipped there on. We'll get a replay there, I think, but he's definitely didn't expect that. He was really confident, went for it.
So calm and poised with every other section we've seen him in.
It looked like he really might have smashed his hand on the rock there as well. He was sort of shaking it. I think that was a bit sore. Oh, he's going to be a little bit gutted, but
unfortunately, it does.
He's quite the happy chap. I know. He'll still be.
What happened there?
Let's
then
have a look.
Rear wheel on that top bit. Yeah.
There you go. Didn't quite get it on the top. You can see he's just gripping, and
that's a great shot to explain exactly what happened.
There we go.
You're talking millimeter precision, really. That's the difference between gripping and not gripping.
It's a good save there. You can see even Samuel Laverty there was ready to catch him. These riders will all help each other if it's going to go wrong. So Will Ackley here for Great Britain.
Yeah, good work.
Another experienced competition rider. Don't see him out that often, so it's just sort of nice to see him back on the scene here.
Yeah, Will Ackley, he's not showing up on the current ranking on the right-hand side, but that's not to say that he's not a good rider. These are some of the best riders, you know, GB riders. Like, it will very easily at national level, he'll be hitting podiums.
Yeah, he's one of the top riders in the UK, but as we say, these riders are from all over the world, and the scorings that are so close, it might be one section, he's just got 10 points less. And so,
yeah, the level is so high.
Yeah, it really is. He's stepping up.
It just seems to be every year that the sport continually evolves. You can look at previous competitions online with people like Benito Ross, you know, from decades ago, and I rewatched some of it, and the sport looks entirely different. It's incredible the level that the bikes have moved on, the riders have moved on, the physical ability, the sections that we're seeing. Sometimes it's unrecognisable, and I forget that Matt, my co-host here, and I actually compete in this sport because the level is just outrageous. Walking some of these sections, it's incredible to believe that any rider ever gets through.
Helps us give that real understanding as well of how difficult this really is. So he's really got to watch that front axle there. Oh, it's close. Oh, that's a 5.
Server says it's
See that?
out.
That's a 5.
Not happy with that.
Even Andrew saying, "Oh, bro, come on."
At the end of the day, the observer's decision is final.
He's sort of testifying it. He's not too very difficult, that. I mean, it'd be interesting to see, actually, when you watch this back through. I know I'll watch it again, maybe on mute, because I don't have to listen to myself. But it will be seeing some riders may have gone. It depends on the observer. Some observer might have missed something and may have gone through. So again,
it's a very difficult decision to make as well, because these are top-level riders. They know what they're doing, but in the same vein, they can. Well, they're not wanting to cheat, but yeah, as he went for the pre-hop, I think it very much went there.
That's what it's.
Both of their hands went up. I think it'd be very judgment if both of them got it wrong. So the observers have got.
That's so unfortunate, really, isn't it? I think there's going to be a lot of chit-chat about that gate there between the riders, so we shall find the goss later on for you guys. I wonder how the 26 will do that.
Yeah, that's going to be even more
longer bike.
Yeah, more of a problem on the 26 because of how long the bike is.
Unless they're going to have to approach that with a fully straight approach. So
Rasmus Lidden from Sweden. We've not seen him yet, I believe.
This rider here.
There we go. Powering through, making very light work of this section though.
Very, very powerful.
This is the thing with the semi-final coverage. There is so many riders. There's 37 riders who are competing today, just in the 20-inch category alone. So we can't possibly see all of the riders. This is obviously a good selection of top riders, lesser riders who don't necessarily get the exposure at this broadcast level. So it's great to see the sport out there.
Yeah, and I'm sure their families and friends are all watching now, cheering them on. It'll be great to see.
Look like he got through that gate without making that same mistake that Will Ackley and a few others have made.
I think what happens as well, when you're reminded by the rider in front of you, you're sort of saying, right, I cannot do that.
I'm going to be super safe about this. The issue is, because there is so much precision at this World Championship level, sometimes there is nowhere to move.
Right, you kind of have to, especially where you are, you've got to trust yourself, and you need to be able to get those maneuverability to get through the gate.
Yeah.
So you can see here, making his way onto the... see that rope, cannot go past through that rope. Nice work there.
If you've just joined us, the format of the bike trials here in Glasgow Green in Scotland for the World Championships. This is the semi-final. We're qualifying for the finals. There are 5 sections in total, and each rider has to do 3 laps of those 5 sections, so 15 rides total. They have 2 minutes to complete, which is not a lot of time at all. My colleague Matt and I, we actually walked these sections, and I think it took us about 2 minutes to do it on foot, not even climbing in, of course.
Probably, and tell you what, we were getting lost.
Yeah.
So these guys aren't told where to go. They need to look at the course beforehand, check their route, know their route, just like perhaps a Formula 1 driver too. You know, they've got to know their route. They need to know the corners, the ins and outs.
They want to get the most amount of points possible by making the least amount of faults possible. So, and they do that by riding through as many gates. There is 6 gates in every section. As you can see, our rider there, Rasmus, is going through one of the gates there, and you will then get a 10 points for every gate that you complete cleanly.
The current world champion now, as we can see, that is Eloy Palau, winning from last year's world champs. It's going to see his approach. I know he's had a couple of mistakes today, which is putting him sort of down in 6th ranking right now in the current points. Just a couple of mistakes. So let's see, because earlier on he fell off the miniature reel that we'd had that's catching people out.
Yep.
So we're about to see how he's going to get on for his next attempt. Doing this nice and quick. He knows that he wants to get.
You can really see the difference between like the sort of top riders and the way they make their moves. It's not easy to do, but they'll often make a larger gap rather than having to do smaller, minute movements in between. And just save so much time so they can get on to the next obstacle and hopefully get more gates, more points.
Yeah, it's a potential shortcut, but way more risk if you're going to jump and gap and not make it.
Yeah.
So let's see how he's going to do now. Earlier on, he didn't quite make it through this gate, so he's going to want to redeem himself on this one.
He's got to keep an angle if he's going to go with the same tack. Yes.
There we go. He knew, landed
Well
in an angle.
He'll be happy with that. The trouble is he's now off the rock. He wants to get back on there to get that gap to front, I presume.
Yeah, so away a bit of his time, but he's making good pace here. Very quick rider in the sections. He's asking for the time. Quick static hook there.
I don't know what gate this might be, whether he gets more points for this.
Well, it's just. He was. I can sort of. I'm guessing there. He asked for the time. He was given the time, and he's like, "Wow, I've got to speed up," and that just affected his move. Then.
Yep. You don't get the composure. You might take off in a more compromised position. You are putting a lot of weight and power transfer to physically spring the bike up, move your body in the correct place, and if you're just a tiny bit out, it just won't go in the right way for you.
Just looking at that rock like my next nemesis. Very unfortunate there for Eloy, but it is his first ride back from an injury back in May, breaking his collarbone. Was on a bike, but actually on a mountain bike. We just went for a little casual ride in the park and did some jumps, and Eloy unfortunately fell off. But
yeah, he is current world champion though, so
yes,
that's the other thing to remember. He was contending to hopefully keep that rainbow.
The defending champion to get his arms back in that rainbow sleeve.
It's been a while since we've had a 20-inch rider hold it for more than 1 year. But I know for the past 5 years, at least 5 championships, it's been a different finalist.
The level's really changing, and
this is a man who really wants this.
Getting the crowd to give him some encouragement. He really
we'll probably hear the crowd go.
And here we go. He's taking the. I reckon he's going to take the higher route.
He is really in his element.
You know. So you watch this. I think he's going to go up to the higher beat. I might be wrong. No, I was.
Much of a. Charlie is a good example of a rider who loves a technical line. It might surprise you that he doesn't have as much. Sometimes doesn't have as much power as some of the other riders.
Not only do we call them difficult, the next level of difficult we say is disgusting. So absurd, outrageous behaviour. So lovely hook to front wheel there. It's quite a signature move for Charlie. I know a lot of the foreign riders have actually adopted the name, calling that the English breakfast.
There we go.
Been trying to stab that one in there today. So here we go. Now, this is Charlie's third chance of getting through gate number 5.
This is a little bit more difficult for Charlie because he's left foot forward. So he's got to take a bit more of a wider berth around this block to ensure he doesn't hit the pedal. And, of course, it does invariably make the gap a bit bigger. But a tricky, disgusting move is not a problem for Charlie at all.
Rolling over stuff.
He wants this so bad.
Come on, Charlie. Come on.
Look at the run-up he's now taking.
He's taking a breather.
That's probably about handlebar whip.
The guy's just stood there checking he's not resting his arm. There we go. Look, he's come a bit further back. A little bit more encouragement. Let's see if the MC will get the crowd going to bring him up there. Oh, he knows he wasn't quick enough. That run-up is so hard.
That move he's doing there is called a track stand, just so he can balance.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie. Come on. He's slipping. He's slipping. I don't think we're going to see anyone. I mean,
they are very polished, though. They're not.
Come on, Charlie. Oh, goodness me.
If he can get enough of the weight over, I'm sure he'd want to just pop through. Just
still got time, so that's 3 attempts.
That's an A gate, I believe.
This is the most attempts we've had of any rider, unfortunately, of giving the crowd a lovely wave there. Now, with that score there, Charlie could be, whether that's his final section, whether he's got a couple of more.
Yeah, we don't quite know where he sits in terms of how many sections he's completed. So the scoring of 690 and the fact that not a lot of the sections are able to be completed in final would mean that he's probably coming near to the end of his ride.
You can watch him fly through this straight through. Look, that's literally from the start. First gate, done, easy. Second gate, done. Moving on to 3, and then 4th. The 4th gate here with that lovely little twist. And the rolling finesse of Mr. Rolls.
Just couldn't quite get the 5th
You slip,
gate.
look, that front tyre's just not gripping.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see a rider get up that today.
Yeah, it'd be
maybe the 26, a slightly bigger wheelbase. So
yes, they might be able to get a bit more of a grip on that tyre. So there's the current rankings on the right-hand side. Charlie Rolls, we've just seen in section, he's got 690 points, the British rider there, followed by Borja Canejos, 570. Alejandro Montalvo, who is in the section now, who we are riding right now, 480.
It's new, fully carbon. These some of the riders here we might mention, actually, you can see for those that are cyclists and really interested by the handlebars, that there is a combo of stem and bar, which I think that we only see in road bikes at the moment, and that's a really new design.
Yeah, because in trials bikes it's so individual, the angle of the stem, the length of the stem, the angle of the bars, we've never had this where what Alejandro's riding with a complete bar and stem combination.
Yeah, the clean combo, as they call it, and
because you can't, of course, vary the angle.
Well, you actually can. There's 3 options, but yes, you can't manually. There's just 3 set angles that you have to.
To the level you normally would to tinker and just change an angle here and there. Yeah.
See
it
what
looks like it's doing him relatively well.
Yeah, he's instantly to again a new bike that I don't think is available just yet. But Louis and Alejandro riding the new Play carbon bikes that from trial bikes there. We did mention about, I said about the trial bikes in Spain, but not to forget one of the best bike trial shops online, Tarty Bikes here, especially based in the UK. They sell everything you guys would want and need to buy a bicycle. So if you want to check it out, if you just type Tarty Bikes into Google there, fantastic website run by our close friends Ben and Charlie, fantastic human beings. So that's the local UK store.
Yes, good work, Alejandro.
Well done, Alejandro.
Yeah, because it is a very niche sport, and people want to get into it, but they don't know how.
Yeah. No,
one of the ways you can get into it. Yes, Alejandro.
Nice one. He's just finished. Just because he's the only one that's approaching that last gate without the big run-up.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised why people aren't doing more of that. So
happy with that, of course.
Alejandro, well done. It's really interesting to see Alejandro progress as well. I remember him as a youngster, and just now look at him out with all the big boys. So yeah, you can see this. Look.
Twist.
Just twisting on that final gate.
Little pop.
Booms.
Bing. And away he goes.
Look at that. You've the crowd with amazement here, and it's building up more and more as the day goes on. Ryoga there for Japan. Here we are.
So yeah, if you do want to try ride one of these bikes, as we've just mentioned previously, at Glasgow Green there is a whole setup from Scottish Bike Trial where they're allowing people to have a ride on one of these bikes, see how different it is, see how you get on, try some obstacles. It's all set up here, it's all entirely free of charge. Come down, great facilities here. As you can see, plenty of people enjoying this wonderful day out in Glasgow.
Here we are. So here we are, Ryoga here. Again, where is he in the scores? He's creeping up here, so it's getting really close, really good to play for here. So I think we're going to see him in 8th, so he's still got a chance to get into 6th, to get into those semis, but we haven't seen them progress through the 5th gate here, so we'll pay close attention on these top names and just see where they are in their rankings, how much more they've got to go to win. That was a lovely switch. Not everyone's done it like that. Yes, so I'm really confident in Ryoga. Love to get the crowd going. I think they need that encouragement really to get up this. So let's see if he's going to get. Oh no! I think again he knew he's out of time. You don't want to push yourself and hurt yourself through that. So I think he's going to want there, but I don't know if that was his 3rd attempt. I haven't been counting.
Those extra points really do mean a lot, because you can see his position now. Look, he is in the 7th position, so just outside of qualifying. But
still got time.
One more point could get him into the qualifying spot.
Still, 50% of those finalists at the moment are Spanish. Again, still to play for. So Ryoga here's 7th position, but he could get the finals. It's just one.
Really close.
Yeah, one position away.
Interesting to see the mixes of nationalities this year that could be making into the final spot. The finals will be taking place tomorrow here at Glasgow Green. That will be broadcast on BBC Sport, and of course available to catch up on the iPlayer. You'll be able to see the women's elite, the junior 20-inch, junior 26, the men's elite 20, which is what we're looking at qualifying now, and of course the men's elite 26.
So this is Dian from the Netherlands here. Only of 23 years of age. And let's see where's Dion here in these. He's 27th right now in the rankings. Just 200 points, but quite young. Could have, you know, this is some of the first competitions for some of these riders. Again, they have to be selected from their local federation or local team.
It's quite individual when you are in the zone here in the World Cup, World Championship rather, because you're riding by yourself, and unless you know what your competitor at your level is doing, you don't know necessarily where you might be standing, other than quickly looking up at the scoreboard. But you don't know how many more sections they have to go. In our current rankings, you know, we're looking at Charlie Rolls is most certainly going to be qualified for the finals, as is Borja and Alejandro. But the kind of 4, 5, 6 position is still quite open. It's moved a lot since we sort of last brought it up. So do look at those positions, because it's going to be a fight for that qualifying spot.
Constantly changing now. We've got the French.
Got that hooked in, unfortunately, but
constantly changing those scores. We're getting to the closer to the end now. We've got to be really careful, because even here, look, Eloy's in 7th place now. He wouldn't make the final if that was the end. There's so much to play for.
That's for context. And Eloy's just moved up to 6th place there. For context, he is the current world champion.
Yeah, he is.
That
the
is
current world champion. So
how good the level is.
Just that was first attempt, held it back, but that's eating his time. He's gone for it again, and just couldn't.
Once you get that second hop in on a completely flat obstacle like that, there is nothing to grip. It has to be done with momentum. And
it's first try, basically.
End of the day, I mean, it's towards the end of the section. It's the end of these really quite long and draining sections, so it's going to be zapped of energy. So
right, this is
move.
This is the concrete jungle section here with Thomas, who is currently in the finals as the points stand now. So currently ranked 5th. Let's see how he does. See, taking the high approach, because he's not afraid of a big gap, Mr. Thomas Pekaka here.
Just using the momentum to keep him through all those gates.
Here we are, so
it might look firm. He does look a firm rider, but any little mistake here could knock him off that potential of getting into the final. We don't want to see that. He's going to go for the hook here. It's the only real way of conquering this obstacle, because it's a very tall obstacle. Very light work. Switches it to rear. I switched it to rear. He's got full control, and he can just carry on the rear wheel, hopping his way through. Just going to gap straight through to rear, I imagine. Yep.
Yeah, of course he is. He loves a back wheel move.
Yeah.
Mr. Pekaka does.
Very powerful rider.
Yeah.
You can see the muscles. They almost look 3D on the broadcast, because he's so vascular.
Yeah. Another life cycle rider. So currently in 4th place as the points are going through, as he's racking up those points. So he's got the final, I think it's 4C on this one here. And then will he get through gate number 5? Nobody has yet. Nobody.
Yeah,
so
it's
far
a real good chance to try and get an extra. No, I think he knows he's not going to get it.
Yeah, he's run out of time. So just saving himself there. Because, of course, you want to make the finals there.
Those top 3 positions look fairly static now, so I'm going to assume that's going to be the Charlie Rolls, Borja and Alejandro are probably finished up their rides. I've not seen any moves there. Well, they could be stuck in a queue, but we are rounding up to finding out who is going to be coming into the final position for the finals tomorrow here at Glasgow Green for the World Championship UCI 20-inch bike trial championships. Fantastic.
And this lovely slow-mo of Thomas's hook there. Just powerful. the power of his riding, but unfortunately running out of time. That seems to be what's happening with the riders here on this particular section.
Very high level of section setting.
Yeah, we're getting very close here in the finals. So I think Charlie's there well ahead, over 100 points there from the second place in Borja. You can see just the last few riders here will be going on their final laps, just coming to the end of the semis here. They've made really good time, I must say. We were pretty concerned about the amount of riders in the 4 hours, but I think this is
well, Borja's there, so I think he's still going to be doing some more sections. So
okay, yeah.
I think we're firmly going to be into the final, but yeah.
And there's Louis from France there.
Really on.
Spring jumping just to get him going. Borja really focusing there. See a bell in the background there.
Yeah, the guy with the white hat there is a previous world champion, Abel Mosteles.
He's the man behind the brand clean. Right, so here we are, Louis.
Nicely done up to that whiskey barrel there.
Whiskey barrels. I actually, I'm sure now Louis is doing pretty sweet. He's currently in 6th. He did make a final earlier this year when I was in Denmark, so really up and coming rider.
Very nice to see, because it just...
Yeah, we wanted to just be so good to have every rider, or each rider, sorry, from a different country.
Yeah, we got close to that, I guess. You know, we've seen Ryoga of Japan, who's 420. He could be somewhere near there.
It's really starting to hot up here in the competition, both in the comp and temperature-wise. The sun is out. So
couldn't have asked for anything better. This is exactly what they want, to be able to ride at the best of their abilities. When the rain comes out, it's kind of a bit more of a survival mode. They'll still be going big, but you're not seeing their full abilities. Come on, Louis, can he...
so Louis on that really tricky gate that we were talking about.
Stumper.
And that could be as simple as someone's bike being slightly shorter in a wheelbase.
On.
So it'd be interesting to see that. He's going to do a lovely switch, held it.
Good work.
Nice one, Louis. Okay. He's going to do a side up. Oh, straight to back wheel.
Yeah, big power from
No messing around.
Still got the energy towards the end of this.
So he's taking a breather now, because that might have taken out a lot of his energy, I must say. A lot of his energy. Lovely side up. We love a side up, we do. Look at that.
Forward through those gates. Rear wheels got to pass through.
Dropping down.
He's done. Perfect.
And I think that's him moving on. Final few gates. It's that time.
Done.
Yeah, I thought so. So that's Louis. And in that section there, currently ranked 5th, so could be one of our finalists.
Yeah.
Could be one of our finalists here. We can see, look, that's that hook position. So, look, just keeping the balance there. That was a good save. And these bikes are incredibly light. It's probably less than 8 kilograms, I'd say, that bike. It's carbon fibre.
There was a point where we made the bikes as light as we could, but you kind of hit a point where you still want some strength, because you've got to do, in this case, in the semi-finals.
It's funny how we're probably like the roadies, because people call us weight weenies, don't they? So this is Borja.
Okay, so...
Well, I think it is. Yes, it is.
To get some more points. I'm sure he's going to be into the finals, but he just wants to get a few more points behind him.
Currently ranked...
Nice ride.
Currently ranked 2nd in this scoring, so likely to be one of our finalists. I think almost guaranteed. Unless something goes wrong, you know. So let's see. Borja staying pretty calm and collected.
Yeah, I think he can enjoy the ride a bit more now. You know, he's put in a lot of the work. Very light to be into finals.
Yeah, and luckily these guys can finish today, but the actual finals are tomorrow, so they've got a bit of time to rest.
Throwing everyone this stumper.
Yeah.
Look at the time he's taken to make sure he's in exactly the right position.
The back wheel is just touching it as well.
As an example, you know, his front wheel was right on the corner of that race.
Yeah. Bounce through here. So are we going to see him approach the big sleeper or wooden beam right now?
Right, a nice up the front, toss the back on.
Yeah, off from the
Nice
whiskey barrel. Lovely switch.
Keeping on rear wheel, because he's got to go through those gates, which he does faultlessly.
Yeah, a bit more difficult to land both wheels, because as you say, there are 2 elements of risk there. So if you've got one wheel, you've just got to hold on to that.
You can see the scoring come up now. It gives you a bit of a better picture, so you can see exactly where he is in the section. He's got 20 seconds to get through. I think it's possibly one more gate. It might not be reflected in the score, if not 2 gates.
see if he's going to get 10 more points with this 10 seconds left.
Be 2 gates. There was a lot of sub-gates in this section. Big hook there.
Yeah, that's a good 6 foot, I think.
Yep.
And he's out of time. Yeah, see again, the Spanish really expressive here in the sport.
They get very passionate. They are
some of the most passionate riders that we have here today. Not saying that others aren't, but they are really focused. They take it very seriously. You may not see them smile unless they're winning.
Well, it's competitive for them to even be here. There's such a large pool of up-and-coming Spanish riders who want to be representing their country here. Great work.
Of course, and I think the Spaniards are probably competing amongst themselves. You know, they know, some of them know they might get it into the finals, or are confident, I should say, that they'll make the finals. So it's still all to play for. Borja just finished that section, who is likely to be one of our finalists for tomorrow. Just take another look at the current scores here. Charlie Roll still at top on 690. I leave me to believe, I think that might be his final score, but we'll wait and see. Staying in the whiskey barrel section.
Section 2. This is quite a long section, this, because there's actually there's 6 gates in every section where you have to get through that gate, or a checkpoint is another way of looking at it, to get those 10 points. However, in the whiskey barrel section, there's actually a part, I believe it's around, there's a point within, sorry, gate 2 and gate 4, where there's split into 4 sub-gates. So 4 moves, effectively, to get the point. So it's a very long section.
Yeah, we've never actually seen this many gates, or sub-gates, as we're calling them, in a competition before. So they're really stepping it up for the riders and trying to make it that much more difficult.
Because one way to think of it is, if there was a gate or a checkpoint and it's a big difficult move and it's just, I don't know, gate 2, you go through it, it's big, it's scary, it involves a lot of power and energy, but then you get your 10 points.
Yeah.
If it's split into 4, you have to do that effectively 4 times to get just the same amount of points. So it's a very difficult.
So still, at the moment, our top 6 riders.
That was
whether that will...
Wagner from France there again.
Yeah. Wagner from France, currently on the 23rd position as it stands, but we can see there only the top 6 in the semis today will go through to the finals out of 37 riders.
Yeah.
It's likely to see now, if you haven't
wave for the camera.
Yeah, lovely. If you haven't got 500 points now, it's likely you'll be in the middle mix. So these people down in the middle will be competing for their, ranking, so to speak. Anyone that comes 7th today can be considered 7th in the rankings. So just very unfortunate they're jumping back off from the hook motion there.
Another Spanish rider. Let's not get this wrong. It's not Borja. We're back to
Riera, is it? I think, yes. There we go. Also on the clean. Nice big gap from Marty.
Marty Riera, yeah.
20 points.
Actually,
yeah, there we go. 20 points now. Still, you can see the time there as well, so you guys can keep up with that. And light worker. This is where it's really nice to see as well, and jumping.
Yeah, you can see also as well just what he needs to get. He can potentially get 30 more points in this section, which would firmly put him into the qualifying. So,
yeah, still here, so he can still. Let's see if he's going to make it into the top 6, because you can see how close that is. There's just about 30 points between the other finalists. Second place, I think, Borja has secured that, but 3rd to 6th is still
competing.
Yeah, still to
final.
Yeah, so Marty there on this really tricky stumping others, the stump of stumps. So really struggling to hold his balance there, isn't he? Look, he's managed to switch, he's held it. So that'll be, you get through this one here as well. Lovely switch.
But there's what he's done there. There's a series of gates in that corner.
He needs to get up to this one.
It's quite hard to see them labelled.
Oh, so he's
static hook.
Yeah, he's not gone for the side up because he's left-footed. which would be wrong way. It wouldn't be a strong, comfortable position for him. Unless he went
switch it to rear, but he's got to hold it to get.
Got to hold it. He's going to drop down. He's dropped already. He knows he hasn't got the time.
So all of that work you've just seen there, he was just within 30 points. I believe there's
he knows he's
4 gates
frustrated
in there to get that extra 10 points.
That could have put him in. That could have put him into the finals.
Yeah, look, 10 points away from being tied with Aloy, which would have given him an opportunity to be in the final.
You see there, he actually landed on his back wheel first.
Yeah.
Then hooked in. That was slightly different. Lovely switch, holding it, gapping through. Gets to the next gate, where he has to just jump straight through, front to back.
Switch.
And then, unfortunately, the final gate, some of them have a different approach. He's had to hook it, so what's made it difficult, he's gone a little bit too far forward there. Look, just trying to hold it, but no. Just dropping off. It may look like he did it on purpose, but he knew he wasn't going to make it, so...
He needed that gate just to...
Look at that expression. I think he knew that was him. That's
Not too sure if this is his last section, if he's got any more sections to possibly get a bit more, but we are getting close now to knowing who our finalists are going to be. That top 3 looks pretty safe, but who we got now? Arnaud and then France. Going for the hook here. He's already got 20 points in the section. Nice clean ride so far, so he's got an availability of dabs if he needs to use them. A dab is if he wants to take a strategic foot down to get through a section. Gate rather.
Oh man, so unfortunate there.
Unfortunately, because he's put both feet down, that does signal the end of his ride.
So we can see
position there.
there's not much more coming through on the first, second and third right now, but from 4th to 6th, still very close. You can see just sort of 10 points between 4th, 5th and 6th.
4.
So let's see, is anyone else yet to go? I can see, looks like even Adam Morwood walking through there.
Someone in section now.
So this is...
I'd imagine the top riders are done because they did go first, so I would like to think that they're going to be finishing up first, and we're going to see some other riders we haven't seen today lower down the field.
So he's on the... This is Matthias
Chile.
All the way from South America. I think he's made a really big trip along to go to Frederick's school as well. Spent a lot of time training with the Germans.
Getting through that gate.
I just saw that actually. Yeah, that was a really interesting approach. Got the points there, but I know he's come over to Europe for quite some time. Very long way to travel and doing a lot of training for these worlds. Nice to see the Chileans here competing with the rest of us. So he's going to make his way through the concrete cylinder here. Lovely controlled.
You get this next gap. It is quite
Really
a large
nice
gap, and it's precise. Oh, hold
Look at that, holding it. Oh, he's fallen down. He's going to have to get back up onto that now. That's what's really tiring, because he's that's eating away at his time. And look, he has to take a breather. He's absolutely exhausted.
This is section 3, lap 3, so he's probably already done it. Was at least done another 10 sections. So you can imagine the strain on the body, muscular, cardiovascular. Hold the bike in these positions.
Yeah, absolutely tiring. It just may look like they're stood still, but
yeah, but he gets the gap though. Well done.
Well done. So that's going to be an extra 10 points. He's going to be happy with that. Let's see if he can get this gate here. I mean, I'm not sure, because this is an A. He needs more than 1 gate to get the points, and he's only got 20 seconds. So I think he knew. He's just said, look, I'm not going to get through that. So I'm going to take a breather.
There's actually 3 gates part of that one. It's 3C, yeah.
So that way you'd only have to get all 3. He knew.
B and C to get.
He just knew. So let's look at this approach here. Look, instead of going straight out, so it's at the edge, flicks around his front, then his back wheel through to it.
That works because both axles go through. Imagine if they're like poles, basically. You have to go around the poles. That's the best way of imagining it.
A bit like the ski gates too.
Yeah,
they jump through those. Although
right. I think they can hit those though. You know?
Yeah. Well, you can hit these, but if they're knocked out, you'll fail. So. Yeah, and that 8 at his time, you can see he was really frustrated there, so screaming out. So
we have still got some top riders going.
Okay, Aloy is still going through, who is in the top, so he's got a chance to...
Currently in qualifying position. Just want to rack up as much points as possible just to get a clear lead. This is our reigning world champion, so he will want to qualify.
Yeah, he's had a few mistakes today, though. I know it's, as I say, first competition back. He has made a few silly mistakes.
Through there, he's got 20 points, so he's up to 500 points.
I think he'll probably Great light work of this.
So we get the next 3 gates just to
Look
get
at that
10 more
focus as
points.
well. All in the breathing. So much breathing involved in this sport. Yeah, first time for that. It should be light work for that one.
That's the A gate of gate 3.
So here
This
we
is
go, A,
C.
B. And we've got C over here. Look at all those tyre marks there as well. So now
Up to 30 now, yeah.
he's got the 30, so now he's on gate number 4, which I believe is A and B. So that's gate 4A, dropping down. So he's in 5th, so he's only going to improve now. He should be making it to the finals, which he will be happy with. A lot of pressure for a world champion to carry on that, you know. There we go.
Elusive rainbow jersey. It's
Yeah, get his arms back in those sleeves.
won't be buying it from the shop. You'll want to earn it.
So this is what we really want to see, or I want them to see here. So this could really separate the men from the... Oh, I mean, maybe he's saving himself.
They've got the power to it. It's all within their abilities, I'm sure. But it's
Because it's quite late in the course.
late in the course, really dodgy run up, but gives it a good stab anyway.
They're taking a breather. There's always the need those deep breaths before you go for the moves. Perfect hit for a hook. And then just rolling back like it's nothing here. Yeah, they're not quite getting up there.
Yeah, if that was a little bit, wider, I'm sure they would have done it. But it's just the thinness means they just have less room for error.
Kind of see.
Just look at the standings. So this is after lap 2. So this isn't the current standings now. This is how it would have looked midway through.
See the top 10 there at the second lap. Yeah. See the differencing in the scores there. It wasn't quite as far off as the first one. They're a lot closer here.
Yep.
We've got the next 10 riders there. Again, a lot closer in here. Some of them on the same points. So the British rider Adam Warwood there, 340. You can see points as we go down. Errol Serwin from the Life Cycles, Alexander Peckhacker.
Another familiar name. So he's brother of Thomas Peckhacker, who we saw a lot within this coverage.
And there's the crowds all
building up now.
building up. You can see
Potentially a few future world champions there. I can see an Ollie Waitman there with a white bucket hat on.
Oh, yeah.
He's done very well within the junior, and he'll be doing the junior final tomorrow. So that will be live for you all to see as well.
So the current ranking now. So Charlie did ride again because there's 750 points now. We've got some more points.
Yeah. Maybe a queuing system going on.
Yeah, because of the new format, this is a brand. We've never done it in this format of the semis, so it can be hard to follow sometimes, but we're giving you the rankings on the side there, but it's still all to play for.
I was speaking with one of the elite riders yesterday, and it's difficult because they could have split the riders up, but then if it's bad weather for the riders who get the second batch or the first batch,
It's just not fair, is it?
it's not fair.
So
They've all got to go at the same time.
Ryoga from Japan, who's in 7th place right now, but he could get into a final. Remember, it's
So tight. I'm loving this. The different nationalities there as well.
yeah, this is exciting. So Thomas
Grillon in France, Ryoga from Japan.
UK, Spain, Austria, France, and will we see the Japanese rider in the final? So we better watch him closely now.
Very smooth, poised rider.
In training, look at that brakeless up. That was really stylish there. So I'll just jot down 5 points for style for Ryoga there. We should be giving our own personal prizes, really. All right, Ryoga's lining up for the rocks here.
Clean so far. So you see the observer in the background there holding up a fist. That means he hasn't accumulated any penalty points there. Just got a fist.
That's what they're going to want to see, really. No fingers up. Okay.
I mean, you can use all of the dabs, but most of the riders do just want to get through as clean as possible because at this level, you want to get as much points as possible.
What's funny is you could actually put a dab down on each gate and still get through and only get 10 points.
Yeah.
So,
Unfortunately, you're not going to become a world champion at doing that tactic.
Absolutely not. Perhaps in the old rules that some of the the die-hard trials fans will know some of the old scoring system, but thank goodness we've progressed.
So Ryger's in the 6th position, so he's currently in for qualifying. So we could see him in the final.
I think Louis still might have some riding to do as well, because they all went off in different heats and groups. So taking the same line as Alejandro there.
Very nice, and he's
almost. Oh,
he get out in time.
I'm not sure.
That's what
did
he
you see?
wanted to
Nearly
know.
came off as well. I think we're going to see the points he did get.
You can just see the points above the finish gate. They're having a chat now.
I think he said well done, so it was positive.
It's either going to be 50 or 60, and that can make the big difference whether he qualifies in the final or not.
Look at that hook to kind of brakeless flow. It's really nice. I want to see, interesting enough, maybe how some of the last moves on this one. Here, look, Alejandro's take, and as he comes off the rock, you see, look, little twist there, another twist, just almost fell off. Just gathers his balance there.
And just final dash for that exit gate. They need to get through that gate to get that point.
So Borja in 2nd position right now.
Marcanecas from Spain, another previous world champion. Very good steed. He's going to be qualifying for the final.
Oh, a lovely little stylish front wheel over there, just breezing through. Nice and casual. Nice and casual. See more crowds building up here. So if you're just joining us, we are at the UCI Cycling World Champions here in Scotland for the men's 20-inch semi-finals. Into the last few laps now, where you can see on the right-hand side, the top 6 will go through out of a total of 37 riders. You can see the top 27 there on the screen. Right now, this is Borja, who's in 2nd position. It won't matter whether they come 3rd or 1st. It just means they'll qualify. The only difference that will be is what time they'll go, or sorry, when they'll go tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, the starting order. Think of it like a pole position, I guess, if you're talking Formula 1.
Yeah, we could say, I quite like that. This is like the qualifiers almost, you know, who's going to be on pole position.
Yeah.
That's a really nice way of looking at it, Tom.
So at the current standings, if Charlie Rolls comes first, that will mean he gets to go last in the final tomorrow. Basically, you look at what the other riders do, spot their potential errors.
Oh, rolling on that, you see that? Hitting them. Oh,
Out he goes.
that was a lovely ride.
I think it was like 4 seconds left I saw on that timer there.
So it does mean that they've really done a good job here lining that out, that they're just getting to the end.
So in terms of points, they can get a maximum of 900. So you see Charlie Rolls at the top there with 750 points. The best score and he's going to be able to get is 900, because they get 300 points a lap, 60 points a section. There is, of course, 5 sections. Nice clean switch from Borja. It's very precise on the top there still. Just that little nubbling of a rock, and out he goes.
Very quick as well. I mean, they've got to be fast
You
here.
have to get out of that exit gate to get those points. So even though that was gate 6 technically at the top of that rock, he has to get out of the...
You can see a rider sort of waving his hand in front of his head. I mean, that's him actually thinking about the course. One of those funny quotes where you say, tell us you're a trials rider, without telling us you're a trials rider. You see them moving their hand in front of them.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing shadow puppets or something. But
yeah, or like a fish throwing through water.
That's how often us trials riders visualise what we're going to do. You'll see it in the 26s actually later on this afternoon. The 26s.
Look at that bike there. It's a very unique TMS. This is the only one of its kind in today's competition. Really, really advanced engineering there. A lot of research and work going into these bikes. Majority of these manufacturers actually coming from riders themselves too. So they really know what riders want, what to expect. You can see.
So this is Arthur Cavagna from France. He's currently in 24th in the position for qualifying, so he won't qualify, but I'm sure he wants to have a really good ride, get his own personal best. And of course, they will go in the UCI rankings, so depending on how well they ride, that will then put them up in the league list, I guess, of trials riders.
So as you can see again, the sort of 4th to 6th position is just so close. The top 3 is kind of, I think, decided, but only the top 6 will go through to the finals. And here's a really tricky section. I'll be really interested to see how well he gets here on the gates. I mean, guys at home as well, they must be like, this looks quite easy. They seem to be making it's just because they've spent so many hours doing it. You know, the longer you spend at something, obviously the better you get. And
they are quite a specific bike, as my colleague Matt has alluded to. But many of these riders may have got started on just normal bikes. Let's not forget, these 20-inch style bikes actually come from moto trials. So they still do it within the moto trials world. Rather than putting kids onto bikes with engines, they can begin on these bikes, and gives them great foundation, balance skills to transfer to moto trials. But some of them do it and then find that they prefer the pedal bikes.
Yeah. What's more exciting, I have to say as well, you are the engine.
Yeah.
You know. Let's see this hook here.
Oh, he's just caught that flag. That
still in though, so he's not going to get a 5. Again, if it knocks the flag, yeah, he's done. He's absolutely done. He's tired. Great ride.
Powerful hook there. I mean, I don't think the camera angle quite sort of shows it because of how high it is, but look, it's the shoulder height of that observer. That gives you some perspective of the size of the obstacles that are here.
It's a great ride from Arthur there from France, but very unfortunate. You can see him, look, just tapping, look, hitting that marker, just saved himself, but it didn't matter. I mean, he didn't quite get.
World Championships have been decided because of markers like that.
It's a very good point, actually. Yeah, very good.
That's
point.
how important this is to the sport.
So we're creeping up to the end of the semis now, getting closer and closer to the end. This looks like Dominic Oswald for Germany. So strong though. I mean, you can just see his triceps popping out that shirt. Really, really powerful, strong rider. Going for the.
You're going to need it because 15 sections of it to be 5 sections, but 3 laps of it's straining, it's tiring, and if they make it for final, they've got to do it all again tomorrow. Well, not all again, but 5.
Which will the course changes slightly. They will be making it slightly more difficult for the finalists, and we'll be following each rider one by one. So it'll be much easier to gauge and really follow how your country's doing or your favourite rider. So
I'm not too sure how many sections Dominic will have left, but it's looking like he probably can't quite qualify because there is quite a few more points that are needed, and it's very close here.
Yep, it's blowing through here, straight to back wheel. No surprises there from Dominic. So
that will be 30 points if providing he's got through that clean.
Yep. So he's got 2 more for the 40. Dominic currently 14th position, just 10 points behind the other Spaniard. So let's see his approach too. Right foot forwards, this sort of favours those riders here for the twist. Look at that, really nice and easy there.
That'll be another 10 points, so he's up to 40 points in this section.
Come on, Dominic, just show someone.
Can he be the first rider to do this?
I'm really hopeful. Come on, Dominic. That was a very good attempt, but again, out of time.
No more time to.
They are really struggling to get through. And even that, there's still a few more.
Dominic Oswald in 14th position of the current ranking. It's looking like he's not going to be able to qualify for the finals, but still giving it everything he's got to get the most amount of points anyway.
Yeah, so we can see now Eloy's been knocked out of the top 6 there, one of the current champions. So let's see. Look at Dominic. Look, easy there. Just rolling the front wheel through on that gap, but that was almost perfect. You see that? That was probably one of the the
rear wheel needs to get as high as those flags without it to not slip down.
They need to push the bike through and really push it ahead of them. So Thomas Petkager currently ranked 4th right now, so he's only going to get positive points here. I'm really hoping that we'll see him rank up through. So no guarantees. I don't want to put anyone else.
Yeah, there's only 10 points that are separating, but him, Ryoga, and Louis Guillaume from France. So it's very much all to play for to see who's going to get through.
You can really see, look, all these riders behind, they're still queuing up. They're all lined up still.
And Loy is doing everything he can to keep warm. You can see him wearing a jacket, even though it's the height of British summertime here in Scotland.
Yeah. Still getting a little bit more overcast here today, but it's still nice and bright. So Thomas Petkacker from Austria, currently ranked 4th, 550 points going through the whiskey barrel.
And light work with that whiskey barrel at shoulder height with the observer.
I'm pretty certain as well, after tomorrow, a lot of these riders will be on the whiskey. They might be athletes, but they still like to let loose and have fun. Okay, let's see how Thomas is going to progress through this section.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
Really powerful here. We can see he's probably going to do, we're likely to see him get some side ops here as well. I reckon straight.
Nice, easy, casual moves, just saving it for a little bit more.
This caught him out. This has caught Thomas out earlier.
The stumper. He's going to need this to really give him a good chance of getting into the finals.
Let's have a look. Oh, he's in position.
Yeah.
He's in position, but look, you see how he can't just
His front wheel is almost just slipping a little bit.
This is very tough. Come on, Thomas.
Trouble is, when you put all your power down, you want those forks to flex to spring you up. But if the rear wheel,
Oh, he's saved it. Really nicely done there.
we're very happy with that.
Yeah,
Now
it's
he's
just going
gonna
to
power through
straight to back wheel here, and I reckon a nice side up from Thomas here.
This is the more, dare I say it, probably easier parts of the section for Thomas, just because of the sheer size.
Oh, and yeah, he's a powerful rider. Watch
Perfect.
this side up for him.
Straight from
Like
the gate,
nothing.
out.
Bang,
Yes.
bang. Just saved his balance there.
That's what he wanted, and I
I
think
think that might be his time. Where are? Oh, there we go. He's still got time for the next section here. Next gate, sorry. That'll be it. One more.
they're asking for time. He's just shouting time there.
He knew he didn't have a lot of time left, so he still went for it. But the Life Cycle and Shin Dig Media rider Thomas Petkacker.
Life Cycle team will be very happy with that.
Yeah.
As I said, the Life Cycle is basically just a group of riders of different nationalities who kind of just share tips and information on how best to train for the sport, really.
Yeah, run by it's for Karel Serwin, sorry.
Harold
from
Sterling of Poland, who's also competing in this. He's in the rankings. You'll see him.
He's also a rider. You'll see a lot of these groups and sort of brands and companies and all that. They're actually riders. That's how we're all so passionate.
A very small sport because it evolves so much year on year.
Yeah.
The riders have to speak with the manufacturer and say, look, can you change this?
So, Charlie's still going.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, we've still got some... We are still blessed with some of Charlie's silky finesse here.
I think he's very safely into the final now, but
yeah, I
just want to get as much points as possible.
He's just going to have some fun with this. I wonder
Yeah.
if we'll see him play around.
He loves front wheel stuff. I reckon once he gets into the beams, it'd be interesting to see how he does the stump on that.
Charlie's
Charlie's
going to
he'll switch it through the front. He'll do the.
I'm not sure. I mean, you can see there the back wheel resting on the...
Will he do it to front, do you reckon? Like he does like a weird...
A full English breakfast,
Yeah.
some of us are calling this. Let's see this swap right now. Oh, just easy for Charlie.
Perfect, yes.
Yes.
Front wheel, he loves. There you go.
Nice little finesse twist there. Is he going to go... He's going for a full-on static here. Look, completely different. He's a lefty.
Other side,
so
yeah. That's a big
nice
side.
work. That is big, isn't it? So,
Easy work. Good work.
and he's so quick as well. Decisions. I've always said that. Look at front wheel over.
Yep.
I love that
Proper
move.
street move,
Oh,
yeah.
he's really putting the finesse here. Yeah, he really is. I'd like to say Charlie's a bit more, a bit more of calculated chaos. You know what I mean, Tom?
Oh, yeah.
He can sometimes look a bit chaotic, but it's semi-calculated, I think.
It's when...
Let's go, Charlie, up this one. He's only got...
He's got 10 seconds left to do this. 9. Come on. Last good go.
Yes! Front wheel to back wheel there, that full English breakfast, as some of us are calling it. Is he going to carry on? Oh, he's out of time.
But he got the...
I wonder, look at him just he's just barging. He was just falling, barging straight through the end there.
Well, I can't disregard my commentary at the beginning because it does look like he's getting good points here because the maximum is 900. I don't know if he's got any more sections left, but that is a superb ride. Some iconic moves in there from Charlie as well. A true reason as to why he's the firm fan favourite.
Watch this side up as well. Bang.
He's not won a World Cup at, a World Championship at elite level.
yet.
That's his signature move.
There we go. That is the Charlie rolls, as a lot of the Europeans are calling it the full English breakfast. But we're in Scotland, so maybe we should be calling it the Scottish breakfast. Someone might have, is that just with haggis? I don't know.
Patties and neeps, yeah.
We are in Scotland here. So Eloy Palau now in currently 7th, so he's not in the final, so to speak, but
going to get back into that spot.
Yeah, so now as the points will go, they should be live. You can see he's now.
This is really tense. Look, it could be French, it could be Japanese, or it could be Spanish.
This is so close.
Potentially.
Really nice work there from Eloy. Flying through, taking his time, and now this is the tricky one. It's caught a lot of people out. You can see Eloy's actually got a timer, like a little Garmin on the front of his. That little
off the stem, look.
Yeah. I would have thought that just added weight, but clearly he's no, he's not bothered.
Get this switch, come on.
Come on. Yeah, very nicely done. Yeah. Comas rider there from the famous rider Danny Comas, who's also a previous champion. Started his own bike brand there, who's the sponsor for Eloy. Taking a breather, because this is a big side up, man. Look at that. Like,
it's perfect side for him.
Yeah,
very easy.
Moving through onto his front, then to his back, dropping down.
Now he's got to go for this over the. He's going for a switch. We saw Charlie Rolls go over it just very casually. Yep, switching through to rear wheel.
Yeah, nicely.
Now the big hook. He got time for the hook.
There we go, the MC getting the crowd going there. I think he's had his coffee now. Let's see. Oh, what an fortunate hook there.
He got himself 40 points for that section, though. I think he would be happy with that.
Yeah,
very powerful big hook at the end there.
He won't be smiling until the end. So he's 5th position now. Ryoga's still in 6th as well. That's our finalist so far. There's still some time. So here we have that hook. He didn't quite, so his front wheel sort of twitched a little bit, which
it's
really
almost like the rear wheel just sort of slipped round. I don't know if that's what happened.
Have a look. Yeah, look.
Yeah, front wheel just twisted.
Lost it.
The bike almost needs to be very straight. Like that front wheel needs to be straight because you're still travelling forwards. The second it twists, it just throws your weight everywhere. And as you see there, he just couldn't power it up the barrels. He got his 40 points though, so good work.
Here you can see is still nice. Charlie Rolls on a nice round 800 points.
I think
there.
it's safe to say he might be in the final.
Yeah.
Followed behind by Borja Canejos, 670 points, 2nd place. Alejandro Montalvo, 640 points. They're firmly going to be, I'd like to think, will be in the final. Thomas Pekaka of Austria, 580 points. Eloy Palau, who we just saw in section, 560. And then Ryoga Toshiya.
And this looks like the Chilean rider Daniel Balmar. Let's see.
This is the great thing we've had with the semi-finals today. We do focus on some of the top riders, but you also get some of the still incredibly talented riders that you never normally see because they're just away from making the finals. We get to see them in the semi-final.
And I think when you're in the crowd watching, it can actually be difficult to actually really see who is up top and who, because it's just so impressive. Yep. Everything that they're doing is just so impressive. Very technical, extreme. I mean, this is the most technical discipline in cycling. You know, when some people realise that all of these big mountain bikers and the biggest names, most of them have ridden trials. That's the foundation of cycling. So once people learn that, then they should...
It's just knowing that when you have like a slight slip on an obstacle, a bit of a gravel track or something, you can sort of control and counter for it. And some of these best riders, because they're used to centimetre precision, they'll know what a little slip feels like and can soon rescue themselves.
Yeah.
Come on, Daniel Balmar, can you do it?
He's under pressure now because I think he just ran out of time there, didn't he? See, because Daniel's a fantastic rider, but sometimes you just get into a competition format and your head's not in it.
Yeah.
Like anything, you know, if your mental game isn't there.
Everything with these riders, I mean, we're very blessed that the weather hasn't been against the riders. It's been ideal conditions for them. The Spanish riders will probably even tell you it's probably a little bit too cold because you can see them keeping the jackets on to try and keep warm between the sections. But it's a really tough gig doing these sections. 5 sections, 3 times, a maximum of 2 minutes in each section. Cardiovascular, muscular strain. It's really the top abilities.
So this is Benito Ross for Spain. And I think he's just got been given a 5. He's just as confused as we are.
And he certainly knows his way around the...
Yeah, he's almost always one to contest.
Sounds like he went outside of the gate ever so slightly.
No, what's quite interesting is he's probably got more experience than some of these observers.
Yeah.
You know, so tough call for an observer. Tough to be an observer. I'll turn around and tell you I wouldn't want to be one.
But, you know, gracefully takes it. I mean, he's shaking his head. He's not happy with the decision, but it is the observer's decision who is final, and he accepts that. Can we see in the replay
Let's just watch this replay here and have a look. Did he put his wheel through the gate? No, so he's gone through that one nice and carefully.
The next gate that we're lining up for.
So, because it's quite tight, but...
He's going for the side up. Did his front wheel go around it?
No, that's through. I'd say that was through. Yeah, so he's on to the next one here.
He gave him a 5 there.
Again, I'll keep myself to myself there.
Yeah, nervous of angle, but I would be siding with Benito on that one.
Interesting, because also he didn't say it until then.
Yeah.
So surely they would know right away.
It can be a tough call for these observers because again, you're telling a rider of 20+ years riding ability that you've just done it wrong.
Better than me, because they've probably got to get a lot of hate mail. Just like just like the referees in football as well, you know. But as some of them might say, I get some...
Marty Riera again from Spain.
Okay, Marty, let's see. Lovely hook from Marty there. That was very nice. And this is what's tough also. You go through one gate, and then you need to sometimes get to the other gate. You've got enough set of obstacles before you get to it.
Yep.
It's a really thin gate here. You can see it's probably about 15 centimetres wide.
Yeah, it's just...
Just through that. That was a really
even
nice
then, when you
approach.
see when he landed, his front wheel would not be allowed to dangle over that rope. If it did, that would be the end of his ride. So even once you've got through the gate, you've still got to think about where you're going to go next.
So, I'm going for the next gate.
He's still really close into the qualifying, though, because, look, he's on 530 points, and the spot to get number 6 is 570, is where Ryoga is. So it's still very close to see the finalist to get into the finals. Louis Grillon, look, he's come back into 4th, so...
Yeah, we need to pay close attention now to these top 6
at that
guys.
ranking.
If you're watching, keep watching those current rankings. They're changing.
4, 5 and 6.
Because even now, the 7th position, Eloy, who is the current champion, right now isn't in the final. But again, it keeps changing as we move forward. There's still... I'm interested to
Marty's
see
only 10 points behind Eloy and 20 points behind qualifying.
There's not long left either from this semi-final. We're talking maybe 20 minutes for the riders to get through, but I don't think they'll cut off the time. They would always allow the riders to finish, I think. They've had until like 1 o'clock. We shall see.
So look, great control to stay on the rear wheel as soon as he lands, because you can't go outside of the section. You can't dangle your front hub out. Big rock there.
We did slip there as well.
To the side,
good save, very good save from the Spaniard there.
They ride so passionately. They're out day and night effectively.
And some of the
very
most
regimented.
Yeah, most aggressive riders, and known for their midday naps.
Is Alejandro Montalva. So he's currently in the 3rd position. So we'd like to see him. We should be qualifying for final. He's on the stumper, as we call it now. This is
stumping everybody out.
I said if this was a good work.
Really here as well, some of these. He's running a rear free hub, I think.
It just shows you, because of how long he's set up on that, to then quickly flick through and do some incredibly large moves.
His balance, though, Alejandro's balance, even on 2 wheels, is incredible. So
he really practices, getting into all these different obtuse sort of angles and stuff. Just outrageous.
So
holding there, looking at track stand,
imposing himself, just track standing on a beam.
Yeah.
That's what you could try at home, folks.
Yes,
as well.
No, he's not gone for the hook.
What a lovely technique.
Now, Charlie Rose is going to be really upset he didn't see that. But it doesn't matter because he got through it. But
That's a 5 because he's gone through. It just time. Just time. So he's not going to get the other 10 points. You can see a little bit frustrated there, even though he's third. Still going to be frustrated.
Yeah, they want to just do the best he can. He's very passionate rider. The Spaniards, they.
You can see Boaz caught up with Charlie there in the scoring. So Charlie was more than 100 points ahead. Who's now only 70 points ahead. So one section ahead, really.
Look at this. So he's gap to front.
Yep.
Look.
And he's
front
turning.
hub's gone around. He's turning so he can get it through the gate.
Front hops. I mean, that is. Look at that.
Now that is what I
Switched it
mean
back.
about the evolution of the sport. That wouldn't have existed 10 years ago, because to hold it on the front for that long.
Yeah, or it would have been so foreign that others might not have even thought about it.
Yep.
So here we have
Dominic.
Jonas, or is it? I think it's Jonas.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's Jonas for Germany. You can see Jonas Frederick there
Jonas
on
Frederick.
currently in 12th position. So he's going to want to put himself in the top 10. I know from personally, he's just want to at least get within the top 10 to do his country proud. So it could be one of the favourites for Germany today on their scorings. Let's see how he's going to attempt the stump. Lining up to it. The wind's picking up a little bit here as well in Glasgow, which really does affect the riders. Sort of on the back wheel, can often get blown around a little bit. So let's check this swap.
I think a lot of them really know what's going to happen when they put the power in. It's really quite a scary prospect. You know where the bike is. You've got to just have faith that it works, and it does.
Nicely
Good
done
work.
from Jonas there.
And it's amazing.
Oh, I love your little Frenchie there. Did you see
Frenchie,
that? I
yeah.
mean, we should really say what that's called. We call them Frenchies, but it's when they tap the front wheel on the obstacle to kind of use it for some momentum and onto the back wheel. Some of these other riders call them Bam Bams.
Yeah, it's like a no-brake manoeuvre, just using pure
Yeah.
momentum.
So
Side up.
nice side up there.
Through the gate, down.
That'll be another 10 points, but I think he's out of time. Yeah, out of time there.
Good ride.
So Jonas
Well
also
done.
running his own score in Germany. He's actually bringing some of the newest and upcoming riders in Germany. Really great school that they've got going. Also, who trains with Nina Reichenbach, another world-class female champion. So he's always surrounded with the top riders. You can see here. Let's just. Lovely control on the back wheel, and then he just slides into this, as we like to call it, a little Frenchie. Look at that little tap.
That's such a beautiful
I know, I
move.
love the way it
Satisfying
looks
move.
as well. And then the side hop here, bang. It's so difficult, so you've got to hold their balance there.
Yeah, you just go a little bit over, and you create a rod for your own back, having to go all the way back round.
I think he's going to be happy with that. So, see, we've got here, is this Dominic Oswald?
Yep.
Yeah.
6 Dominic Oswald
Yeah.
for Germany again.
Look at that, Dominic here, also for Germany. Dominic will also probably train a little bit with Jonas, but we've seen Dominic here as a former world champion. There's a lot of pressure on yourselves. A lot of riders here will be competing against themselves. You know, they may accept that they might not get in top 3 or whatnot, but they will be competing to get for themselves. So just looking again at the top 6 here. Again, it's changing. Eloy's back in. Louis is in 4th place now.
It's costing a lot of the riders a lot of time to line up for this. It, in theory, should be a simple move, but just a little bit out in terms of inches and size.
Let's see how he attacks the stumper.
Right, he's in place. Oh no!
Yeah, see, needs to have that back brake off to let the front brake grip. That's what they need to do. Look, when they're like that, they need the back brake off to let it flex down.
Are we seeing you ride next, Matt?
yeah. I can tell you how to ride.
Look how close his toe is to that flag. He's done it. Well done.
Well done.
Yes.
Straight up to back. That's another one of. You'll see a lot of Dominic do a lot of up to
He's going to be going
back.
for the side up, I imagine. He's going to
Yeah,
get
I
onto
reckon
that.
so.
Yep, turning round.
Little 90 there.
Side up, as the name suggests, he's just going to kick the pedals, go upwards to the side, and then hold it. He's got a 5
Now that's
there,
a
though. Is that a
5.
timing issue?
That's time, yeah. Yeah, look at that. He's out of time.
I think he just got...
No, it was out of time there because it was a pretty clean clean attack on that gate. So again,
Well, Dominic, that puts him into 14th in the current ranking. He won't be qualifying for the finals, but he's having a reasonably good ride. I think everyone's just going to be happy to get through that. That's mentioned it again, but
here he
taking
is.
A lot of time.
Yeah, so straight to back wheel, not even going to the other whiskey barrel.
Yeah, through the yellow gates, importantly. You see there's red gates to the left there, but they would end their ride instantly if they went through those
And then
gates.
quick twist as well in the air. That's actually really difficult. It's really hard to do, and these guys make it look easy. And then it just runs out of time. That's it. Not sure if he got that gate. I don't think he did. I think those points, the timer went just before he managed to get that final gate. So he's going to be a little bit gutted with that one. Poor old Dominic.
So current standings, of course, Charlie Rolls is in first place, 800 points. Borja Canejos is 730 points. He wouldn't be anywhere near 200. Alejandro Montalvo on third position. Thomas Pekaka 630 in fourth. Eloy Palau 620. And Louis Grillon in the sixth position. But just look how close that 4, 5, 6 position is. It could go any way. That's the difference between one gate or not.
So I think this is France. This is Maxime Moffat for France.
Indeed, yeah. Maxime Moffat.
Seeing another sort of on the rock and reel section here. So, sure, Max probably in the next page of the scoring there, unfortunately, so we can't quite see his score, but he's riding. He's competing, representing his country. That's what these guys are really proud of. Of course, they want to give their best possible ride, but they're just proud to represent their country, aren't they?
I mean, you enjoy it. Trials is such a fun, enjoyable, dynamic sport. So to come and do it at world level, being broadcast around the world, getting the sport out there.
Yeah, no. And then we see, has he managed to get through without? He kept it within the rope there.
Very nice.
Yeah. I think, as we've seen, caught a lot of riders out previously, so it's been a tricky one here.
I can't think what that bike is. It's running dual disc.
I think it's a Jitsi, just without the graphics.
Oh
on
yes,
there.
I think the
I sort of tell by the forks there, just from our knowledge there. That's my guess, Tom. I think yours is going to be the same.
Yeah, these bikes, of course, are incredibly specific.
Only a few options there for brands of bikes. Nothing like the mountain bikes you've got out there, which is still brand new. A lot of options, but say limited options, but there are options, is what I'm trying to say.
If you want to get into the sport, though, you can get into it beginning with mountain biking. I mean, I started on a mountain bike, and you learn the fundamentals, just like track standing in a position.
Careful here, that rope. He's got a twist. There we go. Yes, I was a little bit worried for him there. So. Getting his way through. We can see him there, 26th position now, as he's come through. So he's
good
picked
work,
up
yeah.
some points there.
He's close.
Just above Alex Pekaka. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that.
And he's got a smile, though. I think he...
Yeah, some of these happy chappy. Look at that. cheeky tongue out. I'm having fun, Mum. Don't worry. How awesome is that? This is... it's really fantastic to see that, because, I mean...
It's also worth noting as well that the French scene, French is another big nationality in the world of trials. We'll see that within the 26 later on with riders like Vincent Hermance. But sort of in terms of dominant nationalities, definitely the Spanish.
You can see what happened there. I think he just hits his front wheel as he turns, so it like knocks him off balance.
He cleared it.
Oh, he slips.
Oh, he slips on the rear wheel. Yeah.
Too much on the edge there, and of course. There's only so much your tyre's going to grip here. Only so much your tyre will grip. I think there's an interesting thing we might have to add to the viewers here, actually. This is a 20-inch wheel in total, but the rear wheels, technically, are actually 19 inches.
Yeah, you might not be able to see it on the camera very well. Oh, the rain is just coming out here in Glasgow. Quick flash shower, hopefully. Because you can just see the rain coming on the lens.
Nice
there.
if we can get the riders through their final laps, and then we'll leave the rain to the 26s, because that will make it that much more interesting, won't it? So let's come
on, Benito.
Let's get Benito through here.
Benito Rosjarel.
Again, he's probably not going to qualify for the finals, but doing pretty well there on 470 points. Maybe he'll get ahead of Dominic Oswald.
Big gap there.
can see Louis Grills, just the last finalist in the 6th position, which is Ryoga from Japan, is not in the finals just yet. Again, still got time. I'll tell you what is difficult with this. It looks like the riders are doing a lot of waiting. As much as because there's so many, 37 riders.
We've seen the Spanish riders just keeping warm, putting jackets on, just jogging on the spot. Because trouble is, there's nothing to ride in between the sections. They can't just go ride the section because there's going to be another rider in it. And they need to keep all their muscles warm because they need everything. Like now, when you see Benito in this position, just the flex, the extension you need. If you cramp up by just not keeping moving, it could be a game changer.
I reckon he does a lot of yoga.
I have heard that he does.
Yeah. Maybe perhaps I should start doing...
Right on the corner of that.
Wow,
look,
that is
the corner of that.
Really well done from Benito Ross there. How's he going to... On to the next... Oh, just back and forth, front to back, dropping down. So he's a lefty, so he's going to probably go from this
again.
other. Yeah, because remember, there's left and right foot forwards, which will favour some moves. So
the reason why he's hopping to the right-hand side, which is his back foot, you can tuck the bike under you a lot better. You just see it there. If he went towards his front foot, it's all weird and cross-legged. It doesn't work as well.
Yeah. Also riding that clean carbon combo of bar and stem all in one. Very nice front to back over there, like just like a massive handrail, or almost they're probably the height of a normal farm gate. So if you need some perspective, you probably it's like jumping onto the edge of a farm gate, switching to your back wheel, and then running through. So there's Benito's mum there,
legend, OG of the sport.
Yeah, and there's always the support from his family. You can see his mum in the background there. She's been to probably more trials than anyone here.
Yeah.
So
she has a pretty good understanding and grasp of the rules as well.
Yeah, so it's really good to see Benito still competing now.
Many of us looking up to him because to ride at such a high level at his age, into your 40s, giving all the youngsters a very good run for their money and adapting with the sport.
Yeah, I mean, where can you go from this, I mean, I know he has his school and he's going to train people. So let's see. We've got the... this
rider, yeah, possibly. It could be
Dian. I think this will be Dian from the Netherlands. He's the only Dutch rider here today on the 20-inch Elite. Dian, only 23 years old as well, so again, competing against some of the older riders.
Yeah, I'm gapping over to the...
Shuffling
rather than riding up it. Yeah, some of them were riding straight up and shuffling up, but I think he took the strategic move to gap over, use the height whilst he's up there. Not doing the big gap like some of the other riders. He's coming up from the lower angle. There we go, very nicely done though.
Yeah, as well. So getting into the final minutes of this, I know they're probably going to run over time here because there's so many riders. They did have until 1 o'clock, but I don't think they'll just stop that. It just wouldn't be fair for the riders.
We're going to be just over by 15 minutes, I imagine. The rider's doing well here. He's not quite getting up this big one here. Come on, Dian. Come on. Just get that front wheel over the top, not quite. Is he going to give it another go? You've got to get all the momentum in and just get the front wheel over the top there.
Yeah,
and that's just enough to hook you in place.
A little bit more speed.
Come on.
Oh! Come on, we should have... Let's get the crowd going, that encouragement there, but...
Just in the very bottom of the ranking there, 27. So out of the 37 riders, he just makes it onto the page that we can see to the right of the screen now. Good work. That's his punch card there. He's got to go hand back to possibly the rider HQ or to the next observer if he's riding again. Possibly rider HQ because he's speeding back there. And obviously time can make all the difference, especially if you're drawing.
That will be his third and final lap there because he's got to hand his card in.
Yep.
And the time will then stop once he's handed his card in. So up to the back wheel. Through the barrels here. So he's got to be careful not to go out that rope because that will be a 5. He'll be penalised there.
He just couldn't quite get the weight up and far enough.
Yeah.
It's difficult, very difficult. Because of the height of it, there's really no other way to attack it. You just have to ride quite fast at it. and hook that front wheel over, and just not enough there. So looking at the qualifying again, so of course very clearly we've got Charlie Rolls, who's in first position, who's qualifying, followed by Borja Conejos from Spain, Alejandro Montalvo.
Oh, nearly lost it there. Did you see that? He almost fell off. He just saved it. 1 foot come off the pedal. Wow. It's the Swiss rider.
Oh, Lucien, let's see, yeah. Well, Lucien, is he going to get stumped out by the stumper? No, he does it very quickly. He's not taking any time there at all. He's currently in the 10th position if you look at the ranking on the right-hand side.
He's 28 years of age. Had a few years in the elites here.
I think we might be through with our final ranking, at least in terms of the top 6, because those the sort of top rated riders went first. So I would like to think they're kind of finished now, and we're just finishing up with the sort of lower riders down the field because they started a bit later on.
He's makes his way through the next couple of gates here, front to back on that beam, just like a big farm gate really. It's incredibly high, but they just make it look easy, and that's because they spend their lives doing this.
Everything looks much smaller on the screen, of course. Just the best thing I can say is just look at the height of the observers in comparison.
Oh, big hook at the end. He's just a bit tired, I think, as well. You know, fatiguing now. It's the third and final laps here, and you know, a lot of these guys have got full-time jobs as well, or could be studying. Like, they don't get paid to do this like a job.
Yep.
You know, this sport, as we said, a lot of them are funding it themselves. So it really is, you really have to be passionate.
There's only a few of the very lucky riders at the top who get very good sponsorships, and then even then they still have to kind of fund the rest, really.
Yeah, and they still can't, you know, most of the top elite riders here are maybe studying, and because there's just not enough in it to create some careers unless you become a really big showman, you know, rider. That's why you will never see Danny McCaskill compete in these competitions, because he would fail miserably.
Worth mentioning out, yeah, Scotland's very own Danny McCaskill, street trials rider who helped raise the profile of the sport in the UK, I'd say.
Yeah, but just slightly different discipline to what you're seeing right now.
Samuel Laverty.
Samuel Laverty's back in on the sections here, currently ranked 11th.
So look at the scoring on the right. So between Ryoko at 7 there, all the way down to where Sam's currently at 11th, there's only about two gates separating them all. So it's a lot to play for those final positions.
And we'll see still some riders going through here, running as they say, we've got about another 10 minutes of competition to come. And then once the semis have gone here, we will be the 26s at about 2 o'clock. So Sam making his way through the leafless forest. These logs look like they've dried up a little bit now, so that chicken wire...
Yeah, even in the wet, that chicken wire doesn't
really do much, but at least it's doing a little bit more here now, because it could be, it doesn't matter, it might dry up, but it's still damp, you know, they'll soak up the water, won't they? Come on, Sam. You should be getting that first time. Let's go, let's go. Really tricky. Look what he's doing. Pedal upping. You can see there's a rope just to the side of it, so he can't side up.
Hey, either side.
Has to, oh no, either side, that's a 5. He has to attack it.
Just went over that rope.
Straight. Look at it, he's really frustrated now. Oh man, unlucky there for Samuel Laverty there for Slovakia. Look, he's absolutely gutted. He is usually here in the top 6. He's usually getting there up to the top. So for him to be 11th right now is quite a surprise. And as we say, it's everything to play for there. It's
incredibly tricky move, that. I mean, he'll happily go much bigger, but just getting it's that fine point on the end of a log.
Shaking his head. He's thinking, what? Why am I doing this? How did I get here? So unfortunate there for Sam. But, you know, he is a champion in his own country.
Come on, Alejandro. Alejandro's at section 5 now, the rock and reel section. You can see the scoring. It will come up live on your screen now with the penalty points. If he accumulates any, I wouldn't imagine he would or would like to. Maximum 60 points he can get here.
He's going to fly through this. A really good pace to begin with. So let's keep it going from Alejandro here. And flying through. He's watching the gates carefully. Remember, front and rear axle.
There's his 10 points. So he's gone through one gate.
So that's 10. It was an A and B, I believe. So he's moving on to the second gate here. Lovely switch. That's 20 points.
It's very light to qualify, but it determines the position, the starting positions for the final. Think of it a bit like a pole position in Formula One. That will then dictate exactly where they start.
He's really flying through this one now. Over a minute left.
Yeah, that's where you want to be. Obviously, there's 6 gates, so in theory, if you get through 30, that is halfway through the section. He's got just over half the time left.
Let's see. On our Gears a Trick reel, it's a very tight space to get the bike on there. So
a few people out.
It has.
Even the setup as well.
Let's see how he approaches it. Will he wedge on the top of it or be in the middle? Oh, look at there. You can see the world champion Jack Carthy in the background there, warming up. 26-inch riders warming up. So let's just check Alejandro's approach.
Yes.
Oh, it's tricky. Nicely done, though, from Alejandro.
Once they've done it once or twice, I think they've got it. I think many of the top riders got caught out first time, and then, oh, nice. Gap to front with a switch. The observer's running to catch up because he's just so quick through there.
Yeah, that's it. You know, especially even the cameramen.
Yeah.
The big rigs, they've got to run and catch up with them. But look at that landing as well for the back wheel. So tight.
One more go. Is he going to get it?
He's speeding up
Duke of
now.
Wellington painted on the side of that corner.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. Did he make it? What? Oh, did he make? They've given it to him. Yeah.
He's got it.
60 points.
That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done.
That is exactly the type of ride he wanted.
Only about 5 minutes left for some of the riders to complete some of these sections. Or, sorry, about 7 minutes left, roughly. So we can see, look, so quick through that already. And that tricky, really tricky reel, gap to front to back, and he just makes it.
Been world champion at junior level, but he's wanting to get his very first in the elite men championships.
And he's doing a good job so far. Yep. It's all to play for here. Looks like he'll be in the finals tomorrow, riding, as we say, so the top 6 will go through. So whoever's in 6th position, that's so good. Whoever's in 6th position will go first in the finals, and whoever's in first will go last.
Yeah. Back to Arthur Cavagnon, France.
20 minutes left to complete all the sections. 20 minutes left, riders.
So Arthur's currently in 24th position here. He's going to try and see if he can get. I'm sure he'd like to get himself in the top 20 there. So see what's going to do. The only one riding a TMS trials bike.
Yeah, French brand, French rider.
You will see that. Not many French riders are riding anything other than French brands, but there will be others. Watching that rope there, booning up, booning up to that reel there.
Yeah, that's quite a little technical move. Rather than pedalling to get up, sometimes a pedal kick can be too much. You just need to get a little precise hop.
Yeah.
Just a boon, as Matt described it.
It's one of my favourite tricks. Well, it's not even a trick, is it? It's, it's one of my favourite moves. So, and here we can have Arthur. Only about 15 seconds left with 30 points. I don't think he's going to make it to the end, but will he get... So he's not going to get the points to that gate now. So it's probably unlikely he'll get any more, and he knows it.
Not going to...
So that's it. He's calling that section for himself. So just getting through the last few riders here.
Final lap, lap 3 of the 20-inch bike trial World Championships. Here, the UCI, Glasgow, Scotland. You can see the standing on the right-hand side. Only the top 6 riders will make it through. And Loy Palau just sneaking back in there. I think they're done. I'm not too sure. We've just seen Alejandro. No, here he is. Here we go. So he needs to get some points here to really secure his chance of getting
Luckily,
into
he's still in at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's still in. So, but this will just be fun to watch and see how they're going to approach. As long as they're having fun. Everyone sort of forgets that as well. I know it can look quite serious for these rides, and that's just their focus.
Yeah. They do enjoy it. I mean, they go out like every day. Like this is like their sport.
No, I'd love to see some of the stress levels or what sort of fitness bands they're using. I mean, I hope... love to see those stress levels, you know what I mean? Really want to understand the data.
work. I don't know if I heard a bash there. I don't think he
No,
went down.
might have been his chain.
Yeah. Of course, if he touches any other part of the bike against the obstacle that's not his tyres, that does count as a penalty point, and you cannot get the points for that gate. Aloy shouldn't be doing that because he is one of the top riders. Well, he is the current world champion, fighting for his rainbow jersey here in Glasgow. Making himself up into the qualifying rankings, which is very nice. Get as many points here to give him the best chance possible.
This is his third attempt now at the Geza trick reel. He's not, because he's going to have to make his way back around. Tricky one, really. He was caught out on this earlier, wasn't he? So will he do the same as the second time he got through?
Can do it. I mean, if he gets this, he can speed.
He's going to do the
rest of
same
section.
approach. I think he will. You can see he's going to swap with both wheels onto the reel there, I reckon. Yep. Oh, he's tight. That was tight.
That adjustment nearly.
I know.
Oh, he's there now.
Yeah.
Think about it. Come on, gap to front.
Here we go. That's Wilson, named after Scott Wilson himself. Let's see him in the last few gates here. Last few gates for Aloy.
Gates, 10 seconds. Can he get another 10 points here? Come on. Just to give him a good stand-in for the final.
I think that was sounded like he hit his pedal, but
Yeah, he got a penalty point there, so
yeah, he
you
did.
are right there.
Yeah.
Can he get this one? He's out of time.
Dived it. It's out of time. But he put himself into 4th position for now. Into 4th position, so we can still see 3 of the Spanish riders in the top 5 there. They are looking for the top 6 riders for the final. So as you can see there, we've got Thomas Petkacker, Louis Grill, Eloy Palau in the 3 there, which is so tight. But the
That adjustment, literally, you could see his front wheel would just millimeters from slipping.
he's quite good at saving it though, Eloy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sort of.
A lot of these riders are. They really push it to the edge. They are using every... Look, even that.
He dropped back down again.
That
It's like I promise we didn't reverse it.
You see the observer put the 5 up, not because he'd done anything wrong with his riding, just sadly he was out of time. There we go, Thomas Petkacker here.
Yeah, so they
Oh,
are.
Alexander, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's
The blue
Alexander.
Bike, yeah,
Yeah.
the Austrian top, yeah. So that's Thomas Peckacker's brother. Very fortunately, his bike turned up. We mentioned it earlier, but he didn't have a bike for this competition.
Yeah, I think he was even lent a bike for 26 for the team trial. But also, might be worth mentioning, both Alex and Thomas are riding their own prototype rear rims from carbon. They actually made their own rims.
Yeah.
So only ones in the world right now. And they do look beautiful. So if you get a chance to speak to them, then do ask him about that. I know
About innovation in trials, yeah.
absolutely. So Alex here, rolling through all of this. So currently in 26th position. I know he's probably going to want to get in front of one of his own trainers, Carol. There, they're on the same points. They do ride together. They train. So let's see.
Yeah,
how Alex is going to do, making some more points as he goes through.
Very
here.
quickly, nice.
That was very nice, yeah. He's a good rider. A lot of very technical, Alex, as well. Not quite as much power as as Thomas.
Yep.
But he gets through most of these with really nice techniques. You can see he's going to nicely done through that next section. Now this is one of the trickier moves. Only 10 seconds to get through this. So will he get another 10 points to see if he can get 40 to...
He's only got 2 seconds. I don't think he's going to be doing it, and that's him out of time, I'm afraid.
just to bring him up, so I don't think
Clean
so.
up until then, but he just gets his 30 points, which currently puts him above his, I suppose, colleague and training partner, Carol Surin. So it'll be interesting to see if Carol can, I don't know, just get a few more points and just have a bit of a competition between each other.
There he is. There's Carol there. Give him a pat on the back, saying, "Look, well done, Alex, mate." So yes, despite them being competitors, everyone here competitors, we're all friends, really, aren't we? You know,
It's quite a small community, and that's what's so good about it. You know,
proper, as us British like to say, banter.
Jonas Friedrich from Germany again. Here we go, speeding on through to the rock and reel section.
Yeah, making good time here, Jonas. Straight through to the next. You can't mess around here. He knows there's 140 minutes left. Needs to get through.
It makes all the difference where you then land, then how you set yourself up. Being very careful around those ropes. This has caught a few people out.
It's a bit ropey, isn't it? I'll go home. And you're a taxi driver too, Tom. I've got a taxi here. Yeah, that's probably the worst thing I've said today. Jonas here, on to the next section. Sorry, next gate here. He's going to be our last rider of today, I think, here. Just going to confirm that. So, put himself in the top 10, which he will be happy with. But will he rank himself up into the top 8? He's still got a chance to get another 30 points.
Yeah,
so that would actually put him in to the finals.
Yep. That's how close this semi-finals has been.
Yeah, even from 9th down to 6th, that's how quick it will be. So can he do it? 40 seconds to get 30 points. It's going to be tricky. Very, very tricky. Go on, give us a trick, Jonas. See how he's going to approach this one.
Time. Yes.
Nice. Oh, trickier as well.
Yes, the crowd's going wild there.
Crowd behind him. He could.
An easier part of the section now.
Yeah, so he's going to have to keep going. No stopping here, Jonas. Come on.
If he gets one more point, it'll be tied with Lucien Lesser into the 6th position. Yes.
Yeah,
That's him tied.
Lucien's going to be very happy.
Over Thomas and
3,
Lucien.
2.
Come on, get out. He's not out of the section. He can't get.
1. He's not quite going to get there. That's a 5.
So look, there's a tie for the 6th position. Who's going to get?
I know. We're going to have to find out in a minute for the.
It's usually a combination. It's either the cleans, who got through the most clean sections, and then of course time, who hands in their punch card first. Now,
that is all of the riders for the semi-finals. We know who our top 5 are right now. You can see Charlie Rolls first. See some of Jonas's run there. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit, because then he could have been in the finals.
Wow.
And he picked up his pace there.
This was already so quick, though. Look there, when he landed straight away,
just
goes.
Yeah, but it wasn't quick enough.
Where can you get the speed?
Look at that. Oh, those wheels. The back wheel was really close on the edge there.
Is he in the Goldilocks zone with tyre pressures? Who knows? He will be kicking himself if it's just enough not to make the semi-final. We're so lucky to have the coverage of the semi-finals, because this shows you how close it is. Even over 5 sections, 3 laps. Here we go.
Here we go. So here was the top 10 riders there, and as you can see in the green, Q for qualified is the top 6 riders.
There's our qualifying list. In first, Charlie Rolls. He will be going last in the final.
So that's just paced off who, when they say last, it because they go one at a time, and he'll get to watch all of the riders go through.
Alejandro Montalvo Emilia is coming in 2nd place, 750 points qualifying.
And we got Borja Conyas in 3rd with 730 points.
Eloy Palau, Lucien Lesser was also qualifying there.
So we can see Lucien and Thomas Peckhack are on the same points, but it looks like Lucien may have maybe finished in just a bit of time.
That's it. We are running short on time though, so thank you for tuning in. We're going to be moving over to the 26-inch this afternoon, so be sure to tune in and watch that.
That'll be at 2 o'clock, and I've been Matt Pengelly.
My name's Tom Hutley. We'll see you back here shortly at Glasgow Green for the UCI Trials World Championships.